Welcome one, welcome all to the third round of Project Endurance for 2024, one of the premier Assetto Corsa endurance leagues. We're here for the 9 hours of Istanbul, of course, at the brilliant intercity Istanbul Park. It's going to be a fun race, quite a long one as well. Longest race of the season so far, 1 hour longer than the first round of the season at Shanghai. Season 5 of Project Endurance has seen plenty of drama, plenty of swapping around in the standings, and particularly in the prototype class, plenty of teams have had difficulty getting consistent results so far. Let's see how things stack up at the end of the next 9 hours of sports car racing here. Race, of course, is about to start. You can expect it to end at about 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Of course, bringing you through the first 3 hours, it's me, Reese Gardner, Southpaw Racer, and I'm in here with Luca Centorbi. Luca, this is going to be quite an interesting race. We've got our full complement of GT3 cars and our BMW M Hybrid V8 prototypes. Yeah, I think in particular we're going to be keeping an eye on turn 8, aren't we? Because the difference in speed between the classes around this track can be immense in some of these corners.
Yeah, as you said, turn 8 is probably going to be the greatest corner of this track. The 4 quadruple left-hander between the speeds of the LMDHs and the GT3s. We're going to see some great action going through there, but we can't forget also turn 9, the chicane. A hard breaking point there, but not that wide, so we're going to see what the LMDHs do when starting to lap the GT3s.
Indeed, Istanbul Park, of course, a very highly regarded circuit, created for Formula One, hosted the Turkish Grand Prix for a big portion of the late 2000s and early 2010s, and came back for a one-off Turkish Grand Prix in 2020, where Lewis Hamilton took his 7th world title. It's certainly a Hermann Tilke designed track.
Will be in command during the race start, so wait a second, I'm just checking the server.
Of course, race director Kamil Struzik is on the call here, making sure that the race start is orderly. It's going to be difficult for quite a few teams here, Luca. We see that the number 28 collected 58 penalty points in 2 races, and they have been booted from the league, essentially. So, at the very least, it's good to see that Race Control is on board with kicking teams out when they've accrued too many incidents. And we've got a few teams that aren't going to be starting this race thanks to too many penalty points from Hockenheim.
Yeah, for example, that's a 775 esports team that's not going to start today. 4th right now in the championship. That's going to greatly impact that part, as they're only 2 points away from P3, so they have to check out to get as many points in the future races. Well, we've seen that they have been up there on pace, sadly getting a disqualification in Hockenheim last race, but P3 in Shanghai, so they have the chance, they have the pace maybe in the next races to get up there again, but today's race is going to greatly impact their championship.
Yeah, indeed it is. We get to our live on-track action in the run-up to the race here. We see the 275 making their way out of turn 7 and into this very difficult turn 8. As you mentioned, Luca, multi-apex corner this one. And the GT3s are going through this corner as fast as they can possibly go. They rely a bit more on mechanical grip than the prototypes do. So that's one of the places where closing speeds will be massive. We might be seeing some prototypes have to compromise themselves and wait for a move at the corner the 275 just went through.
Yeah, obviously this being the longest race right now of the season, we gotta see how the LMDHs react when they start closing in on the GT3s.
820794 and 279, please join the server. We're waiting for you.
Some cars haven't joined the server yet, but yeah, we're gonna see in these 9 hours.
820 in GT3 and Midas Racing Black 279, please join the server.
Gonna see just how the LMDHs react and how aggressive they go through that long turn 8.
Yeah, indeed. further to my point that I was going to make earlier, Istanbul Park here is a Herman Tilke circuit through and through. But it's one of the more well-received Herman Tilke tracks. It's got a nice flow to it and plenty of overtaking opportunities. Of course, largely due to its Formula One heritage, it's not known as a track to produce good racing, but that's largely due to how sensitive Formula One cars are to aero disturbance. So we shall see how sports car racing with a bit less aerodynamic dependence, cars being able to follow each other more closely, results in some good racing here.
Black 279, you are the only car we are waiting for. 1 minute of wait time, so please join the server ASAP.
All right, so things are starting to approach crunch time here, Luca. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this race. It's going to be massive. The first couple of laps around here, I think, will be a bit calm, but when the prototypes start catching up to the GT3s, that's where we're really going to start seeing some slicing and dicing. Everyone in the pits just waiting for the call to get out onto the starting grid, and we have a beautiful full field of cars here. I'm amazed at, we are waiting on a couple of cars to join the server, yes, but the amount that are already here, this is a solid grid.
Yeah, with 17 hypercars and 24 GT3s, 142 drivers in total racing in this round today. It's quite a big grid, so as you said, yeah, when the hypercars are gonna reach the first lapping of the GT3s, that's gonna get when it gets interesting, but my eyes are also gonna be inside of the hypercar classes with the qualifying session switching up a little. We see the Apex 1
then we will start. Safety car will
not having the
you,
greatest of qualifying, being around P6, so maybe there's gonna be some great battles in the hyperclass at the beginning as well.
Yeah, I'm certainly hoping for the same. If you're interested in the standings, of course, everyone in the stewards booth is in here in their Porsche 911s. They won't be making their way out on track, but they will be officiating, assigning penalties, etc. Everyone just waiting now for the call to make their way out onto the racing circuit and begin the 2 formation laps before the start of this race. We can talk a little bit about the standings while we get the run up here. So AOT Turtle Beach are the championship leaders in the prototype class, and they've had the most consistent results of all the prototypes. They won the 8 hours of Shanghai, second at the 6 hours of Hockenheim. The the Apex 1 prototypes, meanwhile, they've been suffering a little more. They've certainly been fast, and the 51 Apex 1 finished second in Shanghai with the 61 winning Hockenheim. But other than that, they've either finished low down in the points or they haven't finished at all.
Yeah, then going down as well with the Kisha Tamafia Corleone. Last time in Hockenheim, they were fighting up there for great positions until a mistake happened where they finished P7. But with Shanghai finishing P4, there's also showing that they have the pace. And then the third Apex one, the 71 car, with P6 and P5 after the 2 races, we might see them as well. Going for quite of a race today, but obviously long race. Stay
in your position. Safety car is now overtaking the field.
You gotta see who gets the pace, the race pace, the best in these 9 hours.
Indeed. Yeah, the 21 needed a little bit of a, whoa, hang on, not just yet. They got to wait for the safety car to get to the front of the line before everyone pulls away here. So we shall begin here with Pavel Malashevsky making his way around in the safety car to start off this race. 2 circuits of Istanbul Park before the official green flag. And while we have time, before we go through the grid, we'll briefly mention how things stand in GT3. The number 1 Apex 1 machine in the Mercedes is the leader. The cubic system number 31 is in second, and the gap is very close in GT3. In prototype, AOT Turtle Beach is on 56 points. Apex 161 is on 28 points. But in GT3, Apex 1 only enjoy an 8-point lead over Cubic System. So there's every chance that there's going to be a big change in the standings coming out of this round as we are going through the grid here. GLS PXN Racing number 42. And the number 71 Apex 1 car. The Apex 1 machines have not qualified well. They are starting a bit further down the field this round.
Yeah, talking about that qualifying session yesterday with the Apex 1 car of the 61 car. And in between the
279,
Apex
you will
1
be
sandwich,
able to regain the position. You should be in penultimate place in GT3, so you will be allowed to overtake 21.
As I was saying, with the 61 car having not the greatest of qualifying session, being down in P6, I believe that is, so gotta see how they can bring it round with a bit of competition up in front with the GLS PXN racing cars being third and fourth respectively. They're probably gonna give a big battle there, but also first pole position by Shigaka Sim Racing Dream Team in the hypercar. We're gonna see how they bring it round this track here as well. But obviously with the switch up of positions, the start of the race is nothing less but action.
Yeah, indeed. As we go through our GT3 field here, there's a bit of a difference between our two championship leaders in the GT class, Apex 1 and Cubic System. They are separated by 4 cars. Cubic System qualifying in 6th place for this round, with Apex 1 getting the class pole. We move further on down. Skigalka 1 Vision Endurance, Squadra Corsa Overcrest. These are the GT3 teams that have qualified a little bit further down in the field. We're in the GT3 midfield right now, checking out the 794. We're getting to the back now. Team Delta Infinite, Brawn GP Endurance. There's a few cars here that have taken reserve spots. Some of the regular teams have not been able to make it to this round due to either scheduling problems or not being allowed to compete thanks to penalty points. So we've gotten a few other teams in for this round. It'd be interesting to see where they stack up versus everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, with these the GT3 cars being different manufacturers altogether.
Car number 12, you will start from the back. Sorry, it's too late now.
Well, car number 12, I believe that is the Kirito Racing Esports cars, to start from the back. Not quite how they like it, but as I was saying, with these manufacturers being different, each car handling differently.
Retake the position, so 21.
Yeah, indeed. The Kirito Racing Esports car qualified in 2nd. So that's a big blow for these guys in the Lamborghini, one of the very few non-Polish teams in this field. There's only one non-Polish team in Prototype. There's a few more in GT3, but we're starting to get now to the end of the formation lap.
Double file, no overtaking, 80 kilometers per hour, and
all right, hold 80, and we'll get ready for this start, the 3rd round of Project Endurance Season 5. Pavel making his way back to the pit lane, and pit lane entry will be a point of contention in this round. Very tight indeed.
Yeah, getting out of that final chicane with the turn 12, 13 and 14 complex, with just out of turn 13 being the pit entry on the exit. If you go around the outside there and your opponent has to pit, that's not going to be fun to watch.
Certainly isn't. All right, let's gear things up now. All they got to do is negotiate the 3 hairpins at the end of the lap and they can go racing. The GT class, of course, giving plenty of space. There'll be 2 separate starts here for our 2 classes on board with the 99 as they make their way to the start-finish line. Get ready for the green flag, everybody. Project Endurance, round 3 of 2024 is just about to get going. Who will get the best jump off the line?
Green flag hypercar, green flag hypercar.
Green flag and hypercar, and SD1 Vision Esports will lead us away from pole position. AOT Turtle Beach, of course, getting into turn 1 first, being on that pole position, with the 51 Apex 1 challenging them for second coming into the first turn. Green flag for GT3 meanwhile, and it's going to be a big run here for FNLRT plus Apex 1 on their way into the turn here. Gently does it. It's a long, long race, and you need to be clean early on.
I've seen Apex 1 trying it for second place down here into turn 1, but quite not managing to do it. As we see OC Racing X Lopen against the 71 Apex 1 esports car going round the outside. Is it going to make the move stick? As great run from the OC car going into turn 8 now.
Here we go then, Kishita Mafia up the inside into turn 8. It's difficult to run side by side here in the same class, let alone trying to make your way through GT traffic. So the 99's been heavily compromised coming out of that turn. It's a very close battle between these prototypes, and taking advantage as the 71 Apex 1 entry. They're not able to make their way past on the exit.
Getting pushed wide, the Apex 1 car from against Lopen out of turn 10. Not quite what you want to do, as the grass there is gonna impede your speed. Oh, that's the number 149 PMO Endurance seems nearly spun out of turn 8. And that's another with the 21 AOT spun round.
Oh no, already dramas in the GT3 class here on lap 1, taking to the runoff area the bright yellow Lamborghini of Wojol Racing.pl. It's two Lamborghinis versus a Mercedes coming through what they like to call faux rouge, that kink on the back straight here at Istanbul, and trying to take advantage now is the second Lamborghini, the Mercedes, getting shuffled out of the way. The Woyol Racing team will try and hold the inside line for the penultimate corner, but they'll have to give this up at some point. Oh, compromise for the car in front. And they just managed to get through the final complex cleanly.
Yeah, between those two Lamborghinis and the Mercedes going into turn 12, nearly 3 wide. Didn't quite work for the AOT Turtle Beach guys. He's trying to make a look down into turn 1 off that Lamborghini. He pushed him a little wide. Gotta see what they can do now, as again up on front between the OC Racing car and Apex 1. These two have been battling out from turn 1. Gotta see who gets the better run there.
Yeah, still dramas in the GT3 pack. Meanwhile, this is further down in the field. Park Motorsport and the 907 as Midas Racing Black have come into the pits and overshot their pit box, so they're going to have to reverse back into it. I don't know if you're allowed to do that. The stewards might be seeing that happening and thinking, okay, we might have to start our work early in this race. WoyolRacing.pl, the bright yellow Lamborghini, still trying to keep all of these drivers behind them. The Grid Racing 794 just getting it done into turn 8 there. These guys are all battling further down in the GT3 field. Grid Racing trying to keep the PMO Endurance Team red car behind them. And we have the other Midas Lamborghini in chase. And here we go. Another move up the inside. And look at that, the Midas Lamborghini is going to have the run here. The two Mercedes tripping over each other.
Yeah, into turn 9. Great overtaking spot there. Now onto the backside. There's a car spun round. That's a 275 entry. The Mercedes out of turn 10. Not what you want to do, but now, down the inside. I believe that's a 775 Keisha to Mafia car on that Mercedes. Great move there. We're gonna defend that as well. The Mercedes is quite aggressive. Yeah, I believe that's a lifeless car of the Lamborghini, or second place, running a bit wide. These cars close together at the start of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Apex 1 have gotten a massive lead in GT3 right now, but the fighting's still going on here coming into turn 1. 3 Mercedes trying to make it 3 wide on the way in. They just managed to get themselves out. The Brawn GP Endurance Team, number 24, battling with Grid White Tigers and Grid Racing, actually both Grid Mercedes in this fight. Oh man, there's so much scrambling, and they'll want to try and sort themselves out early, because they got to get into their rhythm. Meanwhile, Apex One trying to go for second spot. There's a lock-up for the One Vision Esports machine coming into the third last corner, and Apex One will sneak up the inside at the last turn, but this is one of the corners where over-under works. Unfortunately, crowded out on the exit, One Vision not able to get back up the inside. So it looks to me like the number 51 Apex One entry will have this, and the 61's going to try and follow them through, but they lock up and go for a slide through the first turn.
Looks like he locked up the front left tire there into the downhill braking zone. Is the SD One Vision car gonna have a move maybe back into turn 4? We have to look at the leaderboard. It looks like they got back past around the outside, but the Apex 151 number trying it defensive for turn 5. Oh, not even a hair between these two drivers. Going now into, I believe that's turn 7 now. Hard on the brakes. Who's going to be later? Looks like the 51 car has the better grip advantage. Goes down the inside.
Has anyone told these drivers that it's a 9-hour race? We're racing like it's a 5-lap sprint at the moment. This is ridiculous. I'm loving it though. There's great action here in the opening laps of the 9 hours of Istanbul. We are only 4 minutes into the race and we've seen so much action.
Yeah, between the GT3s as well, the racing here has not calmed down a little into this 9-hour race. I believe that's down the inside, goes to the final corner, the Mercedes there. But yeah, this racing doesn't calm down. Also, with these cars so close to each other, no dirty air on these cars, all mechanical grip, no one loses out. But I believe now comes the lapping soon with the LMP2, so LMDH, so we're gonna see later on how we're gonna get past. I believe there's only one GT3 getting lapped and up in front.
Yeah, well, now we're going to start to see it here as, oh no, the Midas Racing black car has had further problems. We saw that car in the pits just a few moments ago. It seems like they're having some stability issues as we check in on the second of our Midas Racing cars briefly. The battle for second is still on. It's now the battle for third, really. Apex One number 61 versus SD1 Vision Esports coming through the opening sector of the track. Looks like the Apex One car is a bit more aggressive on entry, and despite poor runs into the corners, SD1 Vision is getting it done on the exit, which is where it really counts on a track like this. You know, it's fast, it's flowing, there's so many big acceleration zones onto long straights. The 71 Apex One car, meanwhile, is embroiled in this fight with the Kishita Mafia Corleone and the Petronas Cintium Sim Dream team up ahead in the battle for fifth. A long train of cars behind these guys.
Yeah, it's sad to see that SD1 Vision Esports car losing out a few positions. OC Esports goes trying down the inside into turn 9. Is he gonna make the move down on the Kisha car? Side by side through turn 10. Who gets a better run down the straight? Bit of contact, touching each other out of the exit. It looks like the OC Racing car has the better exit, but the Kisha car having the inside line, and now I believe that's a GLS PXN car as well, going 3 wide into turn 12. Now it brakes earlier, does the GLS car. Boy, yeah, the OC Racing now on the inside.
Yeah, wisely backing out of that one. You know, if you're embroiled in a battle like this and you see those guys ahead of you racing as hard as they are, probably for the best to go like, okay, I'm not going to go for it. Meanwhile, this is the battle in GT3, Race Spot Academy versus Skigalka One Vision Endurance, trying their hardest to sort themselves out and get some consistent running in the opening stint of the 9 hours of Istanbul. There's the advantage for the Royal Racing.pl Lamborghini, and wide for the Mercedes. They're going to sneak up the inside, but this is one of those corners where if you're on the outside line, you generally get the better exit, and it's a very bad exit for the Royal Racing.pl car, having to give it up to the next Mercedes.
The AOT Turtle Beach car going through turn 8, but now our eyes behind, as I believe the LMP2s are, LMDHs are right on with the GT3 pack, as Midas Racing again has a mistake through turn 9. There we go. Apex One having to cut this way through the GT3 pack, through turn 8 we saw. And AOT Turtle Beach looks like having the better racing, as the cars right up in front, fighting as well. Oh, really close.
Yeah, that's the exit compromised a bit. This is the first piece of real traffic that the prototype field's gotten, and now Apex One is taking advantage, threading the needle up the inside of the kink on the back straight, turn 11 here at Istanbul. Meanwhile, the sister Apex One car, the 71, trying to keep Petronius Cintium SD team behind them. They want to make this move. There's a bang of the wheels on the way in, and Apex One is sent wide. But now there's not going to be much chance of making a move. They're going to have to work their way through this GT3 pack first. Try and get past as many cars as you can down the start-finish straight.
Just having a look on those gaps, they diminish and increase as well. Some cars getting the better exit on those GT3s, but some cars losing out. I believe the 61 car getting past this SOC racing car round, turn 1. Oh, I saw on the data, and that's also the one car round.
Oh no. Wow, those are the two of our heavy hitters in the prototype class that have come a cropper at the first turn. I think traffic might have been involved in that. This is quite a chaotic start to the race, and they'll likely both have damage, trying to work their way past the Park Motorsport number 97, and they do it without too much fuss, but man, that's a big hit to these drivers very early on in the race.
That BMW with the yellow top was the P4 driver, but now losing out, I believe now going down to 12th position. 14th as well for the SD1 drivers, as the Apex 151 car now has his eyes out on the Turtle Beach car now being that was the last of the lapping cars, as I believe Midas Racing having a bit of issues this race. There's a 4th spin I believe now already, but with this racing into 9 hours, I don't believe the drivers will make it till the end.
No, certainly not. This is a bit more action than I was expecting for an endurance race. We keep our eyes on Race Spot Academy trying to make their way past the AOT Turtle Beach Mercedes as one of the Apex One prototypes tries to make their way through on these guys. This is where the acceleration of the prototypes comes to the fore. Meanwhile, SD1 Vision and OC Racing Lopen trying to find their way back up the field. They were in the top 10 solidly in prototype at the start of this lap. It is now the end, and they have to try and work their way forward. They've got a bit of a gap to the next prototype, around about 2.8 seconds. It's not going to be easy to make up that gap. We've got so much just ebbing and flowing throughout this field.
And we also have to look at the GT3 pack, as with this lapping there is going to be some switching positions there as well, as we see here the battle for 4th in the LMDHs as well, and the battle for 16th. There's no, the Watcher Racing team locking up, nearly going into the rear, avoiding the car and spinning it round, being last in the LMDHs class. But looking at this battles, we have to look at the positions in the GT3s, who can compromise and who gets the best run out of those cars, as here we see the PMO Endurance Racing cars only 6 times up behind the OC Lifeless car, the blue. I believe that's Sharky, the Lamborghini up ahead. Gotta see what they can bring here.
Yes, as big, big dive for the prototypes here. Pro Endurance team having just made their way into the top 10 thanks to the issues for SD1 Vision and OC Racing Lopen. Now they're facing off against the Skigalka Sim Racing Dream Team with a better run for the number 16, and it looks like just getting on the brakes a little earlier for Pro Endurance team, recognizing that this team is looking aggressive and it's probably best placed to follow them through this pack. That's probably going to be the goal for a lot of the prototype field here. They're not so much interested in building a gap. They're just trying to get through the GT3s while the pack and while the field is still compressed. Give it another half an hour or so and we'll see some space.
As OC Racing is trying to get back to the position they were back at, now fighting the Park Motorsports BMW. As we see the OC Racing car now handling the traffic a little better after that mistake 2 laps before. We're gonna see now how the drivers react with the unpredictableness of these GT3s, but it looks like they're not as aggressive anymore with the overtakes, as we see the number 16 entry down the outside out of turn 6 is not quite managing it. And now to
Yellow
turn
turn
8,
right,
it doesn't look like there are any
stationary
GT3 cars up ahead
outside
anymore.
of the track.
Okay, a little announcement from the race director there as the Midas Racing black
Stay there,
car
it's not clear
has
yet.
certainly not had a good time. Seems like they keep getting stuck in the runoff areas, and if that continues, they might have to just ask the car to tow back to the pits or call a safety car and allow them to get back in. But we aren't seeing a full course yellow just yet. We're going to give them the chance to get back up to speed. But man, you got to feel for the drivers in the Midas Racing black Lamborghini. It has not been a good start to this race.
Yeah, I mean, between these GT3s, Carl, the last place GT3 are having issues, I believe, with the car. It just doesn't look like this quite working. But the battle for fourth between these, between the Apex 1 car and the Petronas Infam SD team is still raging on. It doesn't look like it's going too aggressive anymore. Having accepted that the 9 hours are longer than expected, the battles have started to calm down, more following than overtaking, as I believe the Lamborghini here showed us opposite the Squadra course racing, getting overtaken there. We're gonna see now later on the race calms down a little, and maybe some strategy plays with aggressiveness also starting to have a play now.
Yeah, looks like the prototype field has largely cleared the GT3s, and now each of our classes can get back to their own battles. This fight for fourth has been unleashed once more with a clear track. But you see just how far ahead the 51 Apex 1 entry is ahead of these two. The number 71 will certainly be wanting to join their compatriots who currently occupy the last 2 places on the podium. Now, AOT Turtle Beach in the lead. They were looking under threat from Apex 1 when the GT traffic became a thing, but now that they're clear of it, it looks to me like they're holding on a bit more comfortably, as that's deep for Petronas Centium, and that will allow Apex 1 through. They're trying to cut across the front of them, but there was still a bit of overlap, and oh dear, they will sort themselves out. All right, it looks like the 175 realized that the battle was probably over, as these two are still going at it. OC Racing Lopen trying to work their way past One Vision Esports. This is a very tight fight. They got the Park Motorsport 97 to contend with as well. Meanwhile, here's Sharky trying to make a move on Royal Racing.
As I've been corrected, the name is Jaws of the Lamborghini, going round the outside of turn 12 of the yellow Royal Racing team car. Are they gonna make it? The left blinker being on, showing just how aggressive it is. I believe winking this way. It's gonna be a down and under out of the final corner. Who gets a better run? I believe the OC Racing guy getting the better exit there into turn 1 with the slipstream effect as well. Who's gonna be braver on the brakes?
Jaws trying to make their way through on the inside, but the Royal Racing car is supreme with more speed carried through the corner. So Lamborghini versus Lamborghini will continue for a few more turns here, but man, this car is looking aggressive. The 98 almost tapping Morse code on the rear of the 666.
Yeah, it looks like the Royal Racing car is not backing out, even with that aggressive Shark car behind. They aren't getting quite intimidated yet with this much time on the clock. They're not going to push too hard, as the harder you push, the less tire life you have at the end of the race, as we don't know what the stints look like yet, but probably looking out to we have the longer runs and maybe the safer strategy as well. See, there's a bit of squirm between the LMDHs and the GT3s, a bit of contact as well. Now we see that I believe this is the number 21 Mercedes having issues there, the FNL car with the LMDHs, but getting a bit of gap now to the other GT3s.
Yeah, indeed, and well, they're going to have to reassess now that the prototypes have made their way through. The 81 Team Delta Infinite entry as well in P7 and prototypes still keeping it consistent, and it's been a nice consistent race from the majority of our prototype field. GT3, it's another story. There's been plenty of hard racing, particularly between these two Lamborghinis. The race isn't even 20 minutes in, and we're seeing these very intense battles. These guys are trying to chase down the 41 Mercedes ahead of them of AOT Turtle Beach, and looks like the Race Spot Academy car, I think actually is the car that they're chasing. It seems like they disappeared from the timing screen for just a couple of moments. Check back in with SD1 Vision. Looks like they've managed to build a gap over the 99, and they are chasing down Park Motorsport here, who's stuck behind a Mercedes in turn 8, and they get forced wide.
Yeah, as you said, that's the turn 8, the long left-hander. That's not the S Division 1, probably taking a penalty. They're slowing down, not risking to get any more penalty points. As we saw, one team already getting disqualified for penalty points, racking up with such a race start. The penalty points will go to the roof as we gotta wait. We saw that they left and broke out of turn 8. To not cause them too much of a collision, but going wide was the Mystic Visual team. But now back again with the GT3s, a few fights still going on. Now there's a battle for 31st between the 275 car and the 79. Mercedes versus the Lamborghini. Who has the better car and who has the better setup as well? Thinking here, I believe there's a three-way battle as well with the third Mercedes up in front.
Yeah, you got to take into account the layout of the cars as well. The Lamborghini mid-engine rear-wheel drive, the Mercedes more of a front mid-engine car. So there's a bit more weight over the front wheels in the Mercedes, and sometimes having a front-engine rear-wheel drive layout can work. But oh no, that is big drama. The Midas racing car getting into the 794 grid racing machine. That is massive. Just too much curb on the exit of the corner.
Full course yellow, full course yellow.
That's the grass and the asphalt that switches between. There's a full course yellow now on track. Are we gonna see maybe first strategy calls? I believe these cars can run for up to 1.5 hours each. So if now is a strategy call, I believe it's just for maybe a fuel up or nothing more, but it doesn't look like yet. We're gonna wait now as it calms down, maybe picking up a bit of thoughts now that the action has calmed, as the Focus Yellow is gonna end soon.
Yeah, alright, so 20 minutes into the 9 hours of Istanbul, and we have our first full course yellow of the race. This is an opportunity for drivers further down the field to make their way into the pits and maybe top up the fuel tank if they are near pit lane. But we'll have to wait and see on that front. Of course, the GTs can go about an hour on a full tank of fuel. The prototypes running about anywhere from 40 to 50 minutes, depending on their fuel usage. Full course yellow has ended, and we are back to racing. We do have a couple of cars in the pits. Of course, no surprise to see. One of them is the 794. But the Move Center Sim Racing Dream car, who was, I believe, in and around that battle, is also having made their way through, back out onto the racetrack. Let's see if they can avoid issues from here on out. Meanwhile, 13th and 14th in prototype, both Park Motorsport and OC Racing Lopen have had plenty of dramas here. The SD1 Vision Esports car as well. It seems like it's a battle for not just who wants to finish 13th, but who can make the least mistakes in this pack.
As here with the OC Racing car nicknamed Snappy, the two cars having liveries according to animals. Are they gonna get that P13? Again, a bit of traffic up ahead. OC Esports have been running strong with just a few mistakes, sadly pulling them down a little on positions, but the pace on this car just looks up there as again back on the rear diffuser of that Park Motorsport car going into turn 7 is maybe gonna be a slip with the slipstream, maybe a bit of a move, maybe doesn't look like it. Wow, these cars really fast here. We're gonna see how the drivers handle it as well. And gonna now, with that turn 8 corner here, can they catch something? Dirty Air more prone to these LMDH cars.
Yeah, they do have a bit more sensitivity to aerodynamics. The battle for 9th place. I tell you what, the 9th place battle was huge at Shanghai, and it looks like it's building up to be the same here. Skigalka Sim Racing Dream Team, Pro Endurance Team here on screen right now, and SD1 Vision Esports behind them. Yeah, it's interesting to see that the SD1 Vision car is up near this battle now. They must have gained a lot of time back when we weren't looking. Regardless, still going to be very intense as OC Racing tries up the inside of Park Motorsports, but again, it's the outside line pretty much where you want to be. Straighter exit, earlier power out, more traction down the straight.
Looks like the line there through there is just better, as OC Racing is having issues with locking up through turn 1, sliding through there, compromising the exit speed through these complex of corners here. But it doesn't look like they're losing too much time, as the slipstream effect on these BMWs is just really strong with this big wings, with this arrow. Gonna see what the setup work does. Who has set up the car better for this long stints with these with this long time, where the setup works better with fresher tires or maybe used tires. As here's also a battle. AOT Turtle Beach on Race Spots Academy down the inside, maybe into turn 12. Who's brave on the brakes?
It's the number 41, it looks like, but they have to give room. Race Spot Academy trying to come back at them, but it looks like AOT Turtle Beach might just get it here on the exit. No, they run into the AstroTurf, and that's the over-under move I was talking about before. Race Spot Academy will now try into turn 1. Unlike the prototypes, these GTs have anti-lock brakes, so they don't have to worry about locking up into the turns here, and it looks like they'll just get the position right back.
That over and under move into the final corner. You said that the outside line works there. It worked greatly for the Race Sports Academy car, but now again comes the second time lapping with the leaders having gone through now as well. Gotta see again, this time the pack being a bit more bigger between these cars. We gotta see who handles it better now. Who has the eyes more up in front, more on the mirrors. But if you drive there, it's a bit of internet issues going inside there. That's the GLS PXN, gonna have to fix it soon. And also gonna be a big incident involving this car.
Oh yeah, you almost spoke it into existence there, Luca, and I think that might just do it. Oh wow. Yeah, that's not nice to look at, and I certainly wouldn't want to be the driver of the 891 right now, because that would be very disconcerting at these speeds.
Alien activity has come down here in Turkey between on the 42 car, but it looks like it's been fixed now. But back eyes on the OC Racing team. Now 2 cars up ahead as well, battling the AOT Turtle Beach car racing sim spots. That helps greatly the OC Racing car for this battle, as obviously while you battle you lose a lot of time, and the Lamborghini has got the eyes now on P22 overall.
Yeah, the 98 has been very aggressive under brakes. You can see it right there. Look at how much ground they made up. They are using those tires to their full effect. All of the GT3s currently on the hard compound tire, and that's what we'd expect. You want to try and just minimize tire pit stops early on in the race. We might see them go to the medium compound later on, depending on how things go, but it's looking unlikely with how many high load corners are around this track. Don't want to be burning through them, as it's yet another problem for the Midas Racing Black Lamborghini. Slow coming through the final couple of corners. Will they go for the pits? Remains to be seen, but here we go. The OC Racing Lamborghini is starting to make some moves, just making their way past Race Spot Academy as one of the Apex 1 prototypes arrives on the scene.
Yeah, well, with this GT3s and LMDH, look at the grid here. You see just how switched up they are between these two classes. I believe that is the Petronas Simfilm car trying to bring the car around the OC Racing and Race Sports Academy car, but is the Mercedes going to have a better run through turn 8? Which car has more downforce, and which one can handle this long left-hander better, as the LMDHs have to find a way through as well, with not too many problems. It looks like the Mercedes got a better run out the exit, getting the slipstream off the LMDH, down the inside into turn 9. Who is brave on the brakes? It looks like it's the Lamborghini, but the outside line here being better for the exit, but being careful not to go too wide, as we saw a spin there already. As now with the slipstream effect, and the LMDH is fighting their way past as well. Who's braver as well with the gas pedal? There's a big crash up ahead.
Oh yeah, that's pretty massive. There's three cars involved in this one. Oh, the Midas Racing Lamborghini's one of them. FNL RT, I think, made contact with them, and the Team Delta Infinite prototype as well. They were running down in 7th place.
6, 5.
That must be really infuriating for that LMDH with incidents there, but between the GT3s as well.
Oh,
I believe there's some penalties now coming out, but the Pro Endurance team going into the pit lane, I believe, going for their first stop. You said about the fuel tank going only for 40 to 50 minutes. With this full Corsellos, they might take again an advantage here as OC Racing X Lerpen as well, with the last three running of the LMDH car going into the pit lane.
Yeah, good opportunity for these prototypes to make their way in over the full course yellow. They'll lose less track position to the cars ahead, but we're going back to green flag racing while these cars are still taking their stops. We're going to have to wait a while to see the knock-on effects of that, but yeah, oh man, what a big incident that was. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see exactly what caused it, but considering the Midas Racing Lamborghini was involved, I get the feeling they might have been the key car in the incident.
Let's see who now gains the most time out of this full Corsello restart. It looks like here, I believe we're looking at the Lamborghini of I can't really see the number. I believe there was 4 up the positions there, but it looks like the second Mercedes behind getting a better run. Now up ahead between the CS1 Vision Esports car who pitted and the Lopen car who pitted. It was a Grid White Tigers Mercedes and the Squadra Corsa Lamborghini we've been looking before. We know the Mercedes here has a better run through turn 8 and the exit. Maybe gaining can get the advantage there. So an overtake for P5. P6, I believe, between the GLS PXN Racing and the Kisha Mafia car.
Oh no! Spin for the OC Racing 98 Lamborghini. That car was doing so well. Right in the midst of all of those intense battles in GT. And wow, yeah, I don't know how that spin happened for them, but it's a big hit. AOT Turtle Beach will continue to try and keep cars behind them, now up into 4th place. The 5th place car here, the 996 Lexus. The Lexus did not have any balance of performance changes, as we see side by side here between Mercedes and Lamborghini. The 99 prototype is just going to have to stay behind here, let these drivers fight amongst themselves, or will they? They're just going to dive up the inside and say, no, thank you very much. I'll take advantage of your battling and move on through. There were some balance of performance changes. The Mercedes and the Lamborghini both had weight added to them before this round, so the drivers are having to deal with a bit more mass to sling around.
As this is a battle here between the Bronze GP Endurance and the Viasa Interstellar Midas car as well. We gotta see if the Mercedes has the better run on the Lamborghini, but here again, the LMDH is just cutting the way through, a bit dangerously as well, switching from outside to inside. You don't really want to see that, but it looks like the GT3s are pretty predictable and not moving too erratic, and doesn't look like there's been many incidents between LMDHs and GT3s after the first couple laps. And now we're gonna see here between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes through turn 8. Who has the better run into turn 9? This is a slipstream effect. He's looking for the inside line, the number 20 car down the inside, braver on the brakes. Nice move.
Yeah, very nice move indeed. Consolidated and took it, but the Mercedes will get a better run out of the corner. That's the issue with trying to make a pass into turn 9. You have to basically negotiate a chicane on your way out, and now they'll try and take advantage of the slipstream, will the Lamborghini. PMO Endurance team obviously having a lot of fun out there as the Lamborghini tries diving up the inside yet again, but will the Mercedes have it? No, it won't, just lets them go. Now has to face off against the Grid White Tigers entry, which evidently has had a couple of problems in the race so so far. They're trying to catch up to the Voyol Racing Lamborghini in overall 24th there. You can't miss it. It's that bright yellow Lamborghini at the front of the pack. But yeah, with the amount of hard racing that's going on between this trio, it's going to be difficult to catch up.
As OC Racing getting a better run out of turn 1 between the number 17 SD1 Vision Esports car. Who has the better run into turn 3? I believe this is going down the inside. Does OC Racing? Yeah, they're gonna get the grip advantage here. It does look like they're still quite on pace with the grip, but looks like OC Esports going down the inside through this complex of corners.
Yeah, OC, of course, one of the cars that came into the pits under that full course yellow. Oh, okay. Easy does it. Little deep there for the SD1 Vision car, almost getting collected by the GT3 battle between Grid Racing and PMO. They sort themselves out into turn 8. But, yeah, that's yet another disadvantage for SD1 Vision. It's a shame because they're looking like one of the faster cars out there. Where did they qualify? It was, yeah, they started in second spot in prototype. So yeah, it's been a real tough race for them so far, but there's plenty of time for them to gain it back. Speaking of who's second right now, Apex won, and they are very close to AOT Turtle Beach, the prototype championship leaders.
As a battle here for the lead now between these two cars. We saw the 51 car being very aggressive in the beginning laps with overtakes, being way more confident in this car than many other drivers. Are they more confident than the AOT Turtle Beach car going out of turn 10? It looks like the AOT Turtle Beach car has the better exit advantage on that setup, but it does look like the Apex 1 car just has more grip than many of those other cars. Here's a battle for 26th. Between the Grid Right Tigers and the PMO car. Going to turn 1, the two Mercedes quite there on pace as well. No one has the advantage as now they're reaching some lapped cars. The Park Motorsport versus the Mystic Royal team, who gets also a bit of squirming there with the GT3s. Who gets the P10 position there? A lot of battles again happening 40 minutes into this race.
Yeah, and it looks like the 51 Apex 1 is starting to turn up the pace here. They were 4/10 faster on the previous lap than AOT Turtle Beach. There's plenty of pace in the number 51 right now, but AOT Turtle Beach qualified on pole position. They know this track well. They have set up their car perfectly for it. They just need to try and fend off the pressure.
Also, with a long race like this, the consistency is half the battle, and with many of these drivers you see, they're having to fight that.
Green.
That's into turn 8.
Ooh.
There's a yellow flag into turn 8. That's the PMO racing car, the Grid Right Tigers, getting that position in the end with their mistake. That's gonna cost greatly in this battle for later on in the race. The AOT Turtle Beach car. Talking about them going into the battle here between the GT3s, no one gets the better run through there between the LMDHs.
Yeah, looks like they're just in lockstep right now, trying to stake their claim for the race lead in the first hour of this 9-hour race. And Apex 1 didn't get the best of exits, but they're sticking in the slipstream. That's crucial. If they feel they need to, they have the opportunity to save a bit of fuel in the slipstream of AOT Turtle Beach here.
It looks like the AOT Turtle Beach car has been more set up for straight lane speed, as this track has a lot of straights, while the Apex 1 car more for corner speed. As you see in the corner, just how close they get, but on the exit, just losing out a lot. In the Sector 1, the Apex 1 car might have an advantage, but going out of Sector 2 into Sector 3, that's where the AOT Turtle Beach car just has that advantage. We're gonna see long and more into this race, which setup plays out more, as at the beginning part of this race, it's still difficult to see as the battling still goes on between these two drivers.
Yeah, who gets the better run here? Turn 8 is going to be the big tell in terms of performance between those cars, as the Team Delta Infinite car has just made their way past the Voyol Racing prototype, the 665, and seems like 81 has worked themselves out nicely there. Meanwhile, Park Motorsport defending that 10th place from the Mystic Royale team. They were behind last time we looked at them, and they are still behind now. Will they be in front by the time we flick away? They won't be. GLS PXN Racing taking 6th spot back from Kisita Mafia Corleone there as they make their way through the GT3 pack.
Yeah, it looks like these two are fighting here between the Mercedes also fighting. It looks like that they lost a lot of time. The Keisha was up ahead before that. Now the GLS taking that spot back, but now with a clean air up ahead, it doesn't look like there are a lot of cars. Just them two, and the next car is 2 corners up ahead, so a lot of free air for them. That's a Warhol race. That's not Warhol. That's a sim racing Green Team car round.
Yeah, number 16, evidently either a mistake or contact through turn 8 has put them down the order again. And they'll be fighting their way back into the top 10, I'm sure. The lead, meanwhile, there hasn't been much change for it, but AOT Turtle Beach has started to get some pace back. There's some GT3 traffic through these corners. Will they be able to get past them and lose as little time as they need? As more fighting, this time for 14th. OC Racing Lopen trying to get past the Pro Endurance Team 157. Now, the Pro Endurance Team car also pitted under the full course yellow, so these guys will be racing hard for the next 40 to 50 minutes. That's a very early liftoff there for the Pro Endurance Team car. The 99 will flick its way through into the final couple of corners and maybe take advantage of some clear air.
It looks like OC Racing gaining back on their pace advantage, but it looks like OC Racing just struggling with race pace as the Lexus here goes running outside. The first time we see a Lexus fighting this race out of the Motorsport Esport 24 car overtaking the Warhol Racing now, going into closer to the Race Sports Academy car as the battle here for first now. The Apex 1 car going down the inside into turn 9, into the turn 12. Who's braver on the brakes and who has more grip? Into the final corners, the outside line going for AOT Turtle, but the Apex 1 earlier into the corner gets the run now. Does AOT Turtle Beach get a run back with the slipstream and the speed layer and speed advantage, but looks like getting a messy exit there. Apex 1 now has to look to run away, as if they're not far enough into sector 3, Turtle Beach might have a chance.
So there you go, first change for the lead overall in this race. Keep our eyes peeled on the GT3 battle as well. Race Spot Emeritus trying to find their way past the FNL RT Mercedes. Remember, we saw this car, I think, spun off this section of the circuit here, hard on the defense. They don't want to let these guys by. They might have some dramas when they come around the corner. No, telltale puff of smoke, but doesn't seem like there's been much drama there. Pro Endurance Team, meanwhile, we saw them having a fight earlier, and it looks like SD1 Vision Esports will find their way through. SD1 Vision have gotten their pace back after a very poor run of laps here.
Yeah, with that mistake at the opening laps, they have to bring something back if they want to get good position for the championship battle as well. But between that and the Pro Endurance Team, we gotta see just how they bring it round. It looks like that the SD1 Vision car is just quite a bit faster, but gotta see if they manage to catch back into to OC Racing X Lopen car, as we seen them fighting it up ahead for P5 before.
SD1 Vision are driving away from these guys now, but the next few GT3s they come up on might change things there. Looks like that battle is over for the time being, unless there's another mistake for SD1 Vision, who have it all ahead of them. Meanwhile, looks like a bit more of a gap now for the 222 FNL RT car. They were good on the defense. They make way for the OC Racing 99. we're starting to get to the point now where the GT3 teams will be thinking about their first pit stops. We're definitely getting into the territory of our first prototype pit stops for fuel. Remember what I said, about 40 to 55 minutes or thereabouts is how long a prototype can go on a fuel stint. It's about an hour and 5 to 10 minutes for the GTs. So everyone will be looking at their fuel numbers, trying to figure out where they can come out. Everyone is going to be hoping for some clear air.
Right, with the GT3s now, it looks like the gaps have opened up a little between, I believe we're now on the Lexus. Lexus into turn 8. We got a, looks like that's the only Lexus car, the Motorsport, a 24 PL car, losing out a little onto Race Sports Academy. The Mercedes having a bit of a wiggly stunt, as they've gotten faster laps here and there, but then it's losing time other laps. But looks like they're more consistent than the Motorsport 24 car, as now we see the leading GT3, the Apex 1 championship leader as well, with a 3-second gap to Cubic Systems, who are not that far behind. One small mistake with the LMDHs or all together might make the championship battle here for the win interesting, as we see here Squadra Corsa versus the Warhol Racing into the final corner. Is the yellow car gonna do something?
Yeah, that is the question. Interesting that that GT3 lead battle. Cubic System, remember, started in 6th place in GT3, and they are 2nd in the championship. They've made their way up to P2 in GT3, which is a fantastic first stint for Cubic System. And with the pace they have, you never know. They might be able to threaten Apex 1 in the later stages. But speaking of threatening, this number 20 Squadra Corsa car trying and trying again on the Royal Racing PL car. They have to make way for the SD1 Vision prototype. And it looks like space is given, exit slightly compromised for the LMDH. And what that hasn't done is compromise the 666 here. They're holding on to that position beautifully.
If a Cubic System brings something today, that might be the first win of the season for them as well. But with the gap, it jumps around the 4 to 3 second mark. We gotta see what Apex. It looks like they've done a mistake there, as it's gone down to 1.3 seconds. We are seeing there up in front as well, as I believe there's some lapping as well between the LMDHs. I believe that's now the battle for 20 seconds between the Race Sports Academy, Mercedes and the Lexus Motorsport 24. Are they going to have a look down into straight lane, into the turn 12? Who has more straight lane speed? Now that the LMDHs, I believe that's that's the Park Motorsport car going past. Who's going to be brave on the brakes? I believe there's a LMDH on the inside there, so no move there. Can the Lexus do something? We know that the Lexus has a bit more speed, but the Mercedes has a bit more consistency. But now in this part, this pace is what matters more.
Yeah, no balance of performance changes for the Lexus. They have no extra weight to carry, so they are looking nice and quick as oh no.
Full course yellow, full course yellow.
AOT Elmar full course yellow is coming out in just a few moments as the Mercedes gets back up to speed there. That looks like, yeah, backstretch on the run up to the final turns. There might have been a coming together with a prototype trying to make it a little bit too tight through that corner. The Kirito Racing Esports car, remember, the number 12 started in last spot, and they've been steadily working their way along in this race, but they are still running quite down in the GT3 field, as we see plenty of our GT3 runners make their way in for their first pit stop under the full course yellow. One of them is the Voyal Racing 666. So now they are going to be slightly off sequence compared to everyone else. Altogether, it looks like about half of our GT3 field pitted under that full course yellow.
Yeah, so we're gonna see now which strategy works better with the undercut, with the earlier pit stop, or maybe the later stop. We gotta see maybe if the more used tires, if the setup comes into play now, as well as great racing guys do say, if you set up a car, you have to set it up as well for used tires and less fuel loads where the car is lighter. If you put earlier, you might not have the advantage of the lesser fuel load, but with the fresher tires, I think that puts it back up to battle there. I believe now it's a battle here, the 275 Mercedes versus the Lamborghini up ahead into turn 8. Who is better with this corner speed out of the exit? We know the Mercedes is just better through there into the entry of turn 9. We know that moves here might happen. Down the inside goes the Mercedes. Will they have a better run on the straight now? Lamborghini goes earlier on the accelerator with that slipstream. We know the Lamborghini got that straight lane speed towards the Mercedes. Are they gonna have him look back again, back at it, going down the inside before turn 12 even starts? Turn 11, they have to lift a little. What's happening there? Both lift. No one wants to go ahead into the corner.
Yeah, that's weird. Might be internet latency as well, giving us a, oh, okay, no. You don't want to try up the inside there, especially when the Lamborghini is going to be taking the line. Both of those cars have lost a ton of time, and the Mercedes, recognizing that they were at fault for that incident, readdressed the position. So I think that might lessen any penalty they may or may not get from the stewards here. But yeah, I think even now, an hour into the race, I think everyone just needs to calm down a little bit. This is a very long race. There's still a lot to go.
As Cubic System is about 1 second behind Apex 1, lapping the same class as well. Interesting to see before between the two drivers not wanting to go ahead into this final section of with the corners. I don't know what was happening there. I believe there's some strategy play and you don't want to be up ahead there, maybe for the main straight, but we're gonna keep eyes on Cubic System. There's now under half a second behind Apex 1. As we also see a battle here for 13th between the OC Racing and Warhol Racing LMDH with a bit of traffic into turn 9, I believe this is. No, turn 12 into this. Going down the inside. Nicely done, having the grip advantage.
Yeah, the Royal Racing car here is one of the prototypes that hasn't pitted yet. Remember, OC Racing 99 pitted under the full course yellow before last, and they've been out there for 11 laps now. I think we're about to see the majority of our prototype field work their way into the pits. But yeah, you're right. The gap briefly fell quite substantially for the GT3 lead. Apex 1 still holding on versus Cubic System, but it's going to be a tough fight between them. Remember, they're not just fighting for the race lead, they are fighting for the GT3 championship lead.
Yeah, they're really close together. Only 7 points, 8 points between these two. So any win, any position change might help them, as Apex 1 has the disadvantage in its points with getting P3 and Hockenheim. If they win now, they might get a 1-3-1. But if Cubic System wins, that's going to be 2-2-1. It might be on the long run better. Maybe if at the end equal on points, Cubic System might get the better chance there with the better positions. But it looks like Apex 1 just handling the traffic here better than Cubic System, while also thinking about these leaders. They have to handle their own class traffic better, more, as with the class classes. As there's a car round in the back. That's the Mystic Rojo Racing team. They were fighting for P8, no?
Yeah, they were, and they're having troubles getting back going again. Take care. Don't go back onto the racing line when you're recovering the car. That's a blind corner, the last turn here at Istanbul. Fortunately, they've gotten back up to speed, and I don't think they've suffered too much damage, but they have to give up at least one place there to Team Delta Infinite. 10 seconds now. The gap that Team Delta Infinite enjoys to the next car. It's one of the machines that's been steadily trying to work back from an incident earlier. We are only 9 minutes away from the first hour of this race being complete, and it feels like there's been enough action so far to, you know, be spread out over at least 4 hours, let alone one.
Yeah, we're gonna now watch on the OC Racing X Open car. They have pitted under the first full Costello. They might have now the advantage with the tires. All our leading LMDHs have yet still to pit, as it looks like the Mr. Groho team having a bit of issues with traffic there. As OC Racer goes down the inside into turn 9. Are they gonna have to move stick as looking up a little there, sliding with the left side tires? It looks like they gained a position there. Are they now eyes up ahead for the Team Delta Infinite car, who also is handling a bit of traffic. But eyes on OC Racing as they have the better tire advantage to the cars around them.
Yep, Albrecht and Brady in that machine, and they've got a lot left to do here. Remember, they're off sequence to the rest of the prototypes, coming up on the Midas Racing Lamborghini that we've seen in the runoff area a few times today. They worked their way past cleanly. It looks like that car's gotten some consistency now, which is good to see. That GT3 circulating without much incident. But yeah, the run through turn 8 was really what defined this battle here. The Mystic Royal team were not able to keep up the mid-corner speed with a GT3 on the racing line in the most difficult corner on the track. And this 99 here was right there to take advantage, but they got to be careful working their way through GT3 traffic in the first sector here. It's very twisty indeed, but they find their way through, and now they can try and catch up further to Team Delta Infinite, but the pressure is on here. The 731 chasing. This is such an intriguing battle between these prototype teams.
Yeah, as a racing driver, while cutting through traffic, your eyes are also up ahead for your rival. As you see, Mr. Royal team turning a bit early into the final section of turn 8, nearly cutting the corner there. Also careful, but looking up ahead, you see the OC Racing car getting closer to the Team Delta Infinite. I believe just a few laps away for that battle, as the leading car has pitted. Not leading car, second place car has pitted. We're gonna see now how Apex One responds to this strategy call. If they respond soon or maybe go for the later run, as looking more behind, and they see no other cars in the pit lane.
Increased drastically, so try to get that down also, drivers.
As I believe there's a car for the 107, 117, I heard having a bit of issues with the Delta, but now eyes up ahead, the Braun GP 22 car versus looking at the leaderboards. It is the Braun G24 car versus the 49 PMO, who pitted just on the second full Costello. Goes down the inside, the Braun GP, and they're nearly managing to do that. Difficult corner to overtake here around turn 7. Now into turn 8, side by side is not really recommended through this long corner, as the GT3 is really pushed to the edge through this complex of corners. But it looks like the Braun GP car has backed out a little, maybe having a look down the line here, down this long straight after turn 9.
Yeah, they'll have to focus on the exit, but they can't do that because there's a prototype that's decided to make its presence known here. It compromises the car ahead, and now the slipstream is on for Braun GP. Will they be able to get it done here at the hairpin at the end of the lap? They got another prototype to look out for, though. Which side is the prototype going to go? Probably right-hand side. Yep, there we go. That looks like the number 17. That's just made their way past, as that is very deep, almost Verstappening it through that corner, but the number 24 has gotten the position.
Gonna look now if maybe the other Mercedes may get a better run through this main straight. Now it looks like with the camera that the Mercedes getting closer, the 49 PMO car. Down to turn 1, it looks like now the Braun GP has enough of a gap to follow the LMDHs a little with their slipstream effect, helping the GT3s. Obviously, if you're up ahead, you might not have that handicap often, but when you have it, you have to use it when you get that opportunity. As here's an overtake by OC Racing on Team Delta Infinite. I said it before that this overtake is imminent, and now it happened through turn 1.
It did indeed. That's a nice move there for OC Racing Lopen back into the top 10. And remember, they will stand to gain more time and more positions when the rest of the prototype field pits. Speaking of prototype drivers pitting, the Skigalka Sim Racing Dream Team down in 16th place and looks to be one of the last running prototypes making their way in there. The number 17 SD1 Vision car we saw flick through the frame in that GT3 battle a couple moments ago. Now they're trying to pass RoyalRacing.pl for 13th. This car has the pace to win this race, but they have had a very tough job of it. And look at that, surprise, Mercedes in turn 8. Will they be able to get past here? A little bit of a straight stretch before the final kink of turn 8, and they managed to work their way through. So, the prototypes that haven't pitted yet, all 3 Apex 1 cars in the top 3. The Petronas Cintium SD team, they have not pitted. Same for GLS PXN Racing and Kisitar Mafia Corleone. The AOT Turtle Beach car, which was running in 2nd place and pitting first of the lead pack, currently the leader of the cars that have pitted. We're waiting on both GLS PXN racing cars as well as the 117 and the 97 to make their way in. Same for Mystic Voyal team and VoyalRacing.pl. Other than that, every prototype team has made at least one pit stop, but there's a few lower down that are out of sequence.
While you said that, the GLS PXN racing team and the Park Motorsport went into the pit lane. Now here's a battle between the Lexus and the Lamborghini side by side through turn 8. Not a corner, you want to go side by side, but the Lexus makes it work.
My lord.
Getting just that grip through there. Wow, that was great racing. But as I was saying, between the pitting cars as well, OC Racing now has a big jump going into 8th as now a leader has jumped into the pit lane. But eyes on this battle between the Lamborghini getting a better run out of turn 10 into turn 11. This little right-hand kink goes on the inside, side by side, down to turn 12. The Lamborghini is up ahead, but who is braver on the brakes? As we've seen some cars, now there's a LMDH as well. They're trying to thread the needle, but not enough space. The Lexus leaving the space, and now look at the Lamborghini. What does the Lamborghini do? Doesn't look like anything, but the Lexus jumps into the pit lane.
It does indeed. So, jumping out of the race into the pits, meanwhile, 2 of the Apex 1 cars, actually all 3 of them, plus Petronas Cintium SD team, all in the pit lane. We'll keep our eyes peeled for the 91 AOT Turtle Beach car. They are going to move back into the lead of the race thanks to this, and they're going to have a massive gap over the rest of the cars here. That early pit stop, that has worked out very nicely for them. I get the feeling that the Apex 1 cars are going for their first mandatory long pit of the race. Now, if you're unfamiliar with how long pits, etc. work in Assetto Corsa, well, they have long pits. There's short pits, which is just, general service and, put some new tires on, fill up the tank, and out you go. For a long pit, that's a driver change. That's usually what teams will use their long pits for, and you have to do 5 of them over the course of this race. Sometimes the driver will stay in the car, but you have long pits just to equalize it between all of the teams, because some teams have more drivers than others. It looks to me like Apex 1 have decided to take their first long pit now. Whether or not that's resulted in a driver change, we don't know.
As I believe all 3, 2 Apex 1 cars, the 51 and 61 have done it, but the 71 is still in the pit lane, being a bit more behind. But that now means AOT Turtle Beach has to get the most out of this stint, as obviously a new driver has to get used to the car. This is the chance for AOT Turtle to gain as much time as possible onto the 51 car. But talking about that, Aussie Racing with that tire, the call as well, being in third, only around 15 seconds behind AOT Turtle Beach. That's not a lot, thinking about the mistakes they've done, and plus that pit stop. So they are not that far off a podium battle as well. So that might be a nice change of events here for the podium positions.
Indeed, there might be. Remember, SD1 Vision Esports, the 117 car, has not pitted yet. The 17 One Vision car is the one that started in second, and they pitted 18 laps ago under a full course yellow, I believe. There's another pit stop for the 665, RoyalRacing.pl, making their way in. Meanwhile, here is the Mercedes for Braun GP, and they are currently still further down in the GT3 field. I'm just looking at my timing screen to see that they are in 28th overall, and that looks to be round about top 12 or thereabouts in GT3 at the moment. They pitted 8 laps ago along with the PMO Endurance Team red car. So that's how things stand for them. We're still waiting on pit stops for our top 3 in GT3 right now. Apex One, Kisata Mafia, and AOT Turtle Beach. Other than they, Race Sport Academy, OC Racing Lifeless, the Jules Lamborghini. Here's a move. Yep, big move here for Braun GP, making their way past the Midas Racing Lamborghini. We've seen side by side through turn 8 before, Luca, but this time Braun GP decides no thank you.
As yeah, the Braun GP car just edging their way closer to the WRS Interstellar car, I believe that is, into turn 7. Now it is an LMDH off track. Careful with the Lamborghini's contact. I just saw that on the edge of the camera with the LMDH going wide and hitting it. I believe that's the Mystic Royal team. Oh, that's not what you want to see, going wide and then hitting. Now the WS Interstellar car has to look out behind for the Motorsport 24 car. Oh, that's not something to see. That's a bit of dirty playing from that LMDH, but getting the self-pit. That's a Sim Racing Dream Team car, I'm sorry. That was not really what you want to see in racing.
No, certainly not. Probably a mistimed move there for the Sim Racing Dream Team. Number 18 there. And, well, number 16, my apologies. That's going to be yet another issue for the stewards to work out. Meanwhile, the grid racing car chasing down the PMO team, and we also have OC Racing Lifeless here. Jaws, the Lamborghini, I believe still waiting on a pit stop for them. It's difficult to work things out between these cars. They just came out
of the pit lane. So yes. This battle here now, all 3 have pitted. The freshest tires obviously on the OC Esports car, OC Racing car. The PMO right behind the little Mercedes, a 49, being on the oldest tires with 9 laps on them, and then the grid right tires on 2-lap-old tires. So these are all on fresh tires. We're gonna see who can bring this car the best out of this battle, but it looks like they're only driving here in a pair to just gain the most out of race pace and not really for aggressive moves, as the Mercedes is getting a bit close onto the Lamborghini.
Well, the number 1 Apex One Mercedes just emerging from the pits there behind the cubic system number 31. Looks to me like it might have been a long pit for the Apex One car. We'll have to wait and see on that.
I don't believe so. As the cubic system team is just half a second up ahead. The undercut has worked for them. So we gotta see if other key teams now have this knowledge for later stops that the undercut is just better. You just want to pit earlier to go into fresher tires this time. This helped out a cubic system to get that lead. Now we're gonna see how great they can defend to the Apex One cars. Here's the battle, the red cubic system versus the black and white Apex One car. We've seen the Apex One car, all liveries across the board being black and white, with the one always at the end with 51, 61, 71, and here the number 1 GT3. But it looks like the cubic system is just way better off into turn 8.
Yeah, I think the Apex One Mercedes is still trying to get the tires up to full operating temperatures and pressures. Saw a big slide for them through turn 8. And oh dear, Midas Racing Black 279. Another trip through the runoff area for them, but they get back on track cleanly. And no one else involved in that. The grid racing Mercedes, meanwhile, the White Tigers trying to chase down the PMO Endurance Team red entry. This is such a great battle between these two cars. They aren't fighting for the top position in GT3, but every point counts, and they certainly want to maximize their opportunities early on here. We officially passed the 1 hour mark about 6 minutes ago, and now only 8 to go. We have a Shanghai race distance left to run.
Yeah, and in Shanghai, out of those 8 hours, a lot has happened, and these two have given us some great battles from the start of this race. Either great white tigers in the black Mercedes gonna bring us something here into turn 12. We know they're not keen on doing overtakes. We've seen a bit of juggling here. Who wants to go first? But this time it looks like they're going for that inside line. Not as brave on the brakes as the red PMO Endurance team, but it looks like on the switchback onto the second corner, they've done it into turn 13, and now into turn 14, the final corner, they've got the position. Ice behind as the LMDH now wants to pass onto the grass.
Yeah. Passing the grass, will they be able to get it done through turn 1? Just enough room being given around the outside, but they have to, they're going to go for the cut back again. Got to keep an eye out for the prototypes making their way around. And I think PMO might be able to get the move done here, potentially. It just looks like there's been so much side-by-side racing here in the GT class. Oh my God!
Aussie Racing!
No,
That's the
no.
Aussie Racing car spun! He was up ahead of this battle and gaining a lot of time, now losing out a lot. I'm sorry for interrupting like that.
No, it's all good.
That was... Whoa, now this battle again, side by side through the entirety of Sector 1 between these two Mercedes. Take it away, oh my God.
Wow, what a nasty surprise it must have been for these two drivers. Seeing a Lamborghini sprawled across the track through a blind corner, that is no good at all for the number 98. Meanwhile, Apex 1, their two leading prototypes, the 51 and 61, working their way through few GTs trying to chase down the OC Racing Lopen car. Looks like a bit of a switch between these two. The number 61 will, with a little bit of wheel-to-wheel action, maybe move past their compatriots, but no, it looks like the 51's not willing to give things up just yet, and this is not a good situation for the team. You're going side by side through turn 8 with your teammate. You're just costing yourself time to AOT Turtle Beach, who now hold on to a lead of 28 seconds over the car in front here. OC Racing Lopen, they are off sequence, remember. They are going to be pitting again soon. Likely in the next 15 minutes or so, but Apex 1 can't afford to trip over each other here.
Yeah, it looks like this battle here, the 61 car wants to get that overall second place or even the lead here. As we know, these two have done the long stops. Well, it looks like now the AOT Turtle Beach done their long stop now. As you said, they have to go soon into pit lane. Now they've done it. OC Racing going for net P1 right now. But Apex 1 here battling out for now P1. So gotta see how that's gonna work out. AOT Turtle Beach going for their second stop overall. A bit early, I must say, as we know these cars kind of go around 50 minutes to an hour, and this is now just 1 hour and 10 minutes into it, and it's the second stop already. Maybe it's a bit of a strategy play, maybe they've just miscalculated it with all the yellow, full course yellows, but now that the Apex 1 car, the 51 car was the leading car, now being overtaken by the teammate, you said, losing out here with the time between the OC Racing, the snappy LMDH. We gotta see what it does as down the inside of that GT3 goes the 61 car.
Yeah, that was the leading Midas Racing Lamborghini that they just made the move on, and now OC Racing Lopen, they are going to be on more worn tires than these cars behind them. They will have a lighter fuel load though, so they maybe will be able to use that to defend. But considering how early OC Racing pitted under the first or second full course yellow of the race, yeah, I'll be expecting them back into the lane sometime soon. How strong is the slipstream for Apex 1? We'll have to wait and see. It seems like the two team cars have sorted themselves out. Slight defensive move for OC Racing Lopen. No, actually, they're going for a move on a GT3, and that looks like one of the PMO cars, and this is difficult here. That's another Apex 1 car ahead of them that's gone a lap down. The number 71. maybe a long stop, maybe some technical issues, but they're certainly helping out their teammates here.
As it looks like the 51 car has backed out a little with these GT3s, but now the 51 car, I believe, has lost out a lot. Went Apex 1 cars 1, 2, 3 back there, and now they're 1 minute apart. That looks like maybe it wasn't a long stop from the two Apex 1s up ahead. So don't know what happened there between the AOT Turtle Beach pit stops and the Apex 1 pit stops, but this battle now here, losing out a lot, maybe for an overtake for now. Net P1 between OC Racing and Apex 161 entry. Down the inside of turn 7, OC Racing not really giving a fight there. They know that this is not their battle yet. Maybe later on if the strategies play a role later, but now we're gonna see what 51 does, not losing out a lot on their teammate.
Yeah, having to work their way past a GT3 through turn 8. This is going to be difficult here. OC Racing, oh, was that a bit of contact there? Did they run into the back of the Apex 161? Not too sure, but now all three cars together. This is for the overall race lead, remember, and they've got some work to do, working their way past. OC Racing is going to let the 51 by, and now they're going to try and have a run on the 61. They are ahead coming into the braking zone, and the 61 will yield the position for the time being. So now Apex 1 are running 1 and 2 in the 9 hours of Istanbul.
Oh, contact! Oh, nearly running into the domino effect. OC Racing touching the 61 car and pushing it nearly into the 51 car. The 51 car back into the lead, but I don't believe the Apex 1 cars are done battling yet. We're gonna look now later with these GT3 cars in the way what the 51 car might do towards the 61 car, but the 71 car, I believe that is the only team who actually done their first long stop. Obviously only 3 drivers and only 2 drivers into LMDH's car. In the 3 GT3s there are 4 drivers, so out of a 9-hour race you might see them switch every 2 hours, but with only 3 drivers you might see them go for a top of 3-hour drive. As there's contact between the FNL car and the Interstellar car. Wow, that was not great into turn 1.
Yeah, not at all. I'm looking at the laps completed since the last pit stop for these prototype teams. AOT Turtle Beach went back into the pits for their second stop. They were very early on there, and it was a very long stop as well, so I think they've taken a long pit there. The 71 Apex 1 car pitted 6 laps ago, and I'm not sure exactly how long their pit stop was, so it's unclear exactly which of these teams are taking their long pits, or whether or not they're suffering some issues behind the scenes. But the 51 Apex 1 is starting to streak away here. Oh no, that's way too deep for OC Racing. Oh, thank goodness the 61 saw them coming.
That is not the line through turn 12, missing out the braking point, nearly doing a Mark Webber, Sebastian Vettel, nearly running into each other there, but 61 great awareness, avoiding that incident, and everyone else, the GT3 is also avoiding that. It's a cubic system car. I believe this is our leading car, but the Keisha Tamafika leading right now overall in the GT3 class. I believe they haven't pitted yet, so they are only defending for, I believe, not track position, but this battle here for first between Apex 1, you see that car right behind as well. This might spice you up a little with the Lexus slowing him down. As you see how close they are into turn 9. The Lexus having a bit more gap, but round the outside goes Apex 1 into turn 9. Better brakes from the Cubic System 1 team, but now Apex 1 switching their way down the inside into turn 11. This little right-hander here, nearly a straight, so flat out. Inside line helping greatly. A bit of contact. Oh, careful, boys. You don't really want to crash out yet. Into turn 12, who's brave on the brakes? It looks like Cubic System is just tiny smidgen later on the brakes.
Yeah, they've got to keep an eye out for the Lexus, see when they decide to make their way into the pits here. They've been out there for 41 laps now, and I get the feeling that our effective GT3 race leaders are going to be a little frustrated here, as up the inside goes the Cubic System car, puts the Lexus back down. But it seems like every time a move is made into a corner here, the car behind gets a better exit. That's something that I've noticed with every single battle I've been watching here tonight.
Yeah, as we're gonna see now, the Apex 1 car now going down the inside into turn 5, I believe this is. And now turn 6 is careful contact! Oh, I was about to say careful for contact, they've done it! Oh, but not too much time lost, but the Apex 1 now being extremely mad, losing time to the rival cubic system up ahead. That's a big gap now that's gonna be created between these two drivers. You don't really want to see that. Obviously the race isn't won in the first hour yet, but any gap you can get at the beginning is just what you really want. There's now the pressure diminishing for the cubic system car team. They can relax a little and maybe look for the tires more. As you know, the GT3s have a little less tire life than the LMDHs, so the next stints for the GT3s might be soon. While the Kisha Tamafia GT3 shows us that if you nurse the tires correctly, you might have a longer stint.
Yeah, indeed. They've been taking good care of the tires there in the Lexus. But yeah, the Apex 1 Mercedes kind of muscled them out of the way there. I think they were getting a little impatient, trying to stay in touch with Cubic System. Well, speaking of Apex 1, our top 2, with the number 61 trying to chase down the number 51 here. 51 had some pretty good pace.
FCY,
oh, they're going back into the pits.
What is happening
and full
here?
course yellow. Yeah, so I think pretty well timed here for the 61, making their way into the lane right as the full course yellow comes out, and that will probably give a strategy advantage to the number 61 here.
So we're going back to green.
Okay, so evidently server issues inducing the full course yellow there. So they've gone back to green. Things look to have stabilized, but now 61 Apex 1 has committed. So is the Petronas Cintium SD team car. So we'll see whether that benefits them later on.
Yeah, I mean, any time gained during the full course yellow while in the pit lane, you can drive normal speeds down the pit lane while the full course yellow is out. So that helped a bit the 61 car. If the 51 car pits soon, but I don't know what's happening with the strategy. You see, like they can drive for up to 50 minutes, but then just not even a 20-minute stint. That's weird to see. Maybe they figured something out during the first stint, but we saw the Apex, the third AOT Turtle Beach car do the same. Maybe later on we'll figure out as well what's going on with the strategy there.
Yeah, I mean, these drivers, these teams are all playing the long game here. They know that it's a 9-hour race and they have to work out their strategies from there. But there's elements of chaos here. You know, cars will crash. There'll be server issues potentially. And full course yellows will be assigned by race control. So you have to be light on your feet. You have to be willing to divert to another strategy early on. Basically, I think in this first half of the race, maybe even for like the first 6 or 7 hours of the race, the priority is making sure that your car is fueled up and you have the tires. Once you get into the last 2 hours, that's when you start seeing strategies play out like a normal race. It's all about getting into that position to start with.
It's like a domino effect. You have to watch out for what your pit stops do. Each stop causing the next stop to change, and you have to look out now, as I believe this battle for first in the GT3 class has gone closer again between the Apex 1 car. The lap times between them does look like they are quite there on pace between the two GT3s, with a 2:15 by Cubic System, 2 seconds slower than Apex 1 with a 2:13. So it looks like the Apex 1 car is just better up on with pace. But as I said, consistency is half the battle doing long races like these.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Kishita Mafia car, meanwhile, the Lexus that we saw involved with these cars a couple of laps ago, has made their way into the pits and already come back out. They are currently down in 6th place 7th place now, it seems, as they are still in the pit lane.
Driver penalty for car number 1, incident note number 1.
The Apex 1 car having an incident note now. That's something you gotta watch out for. Penalty points, obviously a big system. You might get penalties at the end of the race. We've seen, as I said before, a car being disqualified in this championship for having too many penalty points. As I believe the steward, speaking a bit of Polish, there something has happened. But yeah, gotta watch out for it. It's a bit of contact, or maybe also going over the white line. Those count as penalty points as well. If you go wide, I saw so many cars going wide out of turn 8. That every time you go wide there, it's just a warning. And if you rack up too many of those, you get a penalty point. And at the end of the season, those will rack up, and you only race 3 out of, I believe there's 11 races in this season. So there's a lot of work here you gotta do. The cleaner you are at the beginning, the more you're allowed to have a bit of more free space later on in the races. So that's just something to watch out for.
Indeed it is. The Corleone Kishitar Mafia car in 4th place right now, trying to chase down the GLS PXN Racing number 42. There's only a second between them as the Midas Racing Black Lamborghini, almost every time we've looked at this car, it's been at a standstill or getting going from a standstill. It's been massively tough for them. Many spins out there, but again, looks like they've gotten back up to speed before any other cars come onto the scene. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on the battle for 3rd in prototype here. GLS PXN Racing getting stalled here behind our GT3 leaders, and this might be the chance here that Kishitar Mafia needs to get onto the overall podium. They make their way past the GT3 leaders without much fuss, but who gets the better exit? For the moment, it looks like PXN, but Kishitar Mafia car in the slipstream, and from what we've seen here, Luca, the slipstream is incredibly strong coming down this back straight. If you're close behind, you're going to have a run at the hairpin, and there is a look from Kishitar Mafia, but GLS PXN holding strong.
We see so many switchback moves between these cars also in this final couple corners, as it looks like the Kishitar Mafia car has gotten a better run into this back straight, into this main straight now. You said the slipstream effect has a toll on these cars, and it looks like the Kishitar Mafia car is not getting close enough into turn 1 to get a move. But with this battle here, the GT3 is having a bit of an impression as well. It looks like the GLS PXN car losing out a little into the second complex of corners, turn 2, 3, and 4. Who gets the better run? This is such a difficult part of the track with all the elevation changes and the blind corners. You never know what's up ahead. We saw a spin here before with the OC Racing car who was in the middle of the track, just narrowly avoiding it. With these couple corners, you have to be careful how you drive it, but the Kishitar Mafia car have only a move maybe after the turn 8 and 9. We gotta see just how he does it this time, these complex of corners.
Drive-through penalty for car number 79, incident note number 2.
Number 79, that's one of our GT3s, isn't it? That's the WRS Interstellar Midas. Oh dear.
That's the Kishitar Mafia car going wide.
Oh yeah, very deep coming into turn 9. They have lost touch with GLS PXN Racing, and now the Petronas Cintium SD team car will take advantage and move up into 4th. Oh, easy does it. It's, hey, is that the cubic system Mercedes behind them? No, I don't think it is. There's 1.7 seconds between them. The cubic system car is there. Okay, it looks like the other cubic system Mercedes that has gone a bit further down, but well, that battle has sorted itself out for the time being in prototype. GLS PXN Racing still hold on to 3rd, but Petronas Cintium SD team starting to make some moves here. Their last lap was pretty much equal with GLS PXN Racing, and the Kishitar Mafia Corleone car having a pretty substandard lap there, as looks like it's going to get a bit worse for them here, having to go round the outside of a GT3.
Yeah, with that turn 9 mistake that the Kishata Mafia Corleonca did, I believe going on a bit onto the grass and then locking those outside tires, having to avoid the GLS PXN racing car and having to go onto the runoff area. Luckily, turn 9 has a big runoff area, so you don't lose too much time, but the Petronas Synthium team has gotten that advantage. And looking up ahead, the Petronas Synthium team is now the one having a look for their P3 position, lapping a GT3. I believe that's the Interstellar GT Lamborghini that's been lapping, as we saw them before. But the Kishata Mafia now has to look behind in the rearview mirrors again, as Apex 1, the 61 car, is now behind them.
Yeah, the number 61 jumping into the pits under that brief full course yellow about 10 minutes ago. They're rapidly working their way back up through the field. Let's see if they can take advantage of any mistakes or any traffic for the Kishata Mafia car. There's a bit of GT3 traffic up ahead, which might compress this prototype pack some. We'll have to wait and see on that. It's going to be a late dive into turn 1 for Kishata Mafia, and indeed they don't even go for that dive. They just weren't far up enough alongside the GT3, but Apex 1 taking advantage of the lack of pace there as they had to navigate the Mercedes. Is there going to be any move here at this section of the circuit? This is usually a place where you see big moves in the final laps of a race, but this early on, they're just waiting for the straights to get better exits.
The Apex 1 car has a bit of the pace advantage as well, the last lap being about 1 second faster than the Kisha car. Knowing that the Apex 1 team just has the setups nailed on the head perfectly, but the Kishata Mafia and the other LMDHs are all together having a bit more issues there. We're going for around the 140s as now the OC Racing GT3 blocking both out of turn 8. Doesn't look like no one could get a bit of time through there. Looking in the mirror there, you see the blue Sharks livery. Jaws just slowing them a little down, sliding through the corner. Oh, they spun it. Oh, just as we say it, the commentator's curse hitting them hard on the head. But now we see them here rejoining. That's a position lost too. I believe that's of FNL Mercedes. We've seen them before, but now getting the position there, that's not something you want to see. Oh, commentator's curse hitting hard.
Yeah, it's a shame for the 98 because they were looking supreme early on in the first stint, but you know, in the last hour or so, things have just gone topsy-turvy for them, and they've really been struggling. Maybe once they cycle through a couple of driver changes, they'll be able to get some of that pace back, but it still remains to be seen. So, Kishata Mafia Corleone, they've managed to maintain the gap to the Apex 161 behind them, and Petronas Synthium SD team still within striking distance here. This is all the battle for 4th place in prototype right now. GLS PXN Racing a long way up the road.
As I believe the Petronas Synthium team has lost out a little to the GT3s up ahead, so this battle for P3 as well. I believe the Petronas Synthium guy, if they bring something here, this might be great, but the gaps are increasing with, I believe, the Lexus here, the 24 car. I believe that was the Lexus. If I look again, it was a Motorsport 24996 entry. Look, fighting here with the grid white Tigers for 23rd overall. We see the grid white Tigers fighting quite a lot this race. I believe the mental physique is starting to take a toll as well, as with a beginning stint it was hard on the drivers, and now again having constant battles is not something I want to see. Saying that, up ahead, OC Racing goes into the pit lane for a second stop off this race. They've pitted early with the first full course yellow, and now going for the second as GLS PXN follows them in. So that battle for third is basically over for PXN.
Yeah, for the time being. We'll see if they get a quicker pit stop than OC Racing Lopen. And they might have a chance to move their way past. In the midst of all of this fighting between the Lexus and Mercedes here, we saw 61 Apex 1 get past the Kisita Mafia 891, and they are starting to jet away here and gain on the Petronas Centium SD team machine, still fighting their way back up to second spot. The 51 Apex 1, remember, has been a while out of the pits. Petronas Centium SD team and 61 Apex 1 cars pitted under a full course yellow as OC Racing Lopen makes their way back out, and looks like Pro Endurance team making their way back in too. GLS PXN Racing got a quicker stop, and 42 is now back out in 6th place as these prototypes make their way through yet more GT3 traffic. We are halfway through now our first commentary stint of this race. Myself and Luca are taking you through the first 3 hours, and then we'll hand over to another crew. There will be some swaps between commentators later on, but we'll try and take you through this opening action as best we can. Defensive for the Lexus. Can the Grid White Tigers Mercedes make the move on the Motor Reporter 24.pl car? They cannot, but they're all over the back of them, aren't they, Luca? They're trying to psych them out here.
Yeah, turn 12 being a corner where you see a few cars psyching themselves out, wanting to let another car go through, as obviously the complex of the final corners is better to be behind, so you have a better move with the switchbacks. But this time the Motor Reporter car just being a bit more aggressive with that Lexus, wanting to stay up ahead. We saw that the braking on that Lexus looked a bit better than the Mercedes. Maybe that's something to watch out for later on in the race. With these different cars, the brakes looks like better on that car. So in the final sector, if the Mercedes fights again, maybe a different strategy has to be used, as the cubic system car is losing out a little too. Apex 1 under the half a second. Oh, that's no, really close. Losing out a lot of time. The Apex 1 car is right on the rear diffuse of that Mercedes. Or who gets a better run out of the main straight, out of turn, the last corner with a bit of lag. It looks like both have the same straight line speed. Apex 1 got a look, has a look, showing themselves in the mirrors out of into turn 1. Doesn't scare Cubic System not one bit out of turn 1.
Kisita Mafia Corleone, meanwhile, versus Apex 1, and the 61 makes their way back up into 3rd place. It looks like there might have actually been some compromise out of turns 9 and 10 for the number 61. These two both still chasing down Petronas Centium SD as the number 17 SD1 Vision Esports car, the car that started the race, qualified in 2nd spot, and has been off strategy from the start, basically, in the pits once again. And, well, this is a shot that we've seen before. Grid White Tigers trying around the outside of the Motor Reporter Lexus. Such a great battle between those two. But look at that. All right, Apex 1 have made their way up into 2nd. Petronas Centium SD team now trying to keep Kisita Mafia Corleone off the podium.
I believe there was a mistake from the Petronas Centium SD car. As we're looking out in the rear mirror, you see how close that car is. Obviously, objects appear closer in mirrors than they are in real life, so something gotta watch out for that. But Petronas losing out to that 2nd place, well, after Esports OC Racing pitted. So Apex 1 is again 1-2 for the 51 and 61 entry. And the 175 Petronas Centium now eyes behind, I believe, as they're in the sandwich between these two cars. You have to watch out for, as traffic is also imminent. You gotta watch out for, you only have 2 eyes and only 1 brain. You can only focus on one thing, mostly 2 things, but that's really making it difficult. But now, passing that GT3 into turn 12, it doesn't really look like a bit of too much, but both cars sliding, the Apex 1 and Petronas sliding, giving Keisha a bit of a run out of the final corners, Who gets a better run out of into the main straight? It doesn't look like both have the same run.
Yeah, looks like it. I think Apex One here will be very happy to leave this battle far behind. Kishita Mafia not as assertive in making their way past cars. Check back in, meanwhile, with OC Racing Lopen, the off-strategy car that made their way out of the pits recently, getting the position here over the Park Motorsport 97, but back in the slipstream instantly. Is there any advantage to be gained? Look at that. The advantage was arrested right away for the 99. That's us. Oh no! 61 Apex One! They just made their way up into second and they've had a spin.
That is not something you want to see. That's a big time loss for them, going for 1-2 for Apex One and then losing out, going out into fourth now. So the Patron and Sylphium and Keisha Mafia getting that position. It does look like they've lost only 6 seconds, so not too much time, but I believe that was out of sector 1 where that spin happened. So Keisha, Apex One, the 61 entry, has to look for something. They have to be careful of the tires as well. A spin like that shoots the tire temperature up to the top. They have to now be careful not to overheat and do more spins. After that, it looks like they're gaining a bit more time back onto the Keisha Mafia car, but wow, that's something you really not want to see.
No, certainly not. That's a big blow for Apex One. They decided to go off strategy, pitting early under the full course yellow, and any advantage that they would have gained has been eliminated. They're going to have to wait for other happenings to make their way forward. But this GT3 battle shows no signs of slowing down. Apex One versus Cubic System. They have one of the prototypes making their way past at the moment, and no further issues there. But Cubic System may be struggling a little bit under brakes coming into these corners. It seems like the #1 Mercedes is very strong through this slower section of the track. They are nailing the throttle application here, but the question is, will they be able to actually make a move? Or, this is another possibility, are they sitting behind Cubic System on purpose and lifting and coasting to save a bit of fuel? It's a good time to do it.
It might be a strategy call there as well. Obviously, we've seen the Endurance Racing has different types of racing as other championships. And here, obviously, a big part of the race is having the greatest championship car. It's the Keisha Mafia Corleonca, who was up in P3, has pitted. Going for, I believe, only a normal stop, if not a long stop. We're gonna see if that's the first long stop of the race. 1.5 hours in. We're gonna see just later on with 3 drivers. But on a 9-hour race, the most logical thing would be to part it 3 hours each. Obviously, the cars cannot do 3 hours in one run, so 1 to 2 pit stops in between there as well. So it does look like Keisha Mafia car has quite a bit of time in the pit stops. A long stop take about 300 seconds. So if that's a long stop, we might see them for the next 2 laps in there. But our eyes back on this leading battle here, as Riz has said, it might be with strategy calls, just staying behind, saving up a bit of tires, saving up a bit of fuel, maybe for later on when you know that your opponent is starting to struggle a lot on those tires. You might have a chance to get back that time lost and be careless. Oh, there's a mistake!
Oh, no!
And contact!
Oh!
Keeping it nice and together. Oh, between the leading cars, the Keeping System has gone wide.
Whoa!
And now there's contact between the Apex One as well. Contact between the classes of Apex One. Losing a lot. So that strategy has not worked out. Oh, not one. Oh, that's something you really don't want to see.
That was the biggest jump scare of my commentary career, I think. The 61 Apex One entry making contact with their GT3 brethren there. They tried to make their way around the outside, but man, that's not how you want it to see it worked out. AOT Turtle Beach, meanwhile, the car that qualified on pole, they have had an off at the penultimate corners. And, well, they get back going cleanly, but still, that's another big blow that they won't want. It seems like there's no team out here, Luca, that is completely bulletproof.
Okay, another car spun round, turn 13. That's the OC Racing, the Jaws car. a lot of mistakes happening here in 1 hour and 14 minutes in. So what has happened between these drivers? Have all just shut off their brains at once? What has happened? Has the power just gone out for all of them? That's interesting to see. I believe the 3-hour stint starting to have a toll on them. 2 hours in nearly. Driving as well. A few of these drivers driving force feedback, direct drive force feedback drives. Oh, there's a PMO cars round as well.
No.
What has happened?
The PMO Blue Mercedes there having an issue. It's the first time we've seen the PMO Blue car featured on the broadcast, and we do apologize to the team that this is the first that we've really seen of you in this race. My goodness. Just, I think, you know, there's a lot of teams that have, you know, been almost fresh out of their first cycle of pit stops. Some of them will have taken driver changes. It's just a case of a lot of drivers just getting used to conditions that they may not be entirely familiar with. Man, wow, that was a very chaotic sequence of events that we just saw. But the PMO Blue car getting back up to speed. Good to see, and it's difficult to tell just how damaged a car is from outside it, but I think the majority of cars, despite spins and contact, have been able to get away with minimal damage.
I did hear from a lot of drivers in last races that the car drives better with a bit of damage on the car when have yellow not suspension damage, yellow aerodynamic damage with the I keep saying suspension. I believe I want to say body damage. That's it. When with yellow damage, the car handles a bit better. As you see the camera now focus on up ahead the Lexus. We've seen the Lexus quite a lot here in the GT3 class. Grid White Tigers versus the Lexus is quite the battle. It's gone on since the start of this race, hasn't it?
Yeah, they haven't left each other alone, have they? They've been a constant presence in each other's lives for the last couple of hours. And try as they might, the Grid White Tigers Mercedes just seems unable to make it work on the Lexus. Remember, I keep bringing up balance of performance. The Mercedes and the Lamborghini have had weight added to them, but the Lexus hasn't. So there's a bit of a pace advantage, I think, there for this Lexus team. They're dealing with a little bit less mass to try and throw around through these corners, and that's part of the reason why they've been able to stay ahead. But still, the pace has been... there hasn't really been any clear pace advantage for them. Like, for instance, down this back straight, once they get into the slipstream, the Mercedes starts to creep up on them. They have to make way for a prototype that time, maybe try and snatch a bit of slipstream off the prototype, and they're still not close enough to go for a dive at the hairpin. I think now Grid White Tigers might have to change tack a little bit, if they haven't already. Maybe do what we saw the Apex 1 Mercedes doing before. Just sit behind. Make sure that you lift and coast a little in the braking zones. Every milliliter of fuel you save may pay dividends down the line.
Yeah, with these cars, these are set up obviously for this long races, but any extra advantage you may get with fuel and tires, you can get away with. You want to take that opportunity, even if it means staying behind an opponent, even if on paper it does not sound great that you are behind a position. Maybe later on, obviously 7 hours still left in this race, we might see a move there.
Oh no, we've just heard some big news for the number 17 SD1 Vision Esports car. The car that started second in Hypercar. They have DNF'd. They will take no further part in the race. Retirement for SD1 Vision Esports. That is huge. Massive blow for the number 17, which was already having a bit of a tough season.
Penalty for number 1.
Yeah, number 17, not quite up there. With the championship, I believe they've run a bit lower, getting a DNF in Shanghai and a P8 in Hockenheim. This time again a DNF. Not really something you really want to see. Only 5 points to their names, and it's gonna stay that way. While at the front here, AOT Turtle Beach being our championship leader, with their current position, I believe they might gain next to 0 points. And with the second car, the 61, being the second car in the championship, being third right now. If that keeps going on, that championship might get closer, but 51 car third with only 1 point behind. They're leading right now. If they can bring it home, that's going to be a big jump in that championship. Points obviously being different across the board, but we're gonna see at the end of this race where the positions are. But AOT Turtle Beach looks like have not gotten that strategy call that they wanted, being behind the 71 Apex 1 car.
Yeah, difficult runnings here, and this is a surprise. It looks like Grid White Tigers have made their way past the Lexus. We missed that move, but yeah, finally the positions have switched. We'll wait and see what the Moto Reporter Lexus team do in the meantime. Keeping an eye on the timing screen, looks like both of these cars are on the same strategy. They both pitted 24 laps ago, and it seems like most of the GT3s have been running about 31 to 33 laps max over a stint, so expecting pit stops very soon for both of these cars. Whether or not that'll result in another change of position remains to be seen, but it looks like the Grid White Tigers Mercedes has been unleashed here. Look at how far ahead they are of the Lexus already, and they're still gaining.
It looks like the Lexus having a few issues out of into turn 8, going a bit wide, having to lift there. It's the first time I believe to see a GT3 lifting there. We usually saw them going flat out, but going to the limit. I believe the tires are actually being shot for that Lexus, as I believe this is the second S Division 1 car. The one that hasn't DNF'd, but maybe not having the best race after that turn 1, also losing out a few positions on that incident. But now, I believe this is the S Division 1 car. There has been some internet issues. You see them shuffling a bit through that final sector.
Yeah, indeed. The 117 started in the lower midfield in the prototype class, and they've stayed around that area, it seems, for the majority of the race. What I've noticed is, I mean, the biggest gain has been the Petronas Centium SD team. They started 5th last out of the prototype class, around about 12th, 13th. But Apex 1, you know, their qualifying might not have gone too well yesterday, judging from their form in previous rounds of Project Endurance Season 5. But at least for 2 of them, the 51 and 61, they've shown that their race pace is certainly where it needs to be. Now, the FNLR Team Mercedes, we keep an eye on. This car has had quite a few adventures. The 222 started actually way down in the GT3 field, and they've been one of the cars that has relatively kept their nose clean over the course of this race. We haven't seen many cars that haven't had an incident of some kind.
Yeah, between all of these cars, the biggest incident of the FNL car was between the black Mercedes, the last running car, and the LMDH out of the main back straight with that incident. Not sure what happened still there, but we gotta watch out for now that the gaps have increased. Lapping cars is not as difficult anymore for LMDHs, as you see in the back there. Snappy, the OC Racing car, getting closer. Talk about this OC Racing car. They got now in the second stint here after 2 stops. Third stint, I'm sorry, after 2 stops, and a 5th after having that lap 1 incident where they've been running great and then having a bit of an incident. So running 5th for the 99 entry is great for them as well.
It is indeed. Here's a battle. It's Team Delta Infinite trying to work their way past Park Motorsport. This is for 6th place overall and in Hypercar. And it's another case where both cars in the battle are on the same strategy. Team Delta Infinite pitting 29 laps ago. Same for Park Motorsport. Question is, which of them has looked after their tyres a little more? We see everyone running wide off turn 1, and it seems that Park Motorsport getting a bit too much of the AstroTurf. Team Delta Infinite will have a look, but it's difficult to make passes into this flowing left-hander. Really, you got to depend on the driver in front making a mistake through this right-left section. Is there any kind of advantage to be gained? Not quite. I think they'll have to wait until later on in the lap. It's the run into the hairpins at the end of the lap where we're seeing most of the big moves being made.
It looks like the Park Motorsport car sliding a bit more than the Team Delta Infinite as well. Out of turn 1, you said going wide more than usual. That's something where they lost time, but Team Delta Infinite not quite attacking into turn 3, which is surprising to see. Obviously, you want to get past the first to have clean air through the next couple of corners, but they've more thought of staying behind, as you said, maybe for the tire strategy. Staying behind, keeping them clean, but when you stay behind cars like these, temperatures will start to be a big issue. But it looks like right now not many temperature related issues have happened. We see more of the car up in front sliding more than the following car.
Yeah, it looks like the 81's just, backing off a little for the time being, getting their head space in order for a potential move. Team Delta Infinite started in 8th place. They are +1 position from where they started. They'll want to be making some moves a bit further up. But remember, they are one of the cars that we're expecting to go for the pits in the next few laps. Make their way past the Kirito Racing Lamborghini, which is continuing to have a very tough race. 19th place in GT3 right now, and they qualified second, so it's been a devastating run for that Lamborghini so far. I'm certainly hoping that things will work out for them and they can find their way further up the field. But back to this battle, Team Delta Infinite, they just seem a bit stuck right now. They don't have any sort of clear advantage over Park Motorsport right now.
It looks like these two are running hand to hand together. Obviously, same tire strategy. The next pit stops, we saw the first stops happening 50 minutes in the stint. So 20 laps still on those tires are possible. But we have seen after that. After we've seen into turn 11 now, is the Team Delta Infinite gonna have a look running outside of turn 11 now, side by side into turn 12, getting that straight line speed advantage, being up ahead before the corner even starts. Going essentially a bit goes the Park Motorsport, going wide, getting maybe a bit more better grip now to turn 13, still side by side. Careful! Oh!
No,
Contact,
no.
but both made it stick, both facing the right way. Oh, my blood pressure is rising. I can't keep looking at incidents like this with battles like this. Oh, I can't keep going on like this.
Yeah, I mean, man, like, again, this is a very long race. This, and the fighting that we've seen, it's been like an open GT3 lobby at times. The aggressiveness of the moves being made, and I think the prototype teams in particular will have to be careful of moves like that. Remember, these LMDHs, they aren't the most sturdy race cars. They can certainly take a beating, but you don't want to be going full contact racing in these things. Maybe in GT3, but certainly not in prototypes. But speaking of GT3, the Brawn GP Endurance Mercedes looks like ran a bit deep at turn 1 that time. They do recover, they get back going, but again, it's another hit to a team that is struggling to try and find their way forward. It's like walking up a greased slope. Oh, hello, 31 cubic system in the pit lane.
Yeah, they've gone into the pit lane, I believe. You said the Apex 1 were going for the longer strategy, and now we see that they've gone. But after the first stops, we know that the undercut is quite a superior strategy call. So maybe Cubic System getting that call again. We're going to see what Apex 1 does. Don't forget, Apex 1 has a bit more damage as well after that big incident with the LMDH Apex 1 car. But keeping eyes still on the gap of P6 and 7, only 3 tenths separating those two cars. With the PlayStation moment through turn 13, something we see a lot of times when going side by side. One driver trying to be more confident, but then overshooting it and having a bit of mistake, as I believe the gap now for P6 has jumped a little from 1 second to half a second. That's a bit jumpy there. We're gonna see maybe that's correlated to GT3 traffic.
Yeah, potentially. We check in with our leader briefly there. 51 Apex 1 looking nice and comfortable in the prototype lead, and now the Apex 1 GT3 assuming the GT3 lead. And remember, their closest fighters are that cubic system number 31 that is still in the pit lane as we speak. Now, will the number 1 respond and make their way into the lane this time? They will not. They'll stay out for a bit longer, come up on the number 21, the AOT Elmar machine, which is running all the way down in 40th place overall, or 39th, depending on which timing screen you're looking at. They're the second last running car of everyone right now, and that's another lap down for the 21 entry, which is about halfway through their current stint right now. Approaching the end of the stint is the overall, the GT3 leader, Apex 1. Currently 27 laps into their stint, and the overall leaders 33 laps since their last pit stop. There's going to be some pit stop action coming in the next couple of laps, I predict.
Cubic system has now rejoined back onto the track. We're gonna see how that now translates for the lead. I don't believe there was still a driver change, just a full refuel and a tire changes. I believe the GT3s only have one compound, all on the hard tires. Last time on Hockenheim, I believe we saw one team for a final stint going to the softs, if I'm not mistaken, but this time everyone on the same tire compound, so tire strategy still being the same overall. We're gonna see that as well. Obviously 7 hours left, there's still a lot of time one driver can do. We know some teams, for example, the OC Racing team is only running 2 drivers, Lasse Albrecht and Aldrin Brady, and they have to split those 9 hours in 2. I've seen them race a number of stuff for a long time, so maybe this time it's not quite not that different, but 4.5 hours per person is still quite a lot of time in a car.
Yeah, it is. I think back to my time racing in iRacing endurance races with my team. You know, this was back when I was like 22, 23. It was a long time ago now. I turned 30 a few months ago, and I can tell you, once you turn 30, it's like a switch flips. You cannot race for 4.5 hours. You have to take some breaks. So full credit to the drivers of the number 99. They'll be putting in the hard yards here in the 9 hours of Istanbul. The FNLRT car, meanwhile, trying to keep up with the PMO Endurance Team Red car. And remember, this PMO car we saw running well earlier on. It's unfortunately not worked out well for them. Now the pit stops are starting to come to the fore in the prototype class. Team Delta Infinite in the lane, same for Park Motorsport. Those two teams battling hard. The Skigalka Sim Racing Dream Team is also in the lane in the number 16. That's the car that started on pole position for this race. So, I mean, with 2 hours complete, to have the pole position car running second last of the prototypes is not a good look, but they've got time to make that up.
Yeah, but also now with the pit stops, we're gonna see for a few drivers this is the second pit stop, and a few drivers the third one. Between Team Delta Infinite, oh careful! Oh. I just saw that, the bumper camera getting so close, not even a hair between the two drivers, between the FNL car and the PMO Endurance Team Red. Oh, I just was about to save the pit stop, so that was just way more interesting. But with pit stop, some drivers going for the second stop now, some for the third. Team Delta Infinite got a faster stop than Park Motorsport. They have been battling, but Team Delta Infinite gained a position before. I believe there was just for a refuel and tire change. I don't believe we saw a driver switch yet, a driver swap yet. Maybe 1 or 2 teams have done it, but it has probably gone under our radar yet. But this battle here between the Team Red and the FNL car, these two entries are fighting it really hard here. As for P30 it is, and we know the FNL car has the pace overall, but if defending, obviously you can set the pace yourself. You don't have to follow the car behind, so we're gonna see who can manage to come victorious out of this battle.
Indeed, we will. Meanwhile, 51 Apex 1 jumps into the lane, and Petronas Cintium SD team is going to respond by coming into the pits as well. 24 laps completed for those drivers, actually 25 now from what I can see. The Apex 1 number 61 will move into the lead of the race. They were on roughly the same strategy, I think. Yeah, we're going to have to wait another couple of laps to see if the 61 decides to respond here and get back on sync with our former overall race leaders. Meanwhile, this battle's still going on. 30th overall and about 17th in, 13th and 14th, I believe, in GT3. It's such a difficult sequence of corners that, you know, I mean, I've driven a lot of laps around Istanbul Park. Those are my least favorite turns of the circuit because you're basically wanting to get on the power. You're wanting to keep the speed up, but you have to keep getting on the brakes. You have to keep swapping between the left and right edges of the racetrack. If you're involved in a battle, it's so hard to pick your line.
It's the least flowing part of this track. Obviously, the first and second sector just so flowing. There's these long corners halfway on the accelerator as well. But looking at the lines, I believe the FNL car just taking alternative lines, probably handling better with their setup, as OC Racing has come out the pits one lap before, Jaws behind, and now this might get into a freeway battle. We know that the OC Racing car has the pace, but we saw the big mistake which cost them the position. Now we're gonna see what they bring here in this battle for 30th. Now from a two-way battle, it went up to a freeway battle.
Yeah, keep an eye out for the brilliant blue Lamborghini in the mirrors of this car we're riding on board with. F&L trying their best to get the best exit out of turn 8, and we'll see if the Lambo makes any kind of appearance here. This acceleration zone is where we see a lot of moves being set up. It's a nice exit for FNL RT, and remember what we've seen so far. The slipstream is very strong. They're close enough for a move here on PMO if they play their cards right. The Lamborghini's just watching on in the background here to see how this battle works out. OC Racing on the recovery there in Jaws, and oh dear, that was a little bit of a run in the grass when they came up to the braking zone. They make up some time coming into the final few corners, but they have to focus on the exit of this final turn, on the power in second gear, running a bit wide there on the exit. That's a bit naughty, and they'll give up any advantage they might have gained.
Yeah, we're going out there. That's probably also a warning now as well for track limits. Gotta watch out for that. And losing out a lot of time. I try to take as much possibility as try to take as much time as possible going super wide there, but touching that grass unsettles the car. Lucky it didn't run it, as we saw some cars spinning after touching a few plots of grass like that. But interesting to see. I'm gonna comment on how they're taking turn 4 more wider than usual than the other cars, but it doesn't look like they lose time there. So it really looks like between the drivers that the alternative lines work, but obviously the Lamborghini behind Jaws just taking this chance, just following behind, taking the chance. If a mistake happens from any car ahead, they might take it from a few drivers in there, 4 drivers driving that Jaws car, so their strategy might look different than any of the others. And I saw some names there being quite big names in other leagues, so maybe some competition in that car as well. So we're gonna see how at the end of the race they come out of, but right now that race isn't looking the best.
No, they're on a recovery drive, aren't they? They were very strong early on, as I mentioned before, but yeah, they've had to fight their way up after a few spins. Yeah, I agree on the line for this FNL RT Mercedes. If we stay with this battle over the course of the lap, as they make the move up the inside of turn 12, easy does it. They'll have to stick behind, but they're going to go for it at the final turn. They take a shallower line in. PMO has to give them room, but Wider line, straighter exit. They get it done there. And that has given a huge advantage to the OC Racing 98. This has truly turned into a three-car battle now. That's way too deep for the 98. But they make the move and they stay on the track in the process. I don't think the FNLRT team will be too happy with how the move was made, but hey, props to the 98. They pulled it up.
And the drivers haven't seen that coming. I haven't seen that coming. Now going around turn 4. That's what I've been talking about. You see the green car going more on the inside for turn 5. It looks like that's maybe the greater line, but the Lamborghini, the Jaws car taking advantage there, the 98 entry. Now has eyes up on the Team Red car up ahead. LMDH is now playing a bit of a role. We haven't seen them for a while, and now they're back. That's the Petronas Synthium SD team going past. So what happened to them? They're down in P11.
Yeah, maybe a long stop. I don't know. They've only recently come out of the pits, haven't they? So that might be an explanation for that. Meanwhile, here comes FNL again, trying to get the move done on OC Racing at turn 9. But if you're on the outside here, you once again get a straighter exit and a better advantage. Through comes one of the SD1 Vision cars. That's the 117, the only SD1 Vision car remaining in the race now. For now, it seems that the Lamborghini has the advantage over the Mercedes there, but now they have to switch focus. They made the pass on FNLRT. Now they have to try and make their way further forward to PMO.
That's the AOT Turtle Beach LMDH right behind as well, with them having led a bit of the race and now being down in P5. We're gonna see there. So I believe there's a Lamborghini going onto the grass. A bit of white there. It's a Lamborghini. We see a tiny mirror there that the Mercedes just hasn't catched quite a bit, but now eyes up ahead as well. But for the Team Red car, they have to let that LMDH car pass and losing out a lot. So the ENG Team Red car losing a bit to OC Racing. OC Racing catching a bit to that Team Red car. So they're gaining in this sandwich battle a bit more than we saw the other two drivers do.
Yeah, indeed. Wow. Oh, okay. Now I think we finally have an opportunity to catch our breath. There's a bit of a lull in the action here as the Mystic Royal team will try to hold off Royal Racing.pl for 12th place in prototype at the moment. Looking at the timing screen, looks like the Royal Racing 665 has only just come out of the pits. This car we're riding on board with only 2 laps in after their last pit stop. So both of these cars on similar strategies, all looking to work their way ever further forward. Most of the prototype field taking pit stops, and easy does it. Just sneak up the inside at the final apex of turn 8. Easy as you like for the prototype, but maybe the GT would have a different story to tell. Up the inside of turn 9, and it looks like the Royal Racing car was disadvantaged there with the Lexus, of course having every right to take its line through there, and it's a small advantage the Mystic Royal team will enjoy.
Using the GT3s as ammunition, as now we're going back on board with the battle for OC Racing. I've seen them taking the final last 2 laps, taking the grass on the exit there. Maybe that's a strategy call, cooling the tires. We've seen in other sims that helping. I don't believe it helps here in Assetto Corsa, but maybe that's a strategy called there. But now really close, not even just a few tenths separating these twos. So maybe we see an overtake into turn 6 or maybe turn 7 as well, as now through turn 4 and 5 we go. Not quite close enough yet into turn 6. This is not quite an opportunity, overtaking move. We haven't seen an overtake yet here. But now into turn 7, this is where we saw the first overtakes happen, but just a bit too far behind. We know the Mercedes takes turn 8 better, so the Lamborghini has to take any advantage they can get. Now that the LMDH has passed, we're gonna see what the Mercedes now does with the Apex 1 LMDH going past. It looks like nothing big, but now with the lines, we're gonna see how much the Lamborghini catches, or maybe even loses to this Mercedes.
Yeah, turn 8 once again, advantage Mercedes. If you're driving a German car, you're having a good time through that corner. We'll check back in with that battle later and check back in with the Grid White Tigers entry as it looks like the Move Center Sim Racing Dream car coming into the pits there. The 275, they are, 25th overall at the moment, or 26th now that they've come into the lane. Looks like one of the first of the roster of GTs that has come in after a full stint. We're waiting for pit stops from our leaders in GT3 as well. Apex 1, AOT Turtle Beach, they're on 34 and 32 laps on their stint respectively.
Having eyes also on P4 right now in the GT3 class cubic system, as that's Raceports Amerito spun out of turn 1. Doesn't look like they've collided with anyone else trying to rejoin, so clean there, but gotta look also for P4 between the cubic system. Apex 1 being very long out on those tires. We know that cubic system and Apex 1, the number 1 entry, have pitted in the first stint at around the same time, but this time cubic system going for the very aggressive undercut, maybe having even pitted too early. Maybe the call coming up too early while the 61 entry is in the pit lane.
Yeah, maybe. It's going to be an intriguing fight for the GT3 lead if Apex 1 ends up losing out here, but they've been driving very consistently. It's been once again a masterclass from the Apex 1 number 1, but we'll keep our eyes peeled for anything going on here. Oh dear, RoyalRacing.pl not going for the optimal line coming out of turn 8, and out of turns 9 and 10 it seems like the Mystic Royal team has not gone for the optimal line there either. Now from this far back the slipstream starts to have an effect, but it seems like the exit was a bit better for the 731 ahead of the 665 we're on board with, and they'll stay behind on their way into the last couple of turns. These guys fighting over 12th place in prototype. It's going to be an interesting battle, see how it works out. Remember, both of these cars are pretty much fresh out of the pits, so I think this is only the start of the battle we're going to be seeing as the number 61 Apex 1 entry enters the pit lane. They were in the lead, and they will give up the spot to OC Racing and Pro Endurance team, who once again are off strategy. Team Delta Infinite could stand to gain here with a 7-lap undercut on the number 61. We'll have to wait and see on that. The Park Motorsport Mercedes also in the lane, but very far down in the field.
Yeah, we're gonna see now between these cars with Apex 1 going for their stop. I believe they've done around 50 laps on those tires, but OC Racing now leading the pack here with a second place Pro Endurance team being 1 minute behind, but on the same strategy. But the next car we gotta look out is obviously the 51 entry of Apex 1, being only 5 laps onto those tires. Maybe see where they come out after those stops of the leaders, where the 61 car comes out of, to the 51 car. But now the Racing Warhol team goes down here into turn 9 of the Mystic Warhol team car. About teammates, I must say, but going there greatly. But who gets a better run onto the back straight? Turn 11. Being right-handed full flat out. Looks like the Racing Warhol team, the Warhol Racing team getting the better run. The Mystic Warhol team not fighting back.
Yeah, looks like they recognize that the battle was done and deciding to hang back now as Apex 1 Mercedes in the pit lane. AOT Turtle Beach have followed them in. This is interesting. Remember, Apex 1 were out for a very long time compared to the Cubic System team. We'll have to wait and see where the number 31 Mercedes works out here, because they are currently in the 3rd sector of the circuit. Will they be able to make up that time?
We gotta now see. I believe there was a long stop from the AOT Turtle Beach car, so driver change for them. Now that we're going closer to the 3-hour mark of the race, now a driver change will start to play a role in effect, as obviously these drivers start to tire themselves out as well. Probably also starting to get to the end of their mental capacity and the physical strength. So gonna see what happens here with a lot of drivers. We saw with Apex 1, the number 1 entry staying quite a bit into the pit lane. The Cubic System team only is still being 1 minute behind. That's about 3/4 of a lap. So gonna see maybe if that's also a long stop. Obviously, long stop taking 300 seconds. That's about 2.5 minutes. So you gotta see maybe how that plays out. As here's the battle for 5th, the Kisha Tamafia Corleone versus Apex 1, 61 entry. After that pit stop of the 61 car, the 51 car is up ahead as well, you gotta have to say.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, number 51, Apex 1, pitted 6 laps ago. And so, see if they have any kind of advantage here as Kisha Mafia Corleone thinking about a move here on the 61, who's still dealing with cold tires, fresh out of the pits. This is such an interesting battle. Corleone, of course, halfway through a stint at the moment, and they're probably in a position where they can't really afford to make an early pit stop here. They'll have to run this stint out to the end. They could gain an advantage here by sticking behind the 61 and saving a bit of fuel that'll save them time on their next stop.
Yeah, we saw the 61 car going wide into turn 12, locking up the fronts. So there's probably some flat spots gonna affect these cars now, but the Kisha Tamafia Corleone last lap having just coming out of the pit lane as well. I believe the Kisha Tamafia car having lost something there, 1 minute 40. No, I'm sorry, the Apex 1 car was fresh out of the pit lane 1 lap before, so we're gonna see this lap how the lap time looks like. But a bit of traffic, that car got tagged.
Oh no! Yeah.
Straight into the wall.
Oh no! Yeah, that's the Midas Racing black car, and I mean that tells the story. You know, we've gone to this car so many times, seeing them fresh out of an incident, and that might be what's been happening to them all along. And it's just a shame they got squeezed by the prototype on the inside there. That might be something for the stewards.
Yeah, penalty points. We heard that the yellow flag, but we're gonna hear later on maybe the race director saying for that contact, a bit of dirty play. But obviously you can't really do much when you go around turn 8. You're fighting for the position. You're flat out through the corner, and at one point you see a car next to you. You have no other choice than take your line, and then contact happens. But it's just sad to see that the drivers have to fight for that as well. Onto the Kisha Tamafia Lexus, the second Lexus in this race. I believe that we have 2 Lexus here. So now there's a battle here between Apex 1 and the 775 entry for P3. And that shows us, now I'm looking at, that shows us Cubic System is up ahead again to the Apex 1 team.
Yeah, I was going to say that. A long stop, it looks like, for the Apex 1 Mercedes. And they've come out about 9 seconds-ish behind. Sorry, about 12 seconds behind the Cubic System, number 31, their championship rivals. Speaking of Kisha Mafia, man, the Corleone car trying to keep AOT Turtle Beach behind them. Remember, AOT Turtle Beach, they pitted with the 61 Apex 1 ahead of this duo. So they'll have slightly fresher tyres and a bit of a heavier fuel load, but in terms of pace, I mean, AOT Turtle Beach, they've got a lot to play for. They are the overall championship leaders in this series, so we'll see if they're successful in getting past, and if they do, I don't expect much of a fight back from the 891.
Looking at the lap times here, the Kisha Tamafia did a 1:41.1 last lap, but the AOT Turtle Beach did a 1:40.6, so they're about 8 times faster. So going more for the inside lane does the AOT Turtle Beach. Kisha Tamafia going a bit wide there. Now into turn 2, this right-hander here, squeezing onto the grass into turn 3. Careful! Oh, now turn 4, it's nearly side by side, but the Keisha Tamafi just stays up ahead there. Bit of squeezing happening between these two drivers. You have to be careful that a battle like that doesn't end your race fully.
Yeah, think about the context of this as well. AOT Turtle Beach, they've got the pace to be racing for the lead here. The 61 Apex 1 car is the one they're really racing here. The Kishita Mafia car is off strategy and apparently having some technical issues as well. That's not good. And right here, a GT3, that's a further disadvantage for AOT Turtle Beach, having to pull out of that maneuver.
What has happened?
Oh dear, they're deep.
It looks like the AOT Turtle Beach car is having some issues. I don't think they're seeing the same thing that we're seeing, as the Keisha Tamafika just went straight through them. A weird overtake, I must say, but it's an overtake in the books, so hopefully they fix their issues as well. But back onto the P3 battle in the GT3 class between the 775 Keisha Tamafika car and the Apex 1. Looking at the timings, I believe, for P20 overall, the pit lanes, the pit stop strategy, the Apex 1 car is on fresher tires and does do the move down into turn 6. Is the 775 car gonna respond into turn 7? Rani outside, who's brave on the brakes? Apex 1 car has fresher tires but a heavier fuel load, while the 775 Keisha Mafia Lexus having lesser fuel load but older tires. But now here back, looking also for P13 between the Keisha Tamafa Capone and the Mystic Rojo team. I believe the 14 car, the 899 entry, having done a bit of mistake, being 19 laps on those tires, but losing a few positions.
Yes, this is a proper 3-car fight between them, and AOT Turtle Beach, it looks like, have finally made their way past the Corleone car, and they'll send the PMO blue car off at turn 8, and oh dear, that's going to be contact with the wall potentially for the Mercedes, but
green.
they have recovered, and brief yellow flag for that sector of the circuit, but PMO Blue getting back up to speed with a bit of a scare from that prototype battle.
Yeah, I believe here the desync happening for the AOT Turtle Beach car. It's the Keisha Tamafa Kaponka goes finally past the Mystic Rojo team side by side through the main straight. There's also another car, the lapped car. I believe that's a Silver Racing Dream team that have lapped right there. It goes wide, goes the Mystic Rojo team, and the Keisha Tamafa car goes back past. Great battle from these two, as I believe the Silver Racing Dream team now wants to be part of it as well.
Yeah, indeed. Looks like, might be the Pro Endurance team car that they were battling with, the 157. I'm not too sure on that, but they've worked their way past. Looking, actually, the OC Racing Lopen car in P1 and the Pro Endurance Team 157 in P2, I think they're approaching the point where we're going to see their next pit stop. They've been out there for 31 laps now, and Albrecht and Brady will be dealing with a little bit of leery behavior in that car. We'll keep our eyes peeled on the Mystic Royal team to see if they can get back past the 899. They've got some GT3 traffic here down the straight, and you've got to pick your line early coming into this kink down the back straight, not to mention your line coming into the hairpin. They'll be coming up on a proper fight here between GT3 competitors, and it looks like they'll have to back off here in the 731. Let these GT3s work themselves through. That's the number 1 Apex 1 Mercedes that they're making their way past there. They didn't hold back, and they've worked their way through masterfully in the final turns, but they would have been a bit slower than Kishita Mafia Capone, so a little bit of extra time loss for them.
Now the Keisha Tamafa Capone car having the eyes up ahead for the next Rojo racing car, the 665 entry. Looks like there's a bad incident in the back. I believe that's an LMP2. Oh, careful! Big incident!
Dear.
Multi-car pileup!
Oh, the Apex 1 Mercedes!
Oh, that's a big incident!
Turn 2.
That's huge. Coming out of turn 2. Don't even know how that eventuated, but the 731 got involved. Full course yellow will be put in by race control there, it seems, just to neutralize the field and make sure that everyone gets back up to speed. But man, looked like a couple of Apex 1 cars there, the GT3 and the prototype involved, and the Mystic Royal team's issues continuing at turn 4.
That's a big incident, a pile up there. So the battles now for GT3 is a bit shuffled now, as the Apex 1 number 1 entry was involved in there, and the Mystic Royal team was involved, and I believe there was also a few other GT3s.
3, 2, 1, and green, stay safe out there, please.
Look at that shattered glass. That's not something you see. That's definitely red damage all across. You see how much they're struggling through the turn 8 right left-hander. Oh, careful! Nearly another incident. Oh, careful, boys. You want to finish the race.
Careful.
Yeah, easy does it. Mercedes off the track there. The 217. This is Skigalka 1 Vision
This
Mercedes
will be
there.
technical flag for 217 with suspension damage, so pit this lap, please.
Okay, suspension damage for the 217. Oh, look at how damaged this car is. Another full course yellow on board, and they've been commanded to pit. They're simply too damaged to continue. Look at how much left hand down they've got. That's not ideal.
Yeah, their tires are not facing the way that they want to, and now the focus yellow is gonna stay until they pit. But obviously now we're gonna see what other drivers do. The Keisha Tamafa Capone car taking this as a chance to pit the 899 entry. And we're also gonna see at the end of the focus who gets the best restart out of this. But oh, that was a mega crash, and a lot of cars have been involved. So we're gonna see a lot of cars now going into the pit lane. The Mystic Rohol team probably also, with the lot of damage that they have, are gonna pit there. Keisha the Mafia taking that as a chance that if the competitors has to pit anyway, that they take that time. The Pro Endurance team is well now in.
Do not exceed 80 yet.
Good opportunity for the 157. The 217, meanwhile, into the pit lane to get their damage repaired. The full course yellow is over, and the 61 Apex 1 entry will probably be dealing with some damage now, and it's not an ideal situation for them either.
As the Braun GP Endurance, GT3 leader, has gone into the pit lane. Cubic System might take that back, going for net P1 again. As we see here, that's the Keisha Tamafa Corleone car fighting the 61 Apex 1 car. There you see them popping up. A bit of traffic there by the OC Racing Jaws car. So we're gonna see who gets the better run. We have heard now that this
flag pit this lap, suspension damage. Please.
Oh no, 61 too damage to continue.
They have also suspension damage, so this battle is over for SIG. Keisha Tamafa can breathe now, so they don't have to be worried, but it doesn't look like they have too many issues. So actually, through turn 8, a bit of understeer. But you see there at the back, I believe that's the Sim Racing Green team. Oh yeah, there's a lot of suspension damage on that car.
Yeah, they run through turn 8, not ideal there, and wow. That's another huge blow for Apex 1. Again, you know, in both classes, they've looked among the fastest, but they're going to be 2 cars down now in prototype. The 51 will try to continue the best they can.
The technical flag for 61, box this lap, please.
But you never know. They could come back. 61 will make their way into the pits here. And I really hope that the damage doesn't take too long to repair otherwise, and Apex 1 will end up ruining this round. This is going to be so difficult for them. I mean, it's not all bad for the GT3. They're still in 4th place, now trying to work their way back into the top 3, which is going to become 2nd now as the Braun GP Endurance 24 makes its way into the lane. The 775 Kishita Mafia machine is still yet to come into the pits. They've been out there for 34 laps now, and I think the Apex 1 car, we're looking to make this a speedy maneuver.
It looks like the Lexus has just less tire wear overall. They've They're the ones who have pitted 1 hour 10 minutes into the first stint, and now being again 40 laps, I believe you said, about quite a bit of time on those tires. That Keisha Tamafia car. What's happened here? The Keisha Tamafia car being around about 34 laps on those tires. So yeah, it looks like the Lexus is handling those tires well. So as Apex 1, the number 1 entry, has to go past as soon as possible if they want to have a chance for the win. If it goes on like this, Cubic System might take the first win of the season in the season GT3, which thinking about it would be mega for them, as they've gone only P2 in both races in Shanghai and Hockenheim, as they go down the inside into turn 9.
All right, here we go then. Let's see if the Apex 1 Mercedes has the traction on the exit, or the Lexus will be able to fight back here. Oh, they're sticking with them. Yeah, potentially some damage there as they come together on the exit of the kink. Apex 1 feeling frustrated here, I'd imagine. Trying to find their way past the Lexus. They don't want to lose too much time. They're battling for the lead in GT3, or at least they were before the big crash. They want to try and gain some of that time back. They do manage to defend the position.
Yeah, I believe the Keisha Tamafia car just wanted to get as much time as possible on those tires. But I saw on board that the wheel was just a bit crooked on the straight, just a tiny bit amount. Even I think they've been involved in a big incident as well. So there's a second Lexus sliding in the FNL car, battle for 25. Ooh, a bit into turn 4, I believe that is. So it looks like they're struggling a little. Battle for 25th here, the Motor Reporter 24 Lexus versus the FNL Mercedes. These two also have battled since the start of the race, I believe.
Yeah, well, it's been tough. Poor exit for the Lexus. The Mercedes will draw alongside into turn 8, and the Lexus will not defend that. FNLRT making up another position now into 25th overall. Looks to be 8th in GT3 at the moment, and more adventures for them on the exit of turn 8. Man, this that incident and the associated full course yellow and pit stops has really jumbled up the order. It's difficult to pick exactly who is the best placed out of everyone in both classes.
I believe it looks like out of the first class, OC Racing might have now a big chance here with that big incident. The second main competitor, 61 Apex 1 car, now being out of it as well, out of that lead battle. So if OC Racing plays their cards correctly, that's grid racing spun. If OC Racing plays their cards correctly, I believe they are up for their win as well. If the 51 entry doesn't play the card, doesn't do the strategy as intended.
Well, the number 99 OC Racing Lopen car finally comes in for their third pit stop of the race after 36 laps completed, and the number 61 has completed their repairs. Will emerge back out onto the racetrack down in 15th place, and it's a long gap to the Mystic Royal team, 731. So it's time for a big reset in the Apex 1 team. And still 6.5 hours to go in the race. Not worth quitting now. Plenty of time left to make up whatever disadvantage you've gained. The Royal Racing PL Lamborghini is working itself around very nicely in the GT3 class. Currently 5th place. And they've been hovering in and around that back half of the top 10 pretty much all race.
Yeah, the Rojo Racing team here as well, the yellow Lamborghini. We've seen them at the beginning of the race quite a few times, being involved in quite a few battles. So now we gotta see what they can bring. They're not that far off. They're, I think, top 5 in the GT3 class, which is great to see, with 24 teams racing. I gotta say, 142 drivers overall in just this one race. It's interesting to see as well, but nice to see that this race and this championship is just so many involved drivers, and just the racing here is just interesting to see, never leaving us any space to breathe, as every time something is happening, the blood heart rate just spikes up to 150, but now I believe is again a bit of a time where we can take a breather.
Yeah, the Team Delta Infinite 81 will move to the lead of the race. 20 laps into their stint right now. OC Racing Lopen are still in the pits. I think might be a long stop for the number 99. Another driver change on the cards for them. The 51 Apex 1 entry will likely move back into second place, if not be very close to the 99. We have a very good race on our hands in the hypercar class. Team Delta Infinite keeping it consistent. They haven't really been a huge factor in the battle for the lead for most of this race, but you know, keep it steady, keep it cool, and it will come to you. Speaking of keeping it cool, Cubic System currently leading GT3, and well, they enjoy a 18, 19 second lead over the car they were battling with all through the first stint, the number 1 Apex 1 machine. But don't forget, Cubic System with a big undercut on the last pit stop, and they will have gained a bit more of an advantage with the incident the number 1 was involved in. So from here on out, at least in the short term, looking like they'll just be hitting their marks and continuing to run fast laps here.
The Cubic System car is about 10 laps older tires than the Apex 1 behind. We saw that that's a strategy call, and now if the Apex 1's a tiny mishap in that incident, that's even a bigger chance for Cubic System, as now the pit stops won't lose them as much time. You said about 19-second gap, but going up as well, but now about 20 seconds. I believe that was 15 seconds is wrong. It's going to jump up to 19 soon. If not, I believe Cubic System has jumped into the pit lane, if I'm not mistaken. If not, it looks like Cubic System has lost a little bit of time in that final sector, losing over 5 seconds. I believe what happened there was maybe a bit of traffic play, but yeah, this timing is looking a bit jumpy. It's gone up to 19 seconds again, but oh, there's a mistake! There's an incident. OC Racing on turn 13. I believe that was with an LMDH. I saw an LMDH cutting the corner there.
Yeah.
Oh, careful, boys.
Yeah, once again, the 98, despite their fantastic pace at times, just can't escape bad luck in this race. They're running a long way down, and it's not ideal for them. Park Motorsport, meanwhile, the gaps in the prototype class have extended out a long way, so everyone's just trying to drive to a number now. Keep it consistent and don't push the tires too hard. Park Motorsport have been trying their best to keep themselves in the top 10, but it's proving quite difficult. The closest gap in prototype right now is the gap for 4th. The Kishita Mafia Corleone and the 71 Apex 1, which is starting to come back. They were out of the picture for a while with a very early pit stop, but now it seems like the race is coming back to them. Let's see if the race comes back to the 97 here too.
Yeah, the 97 car Park Motorsport was fighting, I believe, against the Mystic Warhol team a few like in half an hour ago, but this time the Mystic Warhol team, with that big incident, losing out about 40 seconds. But that's interesting to see. Maybe Park Motorsport with a bit more luck can gain a bit more positions, as points obviously in this championship are very important to get, and with mistakes like this, 6 hours and 20 minutes left in this race, so a lot can still happen, and well, it's the gaps have widened through all across the board. So now it's more of a battle of who can drive the most consistent, the cleanest, as eyes back on OC Racing. Their car looks a bit knocked up, as you see at the front. Might be careful there. Maybe next pit stop will take a little longer to repair it, as the 775 entry finally goes into the pit lane for the second stop.
Yes, finally. The from P3, and that will promote Apex 1 and Cubic System ever further forward. The Apex 1 Mercedes starting to gain a little bit more on Cubic System, 15 seconds being the gap, but as we've said, the gap is jumping around a little bit, so it's difficult to tell exactly where things stand. Meanwhile, number 20 Lamborghini, this is another car, the Squadra Corsa machine, that is starting to come under pressure from the FNL Triple Two up behind. Move Center Sim Racing Dream, the car ahead of them. We're looking at a nice 3-car battle here in GT3.
Yeah, I believe the FNL has a bit of more pace. As I say, they overtake the Squadra course into turn 9 with the help of the LMDH there. The Bissek Rojo team has helped them a little there with the overtake, so they have to now look up ahead for the next car. Ice as well in the pit lane for the 775 entry of the Kisha Mafia car. They were up there with Apex 1 for P3, but now they've dropped down a little. Race Sport Academy and the Gridway Tigers have gone up ahead as well. Their battle is still quite there with only a 1.5 seconds gap between them. Now dropping down to a second, but I believe we have to look out for that, as Eyes also on the AOT Turtle Beach car with the LMDH trying to get past turn 8. Doesn't quite work, as has to wait for after the corner, but no incidents luckily, as big incidents can happen in a span of a blink.
They can. So this car, the AOT Turtle Beach entry, is on the same strategy now as the number 1 Apex 1 entry, which, remember, is likely going to have plenty of issues on board after their involvement in the incident. So eyes will be on the 666 Lamborghini to see if they can take advantage with them being a bit further into their stint by about 5 laps or so. We'll keep our eyes on Race Spot Academy as they chase down the Grid White Tigers machine. Remember, Grid White Tigers were racing earlier on. That's the number 99 making their way through. 99's come out of their pit stop in 9th place, having taken their long pit, and might be an advantage gained here for Race Spot Academy, but no, they ran over the curb, destabilized the car. They could not get the move done on Grid White Tigers here. Shout out to Grid White Tigers, by the way. They've been steadily battling their way up through the field. It's been a tough one for that Mercedes team, but they're doing well.
Yeah, I've seen the Grid White Tigers battling a handful of cars and each time coming victorious. This time they're being the one getting under attack by the Race Spot Academy car. We're gonna see now in the next few laps what will happen. It looks like the Grid White Tigers just has the consistency that they like, but Race Spot Academy looks like they have a bit more pace as well. So now that they're in the slipstream, they have to maybe look for a move sooner or later. As the longer they wait, the more mistakes can happen. So any time closer. Talk about mistake, the Grid White Tigers go wide through turn 7. That gives Race Spot Academy a great chance out of turn 8 maybe, or maybe even into turn 8. Getting very close to that rear diffuser, smelling those exhaust fumes in their hair.
Yes, indeed. It's all slightly better exit for the Grid White Tigers car. They're not far enough, they're not close enough to attempt to move up the inside, but they're going to anyway. It's a big dive, but yeah, that hasn't unsettled the grid racing car. And seems like the second phase of acceleration out of the corners favoring the Grid Mercedes. Can Race Spot do anything to move past them? They're not exactly searching for the slipstream here, are they? They haven't got anyone behind them either. Probably just biding their time.
Yeah, it looks like the Race Spot Academy car is just a bit more confident on those brakes, and looks like in his final few corners, you see how much the front bumper just sticks to that rear diffuser. Now on the next lap, now on the main straight, the slipstream effect not quite helping them, as the Grid White Tigers has just a bit more straight lane speed, but that shows that the setup worked for the Race Spot Academy is more for corners, which is helps them now in this part of the track. So we're gonna see how much closer they can get here through turn 3 and 4. It's where we mostly see cars get super close, but not close enough for a move. If they can, maybe turn 7 is the next time they can have a look for a overtake.
Yeah, that is the question. Just edging closer at the apex, but yeah, it's all about the power application, isn't it? And whether or not you'll have to compromise your line on the way in. That looks like one of the Apex 1 prototypes. They make contact. The GTs make contact in turn 7, but Race Spot backing out there. And, well, they'll have to have another try later on. They almost took advantage, but yeah, I don't think they wanted to take the position by making contact. The grid racing car is compromised, though. Here's the run. They're immediately going to go defensive into turn 9. And we've seen moves around the outside here work before. Is it going to happen this time? No.
So now the exit is compromised for the Race Sports Academy car. Gridway Tigers may have to race the straight lane speed down into turn 12. Will this battle go on? Austin is nearing an end as well. Let's see if this battle stays longer than we might be here. Casper being the next one to commentate for the next hour. But we're gonna see here is, oh, that's really close contact. Oh no, touching the front tires. Careful, the second contact is slap. Looking again for that inside line. Oh, nearly a third contact. These drivers are really pushing it to the edge. Wanting to take as much time, wanting to take as much track position as possible to the car, but it just quite didn't work, and having to back out a little now into the next lap here. It doesn't look like the gap is as close as it was before.
Yeah, they decided to get aggressive, and it's not paying off for them in the Race Sport Academy 246. So they'll have to wait now for another opportunity somewhere down the line. Well, at the moment, they're starting to gain some of it back, but probably not quite enough. Running a bit wide there too. Sometimes the wider line out of turn 6 will work, but yeah, usually the straighter line on the way through is the way to go. What I am seeing though is the Grid White Tigers car is not the one with the advantage here. There's the Royal Racing hypercar making their way through in turn 8. Ooh, gotta be careful there. It looks like they picked the line nicely. Can't really say the same for the car behind them. That's disadvantaged the Race Sport Academy car further.
The Keisha to Mafia LMDH car now fighting here as well for P10 in LMDH class. Who gets the better run into the final straight, into the back straight here. Ice also back on the White Tigers car, and Race Sports Academy being 7/10 accordingly. So now that the battles have closed out a little, so we're gonna see now for later on these cars staying in the slipstream strategies playing a big role. Who can't take the tires to longer, but it looks like the Keisha Tomafika just wants a position more than a strategy advantage.
Yeah, having a good race is the priority for some drivers, especially when you're nearly 2 hours in to the 9 hours of Istanbul. The 996, meanwhile, the Motor Reporter Lexus having to give up a position here, or at least track position, depending on where they are in the field. This is a very tight battle, isn't it? It's Braun GP Endurance having just made the move on them, but the Lexus is coming back. This is a battle for the midfield in GT3, and it looks like everyone wants to join the party. The Lexus will stay wide and allow the Donut Livery Braun GP car through, but they're not interested in letting the other Mercedes by. Oh, here we go, side by side. Race Sport Academy on the outside of turn 7 is going to get it done finally on Grid White Tigers.
This was imminent, this overtake. We saw that the Race Sport Academy just had the pace advantage. Grid White Tigers has great defense though, so that defense game is up there. But it looks like now that they've gone past, Grid White Tigers has to think of something. It's also here up ahead, the Rojo Racing Team and Keisha Tamafa Kaponka now finally getting past as well into turn 12. Who's brave on the brakes? Both at the same time. The Keisha Tamafa has that superior inside line and gets that position done. But I believe our stint here is over, so we gotta hand over the commentary now.
Yeah, indeed. So we will welcome Kasper Matvicki to the commentary box to take you through the next portion of the race. This is about the time that we will start to wind things down for our initial commentary stint of this race, Luca. It's been a very entertaining race so far. Plenty of action, plenty of drama, and there is yet more to come.
I agree, and I can't wait to see the rest of the race, how the position changes will happen. But now let's leave it to Casper to commentate for the next hours.
A chaotic race so far here in Turkey. Hello, my name is Casper. Glad to have you all along with us. We're almost 3 hours into the 9 hours of Istanbul, and if what I've heard and what I've seen so far is going to continue, we're going to have an absolutely crazy race. We're looking on board with one of the hypercars going into turn 3. That's the 891 Corleone car. That's the car that's qualified. They're going side by side currently with the 117 inside line through turn 5. Is he going to be able to get the switch back through 6? He's getting very close, slightly alongside there as he heads into the right-hander of turn 7. But again, the inside line for the 117 should be the optimals they take up towards turn 8. Switchback again, gives it a go, can't quite make it work. Can the 891, so they're still the 117 in 7th, and the 891 is still in 8th place here in Turkey, going slightly wide there. Still on the curbs again. A reminder that the track limit is the curbs, not just the white lines, so the drivers do get that extra little bit of space as 891, the Corleone car, almost ran into the back of the SD1 Vision Esports. Can he make a move down into this M sort of chicane thing? He's using the traffic of the GTs as well. Can the One Vision go back down the inside to try and retaliate? Almost contact, so the 891 has got the advantage through the chicane. Can maybe the 117 go down the inside into the final corner? No, not quite, but a brilliant move by the 891, using the traffic, boxing the red hypercar in. Can't really make anything work for them. So the 891 car is in 8th place. The 899 behind them is almost 40 seconds away, so that's not as much of a factor as it could have been, although I do believe they didn't qualify last night. We're looking on with the 246 Racebot Academy directly behind these guys as they're going in through this first sector, hounded by the 203 Grid White Tigers car. That is for 21st and 22nd place overall. I think that's 5th and 6th in the GT3 class. Racespot have been doing quite well so far. So again, someone to look out for. Another car to look out for in terms of GT is actually the Grid White Tigers. Both have been doing quite well, the Mercedes, so definitely worth an eye. Let's see, is there anything else that's sort of going on interesting? Let's have a look at live timing, shall we? Everyone's it's all sort of calmed down a little bit at this stage of the race, because obviously we are 3 hours in. The initial rush of, you know, the start, or what was the start of the race, has sort of now died down, and everybody's sort of getting into the rhythm, going through strategies, going through long stops as well, where long stops have to be 4 minutes in the pits, usually a change of driver as well. I was talking with the with one of the Mafia crews, the 891 car that we just saw past the One Vision. Apparently, going off of the sheet and what their sister car has said, apparently they have filled in all of their long stops, so they are at quite an advantage, because again, a reminder that you have to hit 5 long stops throughout the race, which does add that extra little bit of additional strategy complications that we do love in an endurance race. Of course, you know, 9 hours, there's a lot of racing to be had, but they've done quite well in terms of that, so now they can just change drivers at will. We're back on with the 891 trying to chase down Snappy as the OC racing car is calling now. They're actually stuck in between and behind traffic a little bit there, and he's going to be able to make the move down the inside. Can he make his stick? Here we go, out of turn 8 into turn 9. He's going wide, outbraked himself, has the 99 OC Racing Lopen car. So that's not ideal. Lost the position, very easy giveaway. And so the 891 very much on the charge at this point in the race, taking 2 positions at about 5 laps. Now the 117 is going to want to, pardon me, take advantage of that. They've gone wide again. I don't know if they're intentionally giving up the fight or if they've got actual brake problems, but something's going on with that 99. Maybe they're just trying to stay out of any problems or anything else like that in this race so far. But again, given what we've had again so far, it's it wouldn't surprise me if they were just trying to avoid any contact, because the first portion of the race was pretty damn good from what I've seen so far. Back on board the 203, looking on from the side cam, and you can really see how close the downhill into turn 1 as well. It's not a big downhill, but it's enough to sort of add a little bit of chaos, because any sort of elevation change does change the profile of the corner. And you're talking turn 1, and turn 1 is obviously where the start happens. I know I'm being blatantly obvious, but that is a crazy turn 1. It's a slight downhill, it's a relatively fast left. There's a lot that can happen going into that corner. Same goes for Kota, the track that we're going to be at in the next round, the 12 hours of Kota. That is very much an uphill left hand, a lot of gradient change. The leaders are in the pits. The 81 has come into the pit lane. Could be one of their long stops, and I do actually think it is one of their long stops now. They're just standing. Long stops again have to be 4 minutes. We can see the brakes pretty hot. A little bit of steam coming off of their cars. Battle for 5th place now as well. So the Corleone 891 car is on an absolute charge. Strategy seems to be working well for them. Driver dialed in at this early stage in the race. Driver at the moment is Antoni Sokołowski. The third driver on that list as they head through, that is turn 5, and then through this double apex turn 6. The 175 trying to defend valiantly from the Kichita Cat car behind, doing quite well, tries to use the outside line through turn 7, can't quite make it work, and now we go through turn 8, a little wide on entry there. That's going to affect through the rest of the apexes. Remember, there is 4 apexes, and here we go, held up by the GT traffic, both sides they go. That is a brilliant move to evade traffic, and a brilliant move as well ahead of the 175 out of turn 8. It's not often that we see that, again using the traffic, blocking off the 175 Petronas Cintium car. Nicely done there, as we're seeing the 31 cubic system car was in the lead earlier in the race, is now coming out, I imagine, straight after a long stop. Just had news come in that I was talking earlier about the 891's 5 long stops already being done. I was surprised because they should be further down if they've done all long stops quite this early in the race. That's not the case. They've not done all 5. I'm not fully sure how many they've done, but they haven't actually done all 5. We're back on board with the 203 Grid White Tigers. This is now a battle for 21st. 20th even in class, 20th overall, 4th in class, pardon me, as the cubic system car has come into the pit lane. The gap has grown a little bit over the past little bit, although a lock up into turn 12 for the red, white and grey car will certainly not help things to try and sort of, open up the gap, have that bit of space once they come into the pit lane. We've passed the 6-hour mark, 5 minutes 57 left to go, and Apex 1 are leading at the moment with a 1-2 in Hypercar, and then leading as well in GT3 by almost a minute. In Hypercar, the GLS PXM car, also someone to look out for in 3rd place. The Corleone car, the 891, the Kichita Mafia Corleone car, has been on an absolute charge the last couple of laps. They're in 4th place. 5th place for the Petronas Syntium SD team. And then it's 6th for the OC Racing Lopen Snappy. I don't know if I think it's a dinosaur livery through there. The Capone car, I believe the Kichita Mafia car that didn't set a time in qualifying. I don't think they were there actually in qualifying either. They're in 7th place, so brilliant charge up the field with the 665 Royal Racing Kropka PL car in 8th place. 9th for the Pro Endurance team, and then the top 10 rounded out by Team Delta Infinite, who again have recently come into the pit lane and have since come out in 10th place. Park Motorsport as well on the verge of the points in GT3. Apex 1 lead the number 1 ahead of the AOT Turtle Beach car, the 666 Royal Racing car in 3rd place in class. The Race Spot Academy and Grid White Tigers in 4th and 5th, as we're looking on with the Dyno car getting very close to the back of the 175. So whatever mistakes were made quite early on have been rectified, and they are back on the pace, and they are closing up through turn 8. A little bit more grip afforded by their current tyres. I do believe they have been more recently in the pits, have the 175, so theoretically they should have that tyre advantage, but maybe they're not quite up to scratch. Through King Cat 11, closing, using the slipstream to the right he goes. Can he make his stick? He's got a little bit of GT traffic as well. They're going to go both sides to the left, almost causing an incident contact. Locking up as well, goes a little bit deep, but still retains the position. 175 closing up through the curves into the pits. Go the Petronas Syntium crew. So already trying to stop. Almost drifting under, braking there as well. Brilliantly done by the SD team. That was a great move by the 99, using the slipstream, then the GT traffic as well to lunge straight out of the gap at the last possible minute. Nicely done. 51 in the pits. The 71 will most likely be taking the lead. So the Corleone car has gone from 7th to 3rd in a matter of about 10-15 minutes. So not bad going for them so far in this race, but of course we are still waiting for them to come through the start-finish straight. They are closing up again to the GLS car, so they will most likely get 2nd place at some point in this race, and then the big question is, can they catch the leaders? In fact, they might even be able to take the lead. The 71s have come into the pit lane, so Apex 1 are all in the pits. 61 has already been in quite recently, I do believe. So, and they're in 16th place and last so far against the hypercars. There's the 71. I think that is a long stop, just a bit of a driver change. Yeah, as Pix said, also in the pits, so wholesale hypercar stops. Going to be seeing probably quite a few driver changes. I'm going to try and update you all as and when I can. 51 does come back into the track in the lead. 891 in 2nd place. Kamil Struzik behind the wheel of one of the Stewarding Association cars. Looking sexy as always. Why wouldn't he be? 275 in 28th place. Move Center Sim Racing Dream car in 12th place in class going into turn 1. Nicely handled through that 2nd corner and then up towards turn 3. Let me see if has there been any more decisions. Let me have a look. See, there's been this one. Oh, this was given almost 40 minutes ago. Right, that's probably already been served. That was a 15-second penalty for, I believe, the 46 car that was to be looked at. Through the grates, here's the 33rd place car, number 12. Kirito Racing Esports Lamborghini, and then through the pit lane goes the 899, waiting at the end of the pits. Or are they just driving out? They are just driving out, coming out in 14th place, right into a little bit of traffic ahead of them. As we're looking on with one of the Lamborghini Huracan cars, that is the other OC Racing car. The Jaws rated, the Jaws livery coming through into turn 9. Not very far ahead of them is the 34th. Is the car, well, not very far ahead of them, is the car ahead of them. Well done, Casper. Is the PMO Team Endurance Blue in 34th place. The 149 will definitely want to try and catch up as into turn 8 they go. Again, you need a lot of grip and a lot of balls, because you need to go through that at speed, and it's very, very easy to lose your car. A little bit of hypercar traffic getting stuck in there. I think that is the Parker Motorsport 197, but not causing too much of a faff. But the OC Racing car will have lost a little bit of time against the 149 ahead of them. The 907 have now registered as well as a DNF. So we will not be seeing any more of them in this session. Here goes the OC Racing car using the hypercar to try and force his way down the inside into turn 12 and through turn 14. He's got that move done. That is nicely done by the OC Racing lifeless car, and that is a move up into 34th position as they head down into turn 1. Brilliant bit of skill displayed by their driver, which is, I can find them on the list, which is Sebastian Duran, if the sheets are true. Looking on with the that's the Kichita Mafia GT car in 26th place, the 775. The one of, I believe, 2 Lexuses in the field, the other being the 24 Braun GP Endurance car in 21st place overall, as he's now climbing over the top of the crest and then down through the right-hander kink at 11. Is that the number box shining, or is that just me? I think that's the actual number box sort of lighting up, as it were. The 891 is very close to the back, well, quite close to the back of the 51. The OC Racing Lopen car isn't too far back either, but we're looking on board with the 12th and 13th place car, the 117 and the 175. SD1 Vision against Petronas Cintium as they're heading over the hill into turn 3, left-hander, and then through 4. But then into this double apex left at 5 and at 6. 665 Royal Racing's come into the pit lane as well. A little bit of GT traffic ahead of them. Tries to dive down the inside to avoid that GT traffic. A bit of a dive bomb, I'd say, as he heads through now into turn 8. He's probably going to be stuck behind some GT traffic through here. This is possibly one of the worst places to be stuck, just because you're going to lose so much time, because the GTs are slower through this section considerably. I think in qualifying we had about a 20-second overall differential, and that section will certainly count for quite a decent bit of time. But now the gap has opened up to just over, almost 2 seconds now. It was just over a second at the last timing point, but it is almost 2 seconds now. It's 1.87 as they're now diving into the left-right-left chicane at 12, 13 and 14. But I think the Cintium car has used a... Sorry, I thought that was one of the cars going into the pit lane there. The 117 stuck in traffic a little bit more than the 175. Looking at the 16 Shigaoka Sim Racing Dream Team coming into the pit lane. That's the car that we just saw pop in, I believe, for a drive-through, because that was quickly in and quickly out. So that's probably about 25 seconds lost time. We're back on board with this battle here for 11th. Technically not worth any points at all, as it is points and a half. but still, obviously, the higher you get, should it go to count back, you do get an advantage through sort of just the positions that you finish in. So obviously, you do want to finish generally as high as you can, but who doesn't want to win at this point? You can't really count anybody out because there could be a safety car, there could be a full course yellow, and absolutely anything could happen. Stuck behind one of the grid racing cars now is the 117, but not losing as much time as he did before. I think that's the grid white Tigers car that they passed. And now it is back up to the top of the hill at 12, 13 and 14. We're in Istanbul for the 9 hours of Istanbul. My name's Casper, glad to have you all along with us. We have 5 hours 45 left over, so we're approaching halfway. We've passed the third, we are getting closer to halfway, and at that point we can sort of figure out and just say, okay, who's in a better position to take the win, who's sort of really out of it. We can look at that possibly in the second half, and there's obviously still a lot to talk about. I mean, this circuit, I believe it's the first time that we've used Turkey, so it's a brand new challenge for drivers, as we're looking on with the Motorreporter 24 car in the pits in 28th at the moment, and will be dropping positions. I think that's the only car in the pits. AOT Almar's in the pits and hasn't moved, is in 20. The 21 car is in 40th place. I do believe that is also a DNF, although not quite officially registered with our timing screen. Which, that's actually quite big, if I remember correctly. Because they are quite high in the Drivers' Championships. I'm going to obviously make sure, but I do believe they were quite high in the Championship coming into this race. So that's not really ideal for their Championship challenge. There is still quite a lot of races to go, obviously, but obviously you'll want to be better safe than sorry. Oh no, they were in 9th place. I'm confusing them with the 31 cubic system car. Sorry. What are the cubic system car actually? In 22nd place overall, which is 6th place in class, over a minute behind the Brawn GP endurance car. One of the two Lexuses in the field, the other in 24th place, the 775 Kita Mafia car. The sole GT entry for that crew. Lamborghini had to lift off there as he heads into, well, out of turn 4. Close the door a little bit for the
Yellow in the
117.
Green.
Apex 1 going off there, losing a little bit of time. And now look who's closed up to the back of them. It is the 891 Corleone car. They haven't come into the pit lane, so we are expecting a stop from them, but that is still something that, well, we are going to see it at some point, I would imagine relatively soon, unless they have gone a little bit off strategy. And then the OC Racing Lopen car is, well, it's not too far behind. It's 11 and a bit seconds, so there's still quite a lot of gap in there. The 222 in 28th is right on the back of the Move Centre Sim Racing Dream Team. Careful for the Park Motorsport car, a little bit of a wiggle on exit there. He's going to try and get past ahead of turn 8, and he's done that quite nicely. And now, will the pole sitter FNLRT be able to catch up through this section? He's got a hypercar going up. He's inside through that third apex. I believe that's one of the Apex 1 cars. I think that's actually 51 as well. As they head now down into turn 9, another hypercar almost clattering into the bank of the FNLRT car, and bit of a problem on exit, and the Move Centre Sim Racing Dream Team's lost one and could lose a second position as well. They're side by side into the right hand kink. That is for position, I believe. as the Kichita Mafia car has got past. So 2 positions in... is that for position? No, it's not. Okay. What am I on about? So FNLRT has managed to get into 27th place. I was looking at the Mr. Royal car scything its way through traffic. And then now the Kichita Mafia car is going to want to unlap themselves. The gap between FNLRT and Move Center is just over a second. And there's another car, another hypercar trying to get past, and gets past in actually quite a good section of the track. We're on board with the Move Center Dream Team car. Going through this section, bit of a spin. Kirito Esports. Problems out of turn 8, that is,
Yellow,
I believe.
Exit turn 8 and it's green already.
Got there before me, did Camille. So possible damage, maybe, for that car. As we're looking on with the screens. Coming through turn 9. A lot of cars coming through this section of track already. 1, 2 hypercars immediately followed by a GT car. There's plenty of cars on track. 40 initially started this race. I think we're down to 38 at this point in time. And you can see all the sorts of variety of cars and all the liveries that we've got here at Project Endurance. Plenty of fun ones as well. We do love a good fun livery. That is one of the hypercars that we're currently on board with. The leader of Apex 1, contact with the GT car. And now Kichita Mafia Corleone car is within 2.5 seconds of the leader. The 175 has opened up the gap, actually, to the 117 SE1 Vision Esports car. It was just under a second a little while back. Now it's sort of wavering between just under a second and 1.3-ish. So there's plenty. So good for the 175. They're opening up that gap. But again, the SD1 Vision Esports will certainly be wanting to try and clamp back some of that gap. I mean, they can see the car right ahead of them. The gap itself is not very big, so there's plenty of space and plenty of opportunity. Maybe a massive dive bomb, although not quite from that distance. You need to be a little bit closer into sort of turn 9 or turn 12 maybe, is where we're seeing most of the sort of big dive bombs, as it were. Through the sweeper at 2 and then over the top into 3, left-hander, and then back into the middle, or preferably even the left side of the track for 4, double apex at 5 and 6 going left, and then you're still full throttle in that section, but obviously you are still trying to turn, so you've got to be careful not let the back end step out. Turn 7, uphill, right-hand hairpin leading into the most iconic section on this circuit at turn 8, missing the first apex, missing the second one, gets quite close to the third one, and it actually hits the fourth one. So we're getting progressively closer to actually optimally taking turn 8, braking for 9 and 10. The left-hander and then the right. The 891 has now come into the pit lane, so we're not going to see one of the cheetah cars take the lead. But still a valiant effort nonetheless. They had some brilliant pace, very much sort of front-runner pace, so that could have been a great sight to see. Team Delta Infinite going down the inside of FNLRT, going wide, and now the 222 can retake the position. And is that Kichita Mafia that's also been able to get past? Don't think that's for position, but still a move regardless. That is the Kichita Mafia car. Goodness me, that is the Motor Reporter car. They are quite similar, I'll be honest. I do have glasses, so they should theoretically help me, but regardless, that is another car that's passed for the Moto Report. Looking on with the Lamborghini, that is the 666 Royal Racing car in third place in GT at this moment in time, chasing after the AOT Total Beach car, and actually has overtaken because the AOT Total Beach car has come into the pit lane. And the gap has actually opened up now back to around about a minute between first and second in the GT3 class. It was about 57 seconds as the 41 was going into the pits, but now it's opened back up to about a minute. Apex 1 in GT3 actually leading the car standings with 55 points ahead of the 31 cubic system in second with 45, and then the third place 222 on 34 points. Royal Racing heading into that is turn 7, currently in second place, and the Apex 1 has come into the pit lane. So Kacper Smirnov has come out, or at least is going to be coming out of that car, I think, unless they've already changed who the driver is. Has anybody finished multiple long stops? There's a few cars which have done 2, at least on the sheet, but not all of them are filling it in, I don't think, because there's a lot of cars that say they haven't done any. Apex 1 come back out, simple fuel and fuel stop, I would imagine. I don't think there's any tyres going onto that car. Wobble through turn 2, 3. And then side by side through 4 with the 275. Again, you've got to be careful because there is traffic. You don't want to sort of lose any time to fighting with traffic. They should be letting you past relatively safely. But again, it's something that you just want to avoid and not need to, be caught up in any extra battles that you don't need to, especially because for Apex 1 they are in the lead. So it's just trying to sort of mitigate the loss of going through traffic. Generally down the straight is the fastest place to go, but if you can maybe get an inside line through a corner, or get a run out of one into another, then that's also an optimal way to get around it. Another actually popular spot we've seen traffic overtaken is through turn 8. You don't really want to be stuck behind another car for too long, as there's a hypercar forcing their way through 2 GT cars there in the background. And then over the top of the hill comes the 97 Park Motorsport car, half a minute down on the AOT Turtle Beach car, but the 731 Mystic Royal Racing team is not very far behind.
Yellow on start finish.
Yellow's on the start finish line. Who's that for? The 24 Grid Racing car, 24th place Grid Racing car, the 794, but they are back underway.
Green.
I was just about to say, I think we've gone back to green. So is that... So they would have lost time now to the 775, and their sister car, the 203 Grid Racing Grid White Tigers, is over a minute behind, so I don't imagine there's going to be much of a fight for that position. The red PMO Endurance Team car in 28th place at this point in time, 11 seconds down, 11 and a half down on the 820 Team Delta Infinite car. And then the blue car also not quite, I imagine, up where they wanted to be. I think we only saw the red car qualifying, so there's that added disadvantage of actually not having qualified. I know I said last night along with Dan for the qualifying stream that it's a long race. Qualifying isn't necessarily as important in sort of this long of a race. That still rings true, but it does make things considerably easier if you can get yourself a little bit higher up the field. That's why we've still got cars like the 222 fighting their way through the top because they were on pole position, because they were able to start increasing that gap, or at least keep themselves in that top section of the racetrack. The 820's gone off track, the 28th placed car, and now is fully lawn mowing. I imagine a slightly dodgy return to track, as there has been a five penalty points given to the 907 Park Motorsports car for causing an incident, overshooting a braking point, heading down into turn 1, I do believe. I'm just watching the incident now. Yeah. Crash heading down into the first corner. So Park Motorsports will be picking up 5 penalty points. Now that's quite a lot, because I do believe the quali ban was 15. Is once you hit 15 is a quali ban. So not quite ideal, especially if they've got penalty points already. Then that certainly isn't going to help them in their quest a little later on in the season. 99 OC Racing low pen car, 23 and a bit seconds off the 51 leading Apex 1 car, the second Apex 1 car in 9th place, the 71, and the third in last place in Hypercar, the 61, so not quite doing too well. Especially, it's not working out for 61 because they're currently second in the championship, and you'd think second in the championship wouldn't be in a position where they're a lap, maybe 2 down. From what I'm looking at, a lap, maybe 2 down. Thought we were going to get something of a race director there. And the gap between themselves and the AOT Turtle Beach car, which is in 5th place at this point in time, is almost double in terms of points. So that is not ideal for them. But could the 99 be starting a very late championship challenge? We've still got quite a lot of long races and a lot of points still on offer. Remember, we've got 12 hours of Kota, 6 hours of Portimao, and then we get the Daytona 24 as well. So there is still plenty of opportunity for picking up points, for making moves, for also picking up penalty points, which can be sometimes a little bit of a problem. GLS PXN in 3rd place, doing quite well, keeping in touch with the 99. In fact, I think slightly getting close. The gap was about 30 seconds last time I looked. It's now closed up to within 20 as the 42 is on a bit of a charge. Let's see, is there anybody else that's sort of quite close to another car? See if live timing is going to help us in this endeavour. I'm not too sure. I think the Mystic Royal is closing up again to Park Motorsports, looking on with the 24 and 25th placed cars, the 203 and the 246 Racebot Academy. These guys have been tussling it out for quite a little bit on and off, as the Grid White Tigers does go wide through 5, but is able to cut it back through 6 into turn 7. Again, is an opportunity for a move. We've not seen too many, but it's quite a heavy braking zone, so it does check out. Wider exit line, a little bit more speed, and also trying to avoid a hypercar is the 246 as we head back again through turn 8. More cars in the pits as well. The 157 Pro Endurance team has dropped down, the 666. The devilish little Royal Racing cars that they are, they've come into the pit lane as well. Struggling through turn 9. Back again, stepping out under the brakes. That is nice, to be fair. That's nicely actually saved by the Racebot Academy car. That's pretty good going. As looking on with the 731 Mystic Royal team in 8th place. Not very far behind the Apex 1. And now they're trying to deal with traffic heading down into turn 9. Stuck behind the GT car is the 731 Mystic Royal team. And then through 11, he's able to go round the outside purely because it is still a full throttle corner for both cars. As we're seeing the 794 off track, the 23rd placed car. And so they're definitely going to be able to, well, they're definitely going to lose time to the back end of the 775. And then the battle that was going on earlier with the 203 and the 222. It wasn't 203, it was 203 and 246, who the 246 is now in the pit lane actually, is definitely going to be able to catch up at least a little bit. Through the GT traffic, siding through is the 71, the Mystic Royal team still quite close, hot on the heels, but very much using the GT traffic through this twistier first sector to their advantage. As of course, trying to overtake a GT through a twisty section is difficult because A, you haven't got space, and B, they're still pretty pacey. They've got a little bit more mechanical grip than the actual hypercars. So in some slow speed corners, they are generally actually they are generally at least a little bit faster than the hypercars, which can sometimes be a bit of a pain for the LMDH BMWs that want to make their way past Kirito Racing Esports, being hounded by the 71. But there's no problem in terms of making it through traffic. 5 hours 24 left to go with change. And it is Apex 1 still leading. Championship leaders AT Turtle Beach in 5th place. They've just come into the pit lane now. So they're going to lose an extra few positions. Especially to the 97, the 71, 731, probably even the 891 if they get a move on. Down into turn 1. Starting for them, what is lap 124, but Apex 1 has done 125 laps so far and is now on their 126th. Through 3 into 4. And then the double Apex of 5 and 6. We're on board with the Mystic Royal racing car closing up. I remember these cars, these hypercars, obviously they are just a singular hypercar. They are supplied by BMW in real life, but the real life hypercars have to meet 4 separate criteria. They have to hit a certain weight, a certain power, a certain downforce, and a certain drag. Beyond that, they can have it do whatever they like as long as it also meets safety standards. That's pretty much the hypercar regulations. I was talking about this with a friend of mine. You could theoretically come in with a heavily tuned Vauxhall Corsa and do Le Mans. I doubt that's ever going to be the case, but you theoretically, I would imagine you theoretically could do it. Which I will admit would be quite funny if we did see that happen, but let's be realistic here. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. This is developing to be a 3-car battle now for 5th place as the Apex 1 leading car has gone off. I know the gap is a minute, over a minute. Well, it's now just gone underneath a minute, but any time advantage is beneficial for the AOT Turtle Beach car. Oh, that's going to lose them a decent bit of time. The 275's also had a bit of a problem on Exon, is trying to safely rejoin the track. That's on the racing line there through turn 10. But they are safely back underway. The 99's come into the pit lane as well, as has the 91, although we did see that earlier. I think that is one of their long stops for the 91. Remember, they have to serve 5 long stops in this specific race. And then the longer the race, the more long stops they have to do. Long stop is 4 minutes in the pit lane, so overall they have to spend a total of 20 minutes as a minimum, not including like refueling and all that sort of stuff. So heading into turn 1, almost lost the back end there for a brief moment, I think. What's the gap now? 55.9. Pretty healthy gap, that. There is still, you know, a lot of time anything can happen, we know that, but that's still a pretty healthy lap time. And gap as well. So, you know, they do have that maneuverability to make mistakes should they need to. Which is always... which, especially for a racing car, it's always good because you're not worrying too much about what the car's doing behind you. As long as you've got enough of a gap, you can just ride off into the sunset. And that's basically what the Apex 1 guys have done. So this is... it's an optimal position to be in. It's not often that you do get a car in this kind of position, but it's a good position to be in regardless. The 42 GLS PXM cars just come into the pit lane as well. Off of second place, the 81 Team Delta Infinite is over a minute behind the 42. But they are catching up. In fact, the gap between the Apex 151 and the 81 Team Delta Infinite is over a lap. I would go as far as saying it's probably about a lap and a half. But we're looking on with that is Apex 1 hounding the back of one of the other GT cars. Can he get past it? Again, this is traffic. This is GT traffic as well, so you definitely do not want to be losing time to your own class, but I do not imagine the Lamborghini will want to give the position up as easily. If you're overtaking your own traffic, they do, I believe, have to get out of your way reasonably. And they go deep into 7 and let them through eventually. So good stuff there. But they've closed up the gap. The gap is now 47.8 seconds. And they're looking back once again with the leaders 51 in first place. 129th lap of the race so far. Gap up to 2 minutes. And I do think that we are looking at almost possibly a 2-lap gap within the coming hour or so. That such is the pace of the Apex 1. The only thing that would need to take a look at, obviously, is pit stops and the long stops as well. Looking on with the 97, even not the 87, the 97. Park Motorsport car currently in 4th place. The gap between themselves and the second of the 3 Apex 1 cars is not actually that big as they're heading back over the hill into the final section of this track. There's another move as well being made in the GT. GT's also getting in the way. That's not ideal for the 2 hypercars, the 97 and the 71. Motorsport against Apex 1, and the Apex 1 will have definitely lost time through that section, being caught up in GT traffic. And then we jump through. And what's the gap at? 1.1 seconds, so definitely not ideal for the 71. But again, there's a small... Oh, can he save it? Yes, he can! Damn! That's not bad going for the 97. Well done. Give yourself a gold star for that save. Holy mother of God. Right, another battle in Hypercar is the 99 against the 117. The 117 has been actually involved in quite a few battles over the past little while. at least since I've been in the comms box anyway. So into turn 1, lock up for the 117. And then through the sweeper at turn 2, trying to avoid the AOT Turtle Beach car. There's one car past, there's another car past. And then it's up to the hill, top of turn 3. And then into the right-hander at 4. Careful for the grid. Is that the grid car? That is one of the grid cars. I think that's the grid racing car. The 794 in 22nd place. We're looking on with, here we go, Apex 1 and Park Motorsport side by side. Can Apex 1 keep the inside line heading into turn 12? Yes, he can, but remember, with all these switchbacks in this section of track, it's going to be difficult to keep the position. That's exactly what happens. 97 has been given a very firmly shut door by the 71. Nicely done. OC Racing also defending from the 117. As they head out of turn 8, down into turn 9, Apex 1 has managed to retain the position. And that is for 3rd place overall in this race. OT Racing still trying to defend from the one vision. Something has happened though, because the gap has grown to 1.6 seconds. Not sure if there's a mistake or if it's just pure GT traffic getting involved. But the gap has actually now closed up a little bit, so it might have been just a whole timing thing. 143-ish was the last lap for the 117 on the curbs. Loses the back end. Ooh! That is not ideal. Lost the back end. Riding the curbs a little bit too heavily. And that is battle lost there. Unfortunate for the 117, they've been doing quite well for the most part. Out of the 2 cars that I've seen so far, it was the 99 making more mistakes than the 117. Five hours 15 to go. It is 51 ahead of 81 ahead of now 71, who's retaken 3rd place, and will now be trying to chase down the Delta Team Infinite for 2nd. AOT Turtle Beach are still in the pit. I'm not sure what's up with that. Gracjan Bubolc, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I know I'm Polish, but they're still in the pit lane. I'm not fully sure why. It's been more than 4 minutes, so maybe just some sort of a connection issue or something, which is a bit of a problem, because these guys, I do believe, they are leading the championship. It's been 10 minutes, so possible damage, maybe? We'll wait for confirmation on that one. They probably retired. That's going to blow the championship wide open. Oh my word. The 91 could possibly have retired the PMO Endurance Team car. Now, bit of news. I've just seen something happen in my DM, and Luca, just as you've come in, I would love to get your reaction. 91 have been disqualified for having not taken a drive-through penalty.
The AOT Turtle Beach LMDH has been disqualified. Oh, that's gonna hurt the championship badly. As I've seen they've been fighting greatly there. That's gonna greatly impact the championship between the 51 car. Oof. That's bad to see.
Yeah, I'm just chatting with Camel, one of the owner of Project Endurance. He's saying 91 got disqualified for not taking drive-through. We're investigating why. They apparently had 1 lap left, but it turns out they probably didn't.
That's gonna be a heartache for them. There's still a lot of time left on the clock, and that's gonna hurt greatly, as they're the championship leaders as well. I think they have enough of a buffer to keep that championship lead, but that's gonna hurt them quite a bit.
Well then, also, hello, welcome back, Luca. Luca's back. He'll be with me for the next 2 hours as we guide you through this middle portion of this race. And yeah, how was that first 3 hours? Because I was chatting with you guys just before I came on, and you were saying it was pretty much chaos incarnate.
Yeah, at the race start, it was just chaos overall, with the first moves happening in the LMDH class, but then coming round the first time, round turn 8, already 2 GT3s were spun around, and that already caused quite the kerfuffle in the GT3 class, a bit of switching positions, as obviously qualifying is more for the one lap shining, but then after the race started, you noticed that the drivers were not prepared really for quite the race start, and when that just happened, they were not ready for how the car handled it. You just saw how many overtakes were happening between drivers who were more confident and to other drivers who had a bit more issues. There has been a Midas, I believe it was a Midas Racing team who we saw at the beginning always facing the Midas Racing black team, who at the beginning were facing quite often the wrong way, often stopped on the runoff areas, but I believe that after an hour of racing they figured that out. But at the front as well, between Apex 1, the 3 Apex 1 cars, 51, 61 and 71, they were running all back-to-back for P2, 3 and 4, while the 80 Turtle Beach car was leading, and after that, after the first stops, the 80 Turtle Beach car stopped once, went down to about P5, but then stopped again for dropped down to about P11, which was a jump there. Same for the 71 Apex 1 car at the beginning. Bit of a strategy weird call, but also with the OC Racing cars, so right now on the screen we see them. They had a bit of, they were fighting with the SD One Vision Esports car, the other one, I believe it was the 17 entry, who DNF'd a few minutes in, about an hour in, this number 17 SD One Vision DNF'd. So while that was going on, there has been a big incident for the OC Racing team, so they had to pit early as well. While that happened, they went for the first full course yellow in, and that shuffled up the grid a little. And after that, incidents happening, quite a few incidents, but a lot of overtakes down into turn 12.
Well, you were talking about OC Racing liking to have a good battle with the SD1 Visions. Just after I came in, they had a decent battle with the other car, the 117. So as they were climbing up the grid, also with the 891 Mafia Corleone, who at one point were in second place. They're currently in 6th at this point in time. So there's a lot of cars that we've seen over the past hour or two sort of slowly climb their way up the grid as they gain that confidence, and that's exactly what you need around this track. This track is not easy.
Yeah, we saw the setups were mostly for Sector 1 and beginning of Sector 2 and up until Turn 8, where some cars have been running more of a downforce setup. At the straights, it was quite shown that once there was a battle, you saw who ran away further, as I believe there's a battle here between the PMO and OC Racing car. No, it is not for P25. OC Racing as well, the Jaws car having quite a bit of a shocking start. They started quite down the order, but went up a bit until they had a big incident about an hour in, and then had a second incident where they fell down behind the FNL team, and I believe there was the Grid White Tigers as well. So there was quite a spectacular battle between those GT3s as well. So, there's a car stopped. The car stopped, the 157 team.
157 Pro Endurance team. That is, I think, through turn 7 maybe. I'm not fully sure on that one. Cars are still going pretty quickly in the background. Are they trying to sort of reset, or have they maybe ran out of fuel? It doesn't seem to me, because it still says 20 litres on there.
I believe, or it was the setup related, down to turn 7. They've gone back into pit. It looked like they ran out of fuel. I believe you're right. I believe they ran out of fuel. The HUD on the wheel is not quite correct, as they now have to take a penalty, or they even disqualified.
With car number 91, please do not take drive-through penalties on the last lap. Take that a little bit earlier. Thank you.
91 AOT Turtle Beach car. Talk about the drive-through penalty. I believe if they're back, they have to take it, but it looks like they're not back. They're being down in 16th laps. What happened to the 61 Apex 1 car? They were fighting for P1 earlier.
So I honestly, I think that happened just before I came in. They're currently in 15th place. I'm honestly not too sure. Although it does seem to me like maybe just some sort of a
Oh right. I apologize.
Yeah.
I was there as well with these, yeah. There's been a right. Yeah, they had to fix the special. I just quickly forgot, but yeah. With Apex 1 car, that's also happened. There was I think there was part of the big incident that happened about 20 minutes before the end of my stint, first stint, where I believe there was the 775 Kisha to Mafia Lexus involved out of turn 2. While we were focusing up on the LMDH battle, we saw at the back a big incident right here in this corner. And then when we jumped on, we just saw a clutter of cars just flying into there, and 2 cars had to repair their suspension damage. One of them was, I believe, the Squadra Corsa car, which they had quite a bit of suspension damage and had the black and white flag waved to them. As the Team Delta Infinite car jumps into the pit lane now, so there's a pit call there for them. I believe the Apex 1 car up ahead doesn't have much left as well on their tires, with 28 laps on them.
So they are probably going to be going into the pits, but again, with some of the gaps that Apex 1 have, especially when they're leading, it does seem to me that it is at this point. I know we're not even halfway, right? There's still 5 hours to go, but with the gaps that they have, it does seem to be theirs to lose.
Yeah, Apex 1 has shown from the start that they had the pace. AOT Turtle at the beginning was fighting them quite hardly, but after those strategy calls, I think that only messed up AOT Turtle Beach a little. But I heard there's also a few penalty points being shuffled around throughout the grid, so at the beginning we heard that a team has been disqualified from the championship for having mounted too many penalty points. So after this race we're gonna have to see just how many penalty points per team are. I can account you now how it looks right now with the penalty points, with starting with the number 16 Sim Racing Dream Team Hypercar with only 5 penalty points. The highest right now closer to the 775 Esports team, who are not racing today with us. A big shock, as they are 4th in the standings right now. And another team more in the GT3s, the Sunset Outrun, I believe, also not joining us today.
Contact!
Oh,
Little bit of a contact.
Interstellar.
Yes, force wide through turn 8 by another one of the GT cars. That's definitely contact that could be reported. I would imagine, anyway.
This is for position for P26 between the Grid Racing Mercedes and the Interstellar Lamborghini down into turn 11. You saw out of turn 8 a bit of pushing. It's also there's the number 30, the position 3275 entry is not fighting for position. Look back there, side by side into turn 12. Who's late on the brakes? I believe it looked like the Lamborghini is, and down the inside he goes.
Nicely done, using the inside line, forcing the Grid Racing car to take the wide line, and not able to come back and cut back. And now look at the gap he's already started to make on the Grid Racing car. In fact, he's gone deep into turn 1. They're going to go side by side through turn 2. Midas gives him the position.
I believe there was quite of a strategy call, a bit of a penalty call. They had to having to bring their position. I believe now I believe what team is now behind? I believe that's the that's the Suns.
246. That's Racebot Academy, I think.
Yeah, that's the Sunset.
Curta Racing Esports. They've been someone who, over the past hour, have been in regular incidents, usually by themselves, but there have been multiple spins from them, usually actually in that section of track on the exit of turn 8 before the 910 chicane.
The Q2 Racing team has started at the beginning down into P40. They managed to bring their way up to P35, but it looks like now they've dropped down again into, if I see it correctly, the Kiritas racing team is, I can't really see their name. Where have they gone? They've been up to 26.
29. 29.
The 29th, yeah, that's... So they're still working up now into the pit lane.
They've come into the pit lane, maybe a little bit of damage, or just generally needing a set of tyres and all that sort of stuff, as he drives right through the people and the PESA cars, which I can't imagine they're probably too happy about.
That's, I believe that's as well in the pit lane there. That Mercedes, that's the Mercedes of, if I'm not mistaken, of...
That's 40th class AOT Elmar, I think.
It looks like it, yeah. But I don't believe they're running. It's now the Midas Racing Black Team, as I was saying at the first part, being round, now showing us again that the issues have come back up and spinning around. But before, we also saw that some of the spins were caused by the LMDH passing a bit too aggressively. As now we see another car, that's a PMO, Endurance Team Red, going into the pit lane.
They've come into the pit lane out of 24th position, not actually running too badly overall in this race. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, AOT Turtle Beach Car is dropping down. The big story is that they did not technically serve a drive-through penalty within the allotted lap count, and so have been disqualified, which is massive for the championship. What's happened to 665 there?
It looked like a bit of lag issues. It looked like he was going through the corner normally and then stopped quickly. What happened? I believe some issues there, but back up running. Oh, something you don't really want to see with internet issues. Looking at the P10 entry of the 665 for her racing, right behind, losing out with that quite little incident. Sim Racing Dream Team also now catching, and right behind us also Team Delta Infinite, who we saw was pitting from P2.
16 Shigaoka going down the inside of one of the GT cars. I think that's the AOT Turtle Beach car that's still running. The 41 heading down the inside into turn 8 and then heading up towards 9 and 10. Currently in 11th place, 3 seconds down on the 665 Royal Racing PL team, as they're closing in, or at least trying to close in, on the back of that top 10 to get those points.
With about nearly halfway over this race, the positions have started to calm down. And we're looking at the Cubic System team down in 4th in the GT3 class. I believe they have done their pit stop, so that's why they're not up there, if I'm not mistaken. Looking at the tire strategies, they are on where are they? I can't really see them. The Cubic System team on 32 lap old tires, so they're quite old tires, so let's see them again. Happened something to the Cubic System team.
I'm just looking on the... Ooh, I thought spin there. 38th place.
Midas Racing Black Car.
Midas Racing Black Car having another spin. I think that's the second spin in about 5 minutes. Worst possible place to spin because you've got the cars right there. I think he's got a little bit of clean space there so that he can get out, but it is going to be very dodgy at best. But he's back, thankfully. Thankfully, he is now back underway. I'm just looking at the team sheet that we've got. And we have officially got 4 retirements in Hypercar. The SD1 Vision number 17 has retired, as you mentioned, early in the race. The Pro Endurance 157 has apparently also just retired. They are now in the pit lane. So I'm not sure if...
Looks like a long stop on their side.
Apparently says here that they're on the DNF. I'm looking on the driver's sheet, so maybe they've just updated it. And then GT3 AOT Elmar have retired, as well as, again, the Park Motorsport 907, and they've DNF'd officially on the screen.
Right, so now with this, the positions finding their way into a steady system, with the leaders and the hypercar being the Apex 1, both Apex 1 cars, a 51 entry, who is right now third in the championship. This will greatly help them in the fight with the 61 counterpart, and the 71, who is further down the grid championship timing sheet, so they're gonna jump up there. But missing Rojo team, I believe it gets a tire strategy, but it's on them. They are on the same strategy as the Apex 1, but eyes are still behind, as the Kisha to Mafia Corleone car is about only 2 seconds behind, so gonna have to watch out for that as well.
And don't forget also, spin! That was the Race Sport Academy car, I think, on the 98. There's going to be yellows through this section, but they're going to be fine. They're going to be able to make it out and back to the pit. Whether there's contact there or anything else like that, I'm not fully sure. As it's currently Sebastian Duran in the in the car for that one. But oof, that was dodgy.
Yeah, that looked like just a Race Sports Academy Cup just being a bit too hard-headed into turn 8, trying with the inside line, just not being quite there, and the OC Racing, the Jaws car, just closing the door a little too late and having a bit of contact. Luckily, a huge runoff out of there, so the damage, so no wall taps out there, so it looks like they're running, staying out, but gotta watch out for that, as that has a hit on the confidence as well. OC Esports right now being down in a P27 overall, the OC Racing X Lifeless car. Here we see it. So I've seen them starting quite a bit down the grid, so great race from them, being 8th in the GT3 standings. So nice to see that they are managing their way up. Braun GP, shout out to them, as they're being a replacement to another team today, and right now running third in the GT3 class. So great race from them so far.
No, brilliant race, especially, pardon me, especially considering the fact that they are reserve replacements, like you said, and coming in at the last minute is never really easy. So the fact that they've been able to do that is brilliant for them, and being third. So, you know, all credit to them. It's sort of like we had the 69 Motor Naguada esports car quite early on in Hockenheim last time out. They were thundering up the field. They came in as a reserve. So, you know, some of these reserves are showing that, you know, maybe they should have qualified for the actual season.
Yeah, and it just shows. Well, also eyes up ahead for P6 in the hypercar class, as OCE Racing X Lopen is catching the Petronas Symphony SD team, looking at the tire strategy for them. The OC Racing car is on way fresher tires, as also the Kisha Tomafia Cologne car trying to keep the eyes on the Mystic Rojo team, the 731 entry versus the 891 entry. Now eyes on Lopen, the car, the nice livery made by Vigo, VHK, Snappy, shows that they are very aggressive, and I just quite like how OC Racing has painted their cars here in this championship.
Yeah, no, they've done quite well. They've entered the lifeless car as well, I believe, in the OCSS series, and you know, I was doing something for them a little while back, and it was always a pleasure just to be able to look and see the little shark. It's sort of like you've got obviously cars like Rexy and all that sort of stuff in real life as well. It just adds a little bit of extra flair, a little bit of fun. As it were, pop of colour to the championship.
I've seen some of these liveries. I believe on one of the cars there's also a clown, paper clown on them, a famous Twitch emote, yeah, on the rear bumper, as we sometimes run on board. But now here the Team Delta Infinite catching to Racing.pl. For P10, the 665 car having to defend from this from the 81 entry. We've seen that the Team Delta Infinite has the pace, sometimes even running up in P3 there. So we gotta see now how they do it into turn 1 and into sector 1.
It's downhill through 1 and then uphill through 2. Got a little closer. Under braking into that first corner, but couldn't quite make a move. Still a little bit too far away for a dive bomb into that section. Alternate line through 4, and then it is back downhill into the double apex left at 5 and 6. Nice and stable, nicely done there. Tries to defend. Does the Royal Racing car at least a little bit. We've seen a couple of dive bombs into 7. But again, no room at the in, and now through turn 8, trying to take the outside line, but then the door is knocked off. Here we go. Oof. I thought he was going to actually go for the move into there. It would have been a little too fast, but showing his nose.
We saw earlier on some overtakes around turn 8 side by side, but mostly usually staying behind for the turn 9 sometimes even. But now on to turn 10 and 11. With the run, we see that the Team Delta Infinite has gotten that slipstream. We see that slipstream aspect being really strong, having to avoid now some GT3s. But look how close they're getting, punching close and looking for the inside line into turn 12. Who is braver on the brakes? Both brake at the same time. It looks like the Team Delta Infinite with the inside line just has the upper hand and gets past. Nicely done. As racing flag is round again.
Once again, the Midas Black racing car. Midas Racing Black is underway now. Bit of a spin on exit of turn 1, but a brilliant move from Team Delta Infinite down the inside into 12, giving the opponent no way of retaliation through turn 13 and 14. Was nicely handled. And then, okay, slightly higher stakes now into 4th place. As Park Motorsport and the 891 Corleone car, using the Turtle Beach car as a buffer now, and then through this straight. Both Apex 1 cars at the top of the pack are now in the pits. The Kijita Mafia Corleone car is closing. He's closing. Can he go for a dive? He's going to try and dive down the outside, carry a little bit more speed. He can't. Can he get down the inside into 13? No, not quite. So a dive bomb nonetheless as the Park Motorsport goes into the pit lane. So it didn't really matter in the end. But if he'd have kept it around the outside, that would have been a brilliant one.
As Apex 151 entry is out of the pit lane now after their stop, still in the lead. Mystic Warhol team only being 5 seconds apart. The battle here for 10th, the Warhol Racing.pl team losing out a little too. Team Delta, oh careful going on the grass there. We kind of have seen some spins in the opening laps when you go wide there. It unsettles the car way too much to spin it around, but now eyes as well on the pit lane as Apex, the 71 car is in the pit lane, and the Park Motorsports. That's a One Vision Endurance 217 entry round.
Yellow turn 8, yellow turn 8, inside.
Inside of turn 8 there, bit of a spin. Not the first time we've seen it, and it certainly won't be the last time we see it. But it is one of the more popular spots, I think, for a little bit of a mistake that there could be down into turn 9. He's back underway. Doesn't look to be any major damage, but we'll see should they need to come into the pit lane.
right now, what are your eyes on for the leading pack? Which one of the cars do you think will get the podium this time? Do you think? Ooh, that's Midas Racing Black around turn 4 and 5. Oh, that's not somewhere. Turn 4, now turn 5 and 6. But talk about the podium. I believe we might see.
Incident note number 9.
Oof, 98.
Incident note number 9. Let me have a look.
I believe the 98 is the OC Esports X Lifeless car, if I'm not mistaken, which is
yes, it is.
They have been racing quite a good race this race, and 9, that's I believe 2 penalties on their name. But talking about the podiums, I believe the other OC Racing X Lopen car might get a shocker podium this race after that first laps incident where they dropped down from P6 down to P12 and finding their way back up to P10.
Sorry.
I'm just looking at the actual penalty sheet. The penalty itself is 5 penalty points and a drive-through for the OC Racing Lifeless car. Reason being, and I'm quoting here, not holding brakes while spinning with no car control. Very big damage, a suspension failure that forced us to do a long stop. So an incident involving the 91 and the 98 gives the 98 a drive-through penalty. I mean, podiums, there's some people which do feel at this point in time like a given. So I'm thinking sort of 51, who I think have also just served a long stop as well, do seem to have that advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if the Corleone car was able to get itself on the podium as well. The 99, maybe GLS PXN as well. Sort of anybody within that top 5, I reckon, has got a good shot at a podium.
Yeah, looking at the times for P6, the Patronus 175 entry is closing onto the GLS PXN Racing, as I believe here we see we're on board right now with the Apex 151 entry lapping there. I believe that was the Warhol Racing car. So yeah, they're having a quite interesting race. They have switched position, had an interesting bat at the beginning with their 61 counterpart. Quite a few position changes while fighting against an AOT Turtle Peach car. Now that it's calmed down, now that the nerves have calmed down, we see just how fast they are. Oh, Midas Racing Black out of turn 8.
I think that's number 5, but I'm honestly not counting. I don't want to make a joke out of it, obviously, but you know, it is.
Car number 12, you are under blue flag regarding 820.
And there we go again.
Next.
There we go again.
Those
Their
guys
race
are probably not looking good anymore.
Yeah, their race is.
And
how do I put
820
it?
blue flag.
Not quite looking ideal. I mean, they've had so many spins that, and they've decided of all ways that you can rejoin the track from there, I'm going to do it this way, when you can just go on the right side, just underneath there, just past the sausage cones. You can rejoin the track without a problem through there, without even having to wait. So I'm not fully understanding what Midas Racing Black are trying to do. Maybe most spins in a singular race. But who knows? Unfortunate.
But they're gonna, if they finish, they have a better finishing position than quite a few drivers, as I believe with already 4 DNFs, the Midas Racing team looking at the leaderboards, 36th. Last place overall, but 36th, starting 14th. That's quite a few position changes, even if those are retired cars. But now back on the ice with the LMDHs, you see the Petronas Symphony car. I've said it before, they are catching, and now they're right there on the rear diffuser, enter find a couple corners. The GLS PXN defending greatly, but the Petronas Symphony car just right on that big rear wing onto the main straight. The slipstream huge with these cars. Is it gonna have a look down the inside? Side by side, brave on the brakes. Whoa, that's the first time I've actually seen that today.
That is a brilliant move. It's not often that you see one into turn 1. He's going to try and retaliate into turn 3. Is he going to make it work? A little too fast into there over the top of the hill. Can't make that work. Wider line into 4. That is move secured, I think, for the 175, at least for now. They were struggling a little bit earlier, about an hour ago, but it's good to see that they are back in business.
Yeah, it just looks like they had at the beginning they were fighting for P3, but now back if the pace. The pace has come back. Obviously, a driver change playing a big role. Each driver has their own little pace, and now on board with the 275 move center and the Kirito racing the esports team going side by side with the I believe that's the Interstellar Lamborghini. Not for position, but the car up ahead is for position, so they have to kind of find a way through there. As you see the Mercedes up ahead, that's a car for position. If they can get past this Lamborghini soon, which they don't with the LMDH going past. Oh, careful!
They're still side by side through here into the final corner. The Kirito Racing goes down the inside. I think this is actually for position as well. Contact. This is for 29th and 30th, I do believe. And that is nicely at least defended by the Interstellar Midas car. Down into turn 1, a little too far away, I think.
This is not for position. Oh, contact! The Kirito gets into the side. Oh, but now that's gonna lose them time as the Kirito is 432nd. The 31st car is just up ahead. Just gonna have to look out for us. I believe now we just saw them. That was it. The Mercedes up ahead was it. So we're gonna see what they can do now with that slight contact. There they are. If they can move there, that's a move center Sim Racing Green. If they get to that Mercedes just in time before turn 8, I believe that's when they can get past. As now on board with this 175.
I'll be honest, I thought that was for position for a second. It was a brilliant battle. I mean, a lot of balls were having had. 4 hours 40 to go. We are closely approaching halfway. Close with the Kirito Racing Esports car there through the traffic. And then very close with the Sim Racing Dream Team and the Midas car as well. Turn 8's quite a difficult spot to do that sort of stuff, as down the inside goes the Sim Racing Dream Team car. I think trying to unlap itself there.
Yeah, onto the Interstellar Lamborghini, that entry. We've seen the Interstellar car having quite a good race. I believe they're up in 26th for no, it's 30th. I'm sorry. So there is positioning. They're just one car position up ahead, but one whole lap up ahead. So if they, I believe there's a split there for the PXN car or slide. I saw some fumes coming out from tires, so yeah, gotta be careful as well. The final sector, as we said before, we've been said that in that final sector, it's the only non-flowing part of the track, so the drivers have to be careful going through those parts of the track, as when you go side by side through there, you can't just throttle, you can't just press on the throttle normally. You have to be really careful, and it just shows sometimes when the drivers go through there.
Yeah, especially considering that it is, you know, slow speed and, you know, it is back to back to back contact. Ooh,
Yellow on the back straight.
Car
Yellow on
and
the back straight.
And that is the PMO blue car as well. Ooh, that I'm not sure about that. Possibly a little bit of contact as they were trying to get past traffic. Are they going to be coming into the pit lane? The 99 has inherited the race lead as the 891 does go into the pit lane.
Yeah, I believe that was to overtake the PMO Endurance Team blue car. It just didn't quite work out into, I believe it was turn 9. So really sad to see that, as we saw back around the 7-hour mark that a huge incident happened between two GT3s and one LMDH, which can always happen on straights like those. So just one move that you don't expect from the lapping car, and that's it. You find yourself facing the wrong way or even the wall. But Apex 1 right now having the greatest race right now. looking to gain a bit of an advantage on the championship.
Yellow in the chicane.
That's the Midas Racing Black car round again. Hopefully they can resolve the issue soon.
And he's the wrong way around as well, so this is going to be even more treacherous than the last time we saw them, but he's making it by... Again, I don't... There's enough... I mentioned it earlier with their last spin through that pit. There's enough runoff to go onto that green bit, and then you're off the racing line. Yes, you might pick up a bit of rubble, but you don't have to lose 20 seconds trying to wait for other cars to get by, and wait for that gap, which might not come for a decent bit of time. So there is space. I'm just wondering why they don't use it.
Yeah, I believe that it's just too much focus off the racing. I understand that sometimes you don't watch. But eyes on P9 as I see the Mystic Warhol team only being half a second behind the 665 entry Warhol Racing team. So we might see a battle there gonna appear anytime shortly if the camera switches soon.
Hashtag 20 Squadra Corsa over Chris, blue flag.
Blue flags for the Squadra Corsa 20 entry. There we are now on board with the Mystic Warhol team right there. That's the Midas Black Lamborghini. But there, you see those two hypercars
side by side, nicely done.
That's it.
Through 5, through 6, using the traffic to their advantage. The Mystic Royal team has overtaken the 665 Royal Racing PL team, and that is for 9th place. That is a brilliant move. Again, boxing them in so that they can't get past and then taking that inside line. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, using the GT3 traffic we've seen before during the start of the race that with the GT3 traffic, when they're even closer together, that's when anything can happen. From position shuffles to even big crashes. But now we're gonna see if Warhol Racing, the Polish team here, might bring something back towards the sister team, the Mystic Warhol team. Let's see who has the better straight line speed and setup work. As obviously now that the slipstream goes in the favor of Warhol Racing into the final sector, goes a bit wider. Oh, that's not gonna help them catch them.
Update on the 79 Interstellar Midas car. They've been reported for blocking under blue flags. They've got a 5-second penalty and 2 penalty points as well to serve under their next pit stop.
We better watch out for the penalties later on. Penalty points, I keep saying it, being really important. Obviously the championship is long, and just round 3 here we already see 1 disqualification. If this keeps going on, we might see more later on in the season. There's still a lot of races going on. Obviously the grand finale being the biggest one, but till then you want to keep your team in the racing. If you don't manage to do that, you can say goodbye to the entire team and to the entire championship, which is just not what you want. But looking behind the 28 Racesport Academy, only being half a second behind the sister team Racesport Emirates. Look at the liveries. This is quite the same car, aren't they?
I thought they were exactly the same, as in they're not sister cars. They are the same car. Is this some sort of double vision stuff that I'm seeing? Good God. They're very close, but Christ, I've got glasses on, which makes it worse. That's the thing. So if I'm getting double vision while wearing glasses, that is very much a problem. But the wild cars are still really close to each other. The gap's opened up a little bit. I don't want to say, but I think we can guess who.
I believe it is the Midas Black Lamborghini.
Green flag.
I believe they just can't. They just can't handle turn 8 just how they wanted to. There was a part of the race where they went on. The driver who was driving at the beginning of the race had issues, but once they switched, they went back to going great. But at least the driver right now in that Lamborghini is just struggling. As that's OC Racing off the racing line, off the track fully. So that's also something to watch out for. But looking back around for the 28, that's a PMO Endurance Team Blue car. Oh, careful. To rejoin doesn't look back bad.
That's not ideal. The race spot cars are still really, really close to each other now as well. This is, I think, for about 28th and 29th. 27th, 28th even, my apologies, 246. The Academy car ahead of the Emeritus car. They're now really close. To the inside goes the Emeritus car, the car behind. But again, no move there. Was there possibly contact that hindered its ability to do so? Quite possibly.
It looked like it, yeah, it didn't quite look like it, but nice overtake done from the Race Sport Academy car. We've seen them fighting against a handful of cars with the FNL and the Grid Ride Tigers. That was a battle that was spectacular before, but now haven't wanted to catch back up a bit of time that they lost, so they have to watch out for the later on in this race. But wow, great racing from them.
Brilliant stuff overall. I mean, it's been right. We've hit halfway pretty much. We're a minute and a half away. It's been brilliant stuff all around so far, hasn't it? Battles in Hypercar, battles in GT, big events. Obviously, the biggest story so far, I think, is the Hypercar Turtle Beach car has been disqualified for not having served a drive-through penalty. So, you know, there's still a lot that has happened and a lot that can happen in the remaining 4.5 hours.
Yeah, the second thing that I'm going to watch out for is the leader for GT3 is... that's interesting to see, as I do want to check out that, as Cubic System had the chance to go for that lead. They were even leading in the class. I don't know what happened there. I believe it was just for a long stop still, but if they bring it round, they have to think of something, as if they win it here, that might be the first win of the season. If not, right now they have second place in Shanghai and second place in Hockenheim. It doesn't look like they're bringing second though here.
Maybe not. We're looking on with the number 31 Cubic System currently in 19th place as they head through the kink into turn 12. We are now hitting exactly halfway, so let's just quickly run you through the standings as the race goes at the moment. It's Apex 1 ahead of OC Racing Lopen, the dyno car that you just seen in the background there. 51, then 99, then 71, the second of the three Apex 1 hypercars. The 175 Petronas Cintium in fourth place, 175 the GLS PXN car in fifth place, as we're looking at OC Racing trying to get past the Kichita Mafia. I think that's the Corleone car. No, it would be the Capone car, even, my word. And then it is actually the two Mafia cars, Corleone and Head of Capone, the two Mafia bosses, a minute apart from each other. Team Delta Infinite in 8th place, Mystic Royal and Royal Racing in 9th and 10th. In GT, a top 10 starts with Apex 1, the number 1, and then the 666 Royal Racing PL team as well. The sole running AOT Turtle Beach car, remember the 91 hypercar, has been disqualified. The fourth place Broad Endurance car is the number 24, and then it's the 31 Cubic System in 5th place in class. The 775 Kichita Mafia car in 6th place. And there's Motor Reporter 24 in 7th, the 996, the Grid Racing, and then the Grid White Tigers in 7th and 8th, and then it's FNLRT and Team Delta Infinite.
Yeah, as while this was going on, Rohol Racing.pl has catch back up to the sister team, the Mystic Rohol team, the 731 versus the 665 entries. They are only half a second apart this time. Last lap they were about 2 seconds, so there has something happened between traffic between these two. So now they're back there. Look up ahead, the three more GT3s they're coming up now. Let's see who handles it better. I believe they're gonna handle them now on the straight. If not, it's into Sector 1, which is not something you wanna see, as Sector 1 is quite difficult to handle on your own. Even worse when you have traffic. So now overtaking all the cars is the Mystic Rohol team. Yellow. Not quite. Yes, there's 3 cars, 2 cars still. Goes white, the second Mystic Rohol Lamborghini. The yellow car, you can see it from anywhere.
Blue flag in a moment for car number 149.
So car number 149 is showing the blue flags, but now it looks like the
For
Mr.
all the
Volvo Racing
components.
Pielka has lost out a little.
Yeah, pardon me. It was stuck by pretty much all of the
Great, thank
cars
you.
through turn 1. And then through the sweeper at 2, there was much more space, yes, but still not quite ideal. Apex 1 in the pits, and they've got a 4-minute gap, 4 minutes a long stop, so could be optimal to take one now.
Yeah, and with the long stops, I don't have quite the list yet for how many long stops have been done, but 5 is the most you gotta do. We know some drivers have 4, for some teams have 4 drivers, as Apex 1 is in the pits right now. Eyes on cubic system. There's been some issues with the HUD. It shows up that the race director wants to speak, but nothing comes out. Eyes on back there. So the Keisha to Mafia on the Jealous PXN into turn 9, side by side. Who's there on the brakes?
Outside line.
It looks like the PXN. Now comes the greater outside line. Who gets with the better run? The Keisha to Mafia Capone car. Back then I saw a spin of a car round, but I still up on this battle into turn 11. The right hand king. Now turn 12. Slipstream effect down the inside. Loose, is he brave on the brakes? Up ahead, and brakes really late. Careful, there's a GT3 as well. Oh, side by side with the GT3 now.
It's the Intercell Midas car that's in the middle there. GLS PXN car has been forced to give way for that one. He moves out of the way as well, does the GT car. So the GLS PXN car can now close in. But they've lost just under even a second, but that's now closed into just under half a second. That was a brilliant move, to be fair, into turn 12, using that slipstream to show his nose through turn 9, into turn 10, and then as well through turn 12, actually making the move stick into that M section at the opposite end of the circuit.
There's a car round in the back out of turn 6. As again, PXA goes round the outside of the turn 7. Oh, who has a better grip advantage? Looking at the tires of these two, I don't really see it much, but it looks like the Keisha Tamafika is just better on the tires with a 7 lap, while the PXA has a 30 on tires. Now the Warhol team, the GT3 dropping both, but it looks like the Keisha Tamafika with the fresher tires is running away in the back now also. That's the, I believe that's the team, that's the Infinite car.
I think that's the 117, possibly.
Yeah, it's the SD1.
Yeah, it's the SD1 Vision Esport. Yeah, I'm about to say Eurosport esports car. In currently 12th place. Park Motorsports also chasing after the Royal Racing car as Kichita Mafia Corleone does go up the inside of the blue PMO car, currently in 34th place overall. And then we're looking at the Pulsar, I believe, from last night in a battle with the 203 Grid White Tigers, the lower positioned of the two grid cars, as they're heading now to the opposite end of the circuit. But I think that battle with the 891 and the 42 could keep going for a little while. It has opened up a little bit, but give it time, it'll close back up, I reckon.
Right, keeping an eye out on that gap. Now here the battle between the FNL RT, the green Mercedes versus the Grid White Tigers. Again, this team, the 203 entry, has just been on our cameras basically the whole time. They have just shy of full of racing. I mean, thinking of it, the drivers must be exhausted or not, just halfway through. If I'd been in their team, I've been sweating like a dog right now, but they are catching out to the FNL team. They've been fighting before, 2 hours ago, I believe, for that position. But now, what I want to point out is we saw before with Reese that the FNL car just takes a different line through turn 4. I believe this time it was the Grid White Tigers who took that line. So eyes out now. The gap was down to half a second, but now it's up to 1.2 seconds. So gotta watch out for that. Into turn 8 is when they mostly catch that time.
It might just be driver preference because, of course, some drivers like to take a wider line, others a tighter line. So each driver, it's sort of, I don't know if you know the saying, each to their own. It's like everybody sort of does their own thing. It's dependent on what they actually like. But it's probably not that much of a difference. But a different racing line is still a different way that you've got to approach a corner. You've got to plan it out differently, and there's so much that goes into actually figuring out how to properly take a corner. It can be a little bit confusing sometimes. Ahead is the Kurita Racing esports car in 30th place. We're looking on board, I think is that the 888 losing the back end? No, the 820 even. The Team Delta Infinite car, less than a second away.
Yeah, they have catch a little last lap, but now eyes on Park Motorsport, the Warhol Racing team, I believe, done a mistake there. Now into turn 11, side by side, the inside line is just way stronger through there, but now the slipstream effect, will it help into turn 12? But it just looks like that the Park Motorsport team, I've been saying it before, the setup works for the Park Motorsport, it's more on straight line speed, they're losing the rear there, now into the final couple corners. It looks like Park Motorsport just has that upper hand. Just gaining that place back from the Warhol Racing .pl team. The 665 entry might have done a mistake last lap. That cost them quite a bit of time.
Definitely will have done. But again, if they're going for a bit more straight line speed, they're going to lose time through this first and second section. So possibly an opportunity for an overtake into here, one would imagine, as they're heading through 3 into the right at 4, keeping it tight and then going into the left, hitting the apex at 5, not using the curb but using the curb on the inside here through 6, again not going very wide, not using all of the track, breaking into the uphill hairpin at 7, the right-hander, taking a decent amount of space, even the curb as well, as they're now going to be even stuck behind a GT. Ooh, the motor reporter car just about moves out of the way there.
Yeah, it looks like that Lexus has just slowed down just a little, the Warhol Racing team, but the tires on that car for P11 just doesn't look like they're on 2-lap newer tires than the Park Motorsport car up ahead. Now overtaking the 775 entry of the Kisha Mafia car. Are they gonna catch back? It doesn't look like that's quite the plan here for the Warhol Racing team.
No, not quite. I think they've got the pace, but it does seem that Park Motorsport has got a smidge more, at least at this point in the race. So they probably do have a little bit of an advantage there, and they're definitely going to want to use it, get closer to, the Mystic Royal, and then pray to God for something like a safety car, because the gap between themselves, because the gap between Mystic Royal and Team Delta Infinite is over a minute.
Now eyes on P4 here between Kisha Mafia and GLS PXN Racing. We see there's also the SD1 Vision in between. We saw that the PXN before had the mega overtake on the second final sector, but Kisha Mafia just as a yellow flag. It is the Interstellar this time. The Interstellar spinning it around. Just I believe staying outside of the wall. But oh, gap of the rejoin. Oh,
so many cars. So many cars.
Rejoin there. Oh, look at that. Everyone's on there now. The OC Racing cars teleporting in there. What is going on?
It was very much 3 wide through that section of track. They're still 2 wide. Heading down the back straight. That is the OC Racing car, who's got ahead of the lot. FNLRT are getting themselves involved as well. The Mystic Royal, quite literally getting the pass on the grass on everybody, as they are still 2 wide heading into the M section. FNL trying to make a move on the OC Racing lifeless car. Not quite for position, but very much for traffic. The Green White Tigers is not very far behind that lot, so he's got to want to get past them as well. The Corleone car behind GLS PXN car. This is for position. The battle ahead, though, is not. They are passing one of the other cars. I think is that the One Vision? I think that is the One Vision. Contact into the M section. They're still side by side, the PXN and the One Vision. It's now two abreast with the Corleone car. This is exactly what they would have wanted. Use the One Vision car as a little bit of traffic and a bit of a crutch. Now they're going down the front stretch to start another lap here in Istanbul. They get in ahead, trying the outside line, but PXN has the inside line. Bit of contact. Can he make it stick through the second corner? He's got the inside line, proving to be too strong for the PXN car, and then as they head up to turn 3, that is the move done.
Yeah, but not quite done yet, as the PXN car is just up behind. But yeah, their contact with the SD1 Vision Esports team just greatly helped the Kisha Tamafia Corleone car getting back their position. But obviously, they have been switching positions for the final couple laps before. That's not a 117 car now. It has been finally shown the blue flags. He has to let them pass sooner or later. The later it is, the closer it will be to a penalty. While that was happening, OC Racing has jumped into the pit lane, so they have lost their P3, but not too far behind, only 30 seconds. That's still quite in the battle for for a podium position later on. But saying that as well, the Apex 1 car is 61 entry as well into the pit lane. But the SD1 Vision Esports car doesn't look like it wants to go into the pit lane. It wants to let them pass. As it does let the Kisha Tamafia car pass.
Yellow flag, exit of turn 8. Yellow flag, exit of turn 8.
And now it's going to be going back to green on the exit of turn 14 as well. FNLRT a little bit of a problem.
Green flag, turn 8.
And turn 8 is back under green conditions. Although, is it really? The 665's had a bit of a spin. That looks to be through turn 3, but is now back underway. So a lot of mistakes being made at this point in the race. And is it possibly the point where sort of fatigue sets in and drivers just getting tired?
I believe it is. I mean, after about about nearly 5 hours of racing, that's quite literally what happens. Even with 4 drivers per team, here only 3 type of drivers in the Petronas Synthium SD team. Obviously, 5 long stops, so each driver might do 2, one does only 1. As my math hopefully is correct, I do believe it is, but obviously that still means about 1.5 hours to 2 per driver. So that's a lot to think about. 3 hours, even if it's a 3-driver team with 9 hours, about 3 hours per driver sounds about right. As now the Petronas Synthium is right on the rear of the OC Racing X-Open car, down the inside into turn 7. Brave on the brakes, and it looks like they have the grip advantage as well. Doesn't look like it, but the OC Racing just came out the pits, but the Synthium car just on 3 lap or tires. Now losing a bit the rear into turn 8. The complex of corners, OC Racing back of the position. Both on the same tire strategy, so this is quite literally for position here for P4. Is OC Racing gonna have a chance to keep it? But this battle is probably gonna rage on for quite a while, as these two are just quite there. It's quite similar on pace. Now onto the back straight into turn 11. Is the Petronas Synthium SD car gonna have something with the slipstream? We know the slipstream is really strong in these cars. Down into turn 12. That's the Midas Racing black car spun out of turn, I believe, 9. But now back onto the action into turn 12. OC Racing goes a bit defensive, but the Petronas great on the brakes, and it's right under the rear diffuser onto the main straight now.
Here we go down the front straight, starting another lap. Lap 166 has been started by these guys. They head down the hill into turn 1. Can we see another move into turn 1? Tries around the outside. Can't really make it stick. Goes on the curbs and on the grass as well. That was a great dive out of turn 7 there. It's a shame that he couldn't keep it pinned on the entry into that first apex at turn 8. Otherwise, I would argue that probably would have been move of the race.
That was a really great move. If it was move of the race, I doubt that, as we've seen quite a lot of moves on the opening laps, but maybe we'll see a replica of it here again, down into turn 7, this time a bit further behind, but no, having the eyes down the inside line, but quite too far behind, but this time into turn 8 with that slipstream effect, maybe a bit of dirty here, but can they maybe stick it into turn 9, or if not, maybe even turn 11, as turn 11 and 12, as touching the inside grass, they're really taking a lot of track there. Aussie Racing does not. Now into turn 9, the gap is still the same on the brakes. Aussie Racing goes a bit safer. The exit looks like it goes better for Petronas. Now down turn 11, this back straight, slipstream effect being great. Oh, look how close it is. We see the rear diffuser getting closer and closer. What line will he defend? It looks like defend the inside line, but Petronas just takes that little space side by side into turn 12. Late on the brakes, locks up and goes deep. And the OC Racing switch backs their way past that position, but they're right there. Oh, into the final corner. Great racing from these two. Holy.
I think holy is the right word to use there. Brilliant respect being shown by those guys. Rubbing his race in, as we saw heading into turn 12. And then it's through this sweeper here at turn 2. Could we see a move into turn 7 once again? As they're getting closer and closer to each other. The 175 does seem to have a lot of pace. I think he's very much just sort of stuck behind the 99 OC Racing low pen car, but here we go. This could be interesting. See how they navigate with all the GT traffic surrounding them. Can they make a move as well? They get past one of the cars. OC Racing tries to get it to be another, as the motor reporter car is there in the way. The 996, they're going both sides around the Kichita Mafia car, so they've navigated that traffic quite well. Losing the back end a little bit again is the motor reporter car. And there's the car alarm going off outside my house. Down into turn 9, he's close, but not quite close enough for a move through turn 10. And then it is down this back straight into the King Cat 11, then braking zone at turn 12. Navigating the GT traffic relatively well. Careful for the Midas Lambo. He's close for the slipstream. Where's he going to go? Left, right, mind the traffic. Is he going to get boxing once again? Ooh, down the inside he goes. There's still going to be two abreast. The GT traffic duly getting out of the way. No move being made there, but that is brilliant racing.
Yeah, it just looks like that these two LMDHs are just edging their way closer, pushing each other for new heights. As also, right, we were overtaken the motor reporter car and the Keisha Tamafia 775 entry are also battling, and here this battle between the Team Blue Car, the PMO Endurance Team Blue Car, and FNL up ahead, not for position, but still here, this is for position between the two Lexus. The first time these two are close together. Are we gonna see maybe a move into turn 3 up the hill? Does look like that the Keisha Tamafia car has a bit more pace, but the motor reporter car did get past. I believe that there was a position change at the end of last lap. Still eyes on as well up ahead on the OC Racing and the Petronas battle as well, but this battle is way closer. Now into turn 7, onto the straight. But are they gonna have a look into turn 7 maybe? Days behind, but these cars pass way far better into the turn 8 complex. But both are driving the same one, just needs to check which one has the better setup and more confidence in that car. Who can go better on the accelerator? Dirty air isn't quite a big thing in these GT3s, so this is mostly just driver skill and the car mechanical grip, as that's the GLS PXN car going past there. And now back onto the battle with the OC Racing. Are they going to have a look on the outside? The Petronas down on the outside,
yes,
turn 12.
Does. Out brakes.
No, too late on the brakes.
Oh, very close. He's going to still try and keep within sort of touching distance. We've seen moves into turn 1, not very many of them granted, but moves still nonetheless, mainly down the back straight. Here we go as well. Down the inside goes the Kichita Mafia car on his fellow Lexus, the motor reporter car, but a little bit deep on the brakes around the outside through the second of this triplex of corners. Goes the motor reporter car, and that is position retained, at least for now. So a great battle being presented by the 996 and 775. Down the front straight we go. He's thinking about a move down into turn 1. He's looking, he's having a gander, but can't make the move, partly because of the PMO Endurance blue car ahead of him.
As again the back, that's Midas Racing back spun out of turn 8. That means if Petronas and OC Racing are gonna catch back there, I think there was a bit of contact there as well. There you see all the cars going by. Careful with the rejoin. There they are now. What's gonna happen? We're gonna see here on the exit is the Mercedes, I think. The Lamborghini, I think, but no, he's gone already. So now here's a battle into turn 9. Looks like that the Petronas is just a bit too far behind. Is the Lopen car gonna have a better run out of turn 10? Doesn't look like it. Petronas has the best run yet so far. Into turn 11, not quite going side by side, but the slipstream effect. Now down turn 12, are they gonna have a look down the outside again? Who's gonna be late on the brakes? Oh, it looks like it's gonna be Petronas down the outside. This time not missing a braking point for the first time this battle. Side by side to turn 13, a bit of contact pushing their way through. Now turn 13, the final corner, but Lopen just manages to keep that position, but now way closer than ever onto the main straight. Down the inside wants to have a look, but they're trying to make a gap exist into this. Down the inside by one, locking up the inside front left tire, but Lopen catching back the position. What a battle these two are having here.
He's absolutely forcing his way down the inside into turn 1, into a gap that pretty much wasn't there. And that is brilliantly done. Side by side through the final couple of corners. Went deep into turn 1. This is brilliant racing here at Project Endurance with 4 hours and a bit to go. Oh my word. This battle is proving to be absolutely legendary. 175 tries around the outside of turn 10. He's used the inside multiple times. Contact there. Front to rear. But I think, if anything, that's lost time more than anything. As they're heading through the 4 apexes here at turn 8. Mind the oil traffic as well. As they duly move to avoid that. Now here we go, down into turn 9, into where we've seen quite a lot of action down this section of the circuit. This third sector is absolutely brilliant. Using the slipstream is the Pronas Syntium SD team. The 175 moving out of the way for one of the race spot cars. Here we go. Does he go inside, outside? To the right he goes. He's going to try and do the outside once again. Is he going to outbrake himself? Not really, but he's gone a little bit too deep there. They're still side by side, to be fair, into the final corner. Can he try and make a gap exist? Well, it's this time the 731, not the Midas car. Don't get me wrong, that was very close to one of the other cars. Here we go, down into turn 1, try the outside line this time instead of the inside. OC Racing defends the outside line as well through the second corner. He's got a little bit more pace due to a great exit out of the first corner. He's got the inside line now into turn 3. Can he make it stick? They're still side by side and with contact as well. Brilliantly done by now 175. Now he's got to defend.
Now that Lopen is behind, we're gonna see what Lopen does now through the end of the first sector. Now onto the back first, tiny back straight. Let's see if the slipstream effect helps Lopen now. Down into turn 7, staying on that rear diffuser of that BMW. Obviously there's huge arrow, not really helping, not a dirty air, being on the, helping the Petronas car. You said the Petronas car has a bit more pace, that's gonna show now. Lopen isn't shy on pace either, so we're gonna see how this time, when the book is switched, how this time the drivers are gonna handle it. The Petronas car is starting to run away. Lopen has to think of something fast, or maybe they decided this is not the battle anymore and just want to keep it facing the right way.
Yeah, I did mention before, it looked like the 175 do have a lot of pace still in those tyres, still in that car, still with that fuel as well. So they're probably just hoping for the best so that they can just try to keep in touch, not necessarily even make any moves, just try to keep in touch. As looking on with the Midas Black car, with all due respect for once not having a spin. As I don't try to be mean, but they've had so many, and it's been pretty much every time we've seen them. And it's... Do you know what I mean?
They have done a great race. I mean, yes, the camera has been shown on them quite a few times on the unlucky places, but they are running a great race here either way, even if there are a few mistakes here and there. But their Lamborghini is still on track, which means they're still running a good race. But now back onto the front again. OC Racing is now under half a second. and being slowed up by, I believe that's the Apex 1 car, but now blocking OC Racing into turn 7. So I believe this battle for 4th is basically over. Petronas Symphonium getting back the position. What a nice battle this was.
Nate, that was an absolutely class battle heading through here. And in my opinion, Istanbul is very much like an underrated circuit. Yes, we hear people saying, "Oh, let's go to Istanbul," this, that, the other, but you don't actually see very many like big series go there. So it is very much sort of an underrated track, and I would love to see it just generally in more stuff, in more racing, not just in F1, which is obviously what it's known for, but other racing series like sort of GT World Challenge, possibly. Maybe even World Endurance Championship in a couple of years. That would be brilliant. I mean, as we've proven it.
Yeah, the track has been created by Helman Telke for F1 back in 2005. We've seen some races here. The last Formula 1 race was in 2020, just a one-off. But now we're seeing here with the Le Mans, as you said, VC might have a blast here as well, as Project Endurance is showing us that here the battles are just not shy of being great, and this increase and just shows that this is also one of the longest races so far this season, and the action has been going through and through.
Yeah, I'm gonna correct you on the F1 point. There was a race in 2021 as well. It's the one where it was too damp for slicks to dry for inters, and it was that whole thing. With the Max Verstappen white livery, but yeah, sorry, I am 2021. Yeah.
What? Oh. Okay,
yeah.
so
no, it's fine. No worries. It was fun fact was it was Valtteri Bottas's last win. So there you go.
So now the battles are now spreading a little in the LMDH class, but back in the GT3 class I see a few battles raging there. So now we passed the FNL car, which finally for the first time has a bit of breathing the space as no cars are around him. The FNL team has had a great race so far, and it's just interesting to see it now back up ahead into the GT3 class. I see the 775 Keisha car clutching a little bit closer to the Motor Reporter 24 car, and also more behind the grid racing under the Rojo Racing Lamborghini. So quite a few distances, not big, not too far, but might be close to getting battles soon there.
There's a lot of battles going on. There's also there's someone just in the pits there for a brief moment. I couldn't really catch who that was. I think it was 33rd place who's just come into the pit lane as well. But there's still quite a lot of battles going on. The 996 and the 775 are battles. It was the Kurita Racing Esports. That's who it was. They're in the pit lane, as well as the 217 Shigaka 1 Vision E Endurance. They've come into the pit lane, but there's still a lot of sort of, close battles, cars being quite close to each other. There's all sorts of stuff still going, and we're just under now 4 hours left to go. We're looking through the grades. That is the Kurita Racing Esports car as well. Story of their race, hasn't it been? As they head through turn 8. Not the first time we've seen a spin, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Struggling with that portion of track there. And well, spinning again. Through turn 9. Not
Yellow
quite the usual. Once again. I'm not sure if at this point this is intentional or not. I don't think so. But their race has really gone fully the wrong way around. But yeah, these guys have had a spin once again, and the 891 is in the pits.
Yeah, gotta look out now for the 891, the Keisha Tamafia Corleone. We've seen that they have the pace to be on that podium spot, with the strategy slowly coming to an end. We gotta see in the end who has played the cards correctly, as right now it's just a bit too early to say. But I'm gonna say that one team that I can say has played the cards right now correctly is the Apex 151 card. They had a great start, had a bit of issues at the second part of the race start, losing a few positions, but then going back up there, and now that their only real competitor has been disqualified, it does mean that they have quite a bit of breathing room. As we're also closing on to the 200 laps. I missed the 100 ones, maybe I'm not missing the 200 ones. But OC Racing is also a team that I'm gonna have to fully say their race has been going great even after those incidents that they had.
Oh no, yeah, their OC Racing in general is doing really well. I mean, you've got the hypercar that's currently in 4th place, and then the GT Shark car is sort of in that mid pack as well. So OC Racing Lifeless 29th overall. They're doing quite well. One car that unfortunately isn't doing quite well, and that's just generally in terms of penalties, is the number 79 Interstellar Midas Racing car. They've been given a 15-second penalty for a dangerous return to track after they had that spin a little while back. That's 4 penalty points and a 15-second penalty. So that is, it's unfortunate, I think.
Oh yeah, quite to say, but obviously a race without more than halfway done. I think the race now isn't as long anymore, so battles, these penalties are now playing a huge role, and if you want to do something, now is the chance. But another team that I really must say, quite disappointing result so far is the 61 Apex 1 entry. They have been fighting for P3 at the beginning, and even P2. They were even leading. They are second right now in the championship, but after this race, I think that's gonna take a big hit to their race after that very unlucky incident with the back markers and the huge pile-up in turn 2, where they had to pit for suspension damage, and that makes them last of the LMDH runners, which is quite disappointing to see.
You do. It is unfortunate for the. It is unfortunate for the 61s, but it's not as big of a problem for Apex 1 for the organisation as a whole.
Green flag turn 8.
As Creator Racing just come out from a spin, it's not as much of a problem, mainly because the 51 is only 1 point behind the 61 Apex 1. So for Apex 1, it's not as much of a problem, but for the 61 specifically, that's going to hurt.
They could have catched together as a team quite a few points if they've been running 1, 2, 3, which they were actually at the beginning, but now only 1, 2, which is still great for the organization, I must say, but it's quite of a hit that they're all running first in GT3s, first in LMDH, second in LMDH, but then last, which it's just sad to see, as obviously for the 61 car in the championship. That's gonna hurt them quite a bit to the hunt of the AOT Turtle Beach LMDH. But overall, as we said, yeah, that's gonna help as well the 51 cars. Oh, quite a correction there from the OC Racing car. Nicely done. The Jaws car showing us that it just can do more than just swim in the water.
Oh yeah, it can quite handily drive a car as well, which is always a pleasure to see. Oh my word, I'm just having a bit of a stretch. No, to be fair, I've said it earlier. OC Racing are doing quite well, and I'm sure, especially for the GT Jaws card, they're definitely going to want to do better. But it's not a bad position going into the final 4 hours.
Yeah, and I believe as well the strategy plays are starting to show an end here. I think we already see some of them do more than half of the long stops, so the closer we'll get to the end, the more we see where the end positions are between these drivers, as between also the GLS, PXN and Park Motorsport team. I believe there's still quite of a jump there to do. on board with the Apex 51 car, showing us how confident they are. Their lap times just always being relaxingly in the 140s, not many mistakes. Being 33 laps on those tires, and it just doesn't look like any mistakes. Fastest lap doesn't go to them, that goes to the 61 car with a 1:38.8, which is, to be honest, a
Yellow flag,
really
exit
good
turn
lap.
8, yellow
One of
flag,
the only
exit turn
teams.
8.
Oh, careful! Oh, and that's a Midas Racing Black car as well, spun out of turn 8, so a lot of spins happening here. This time, the Midas, people should take a bit of inspiration from Midas. Look at the clean rejoins they've done. To be honest, I haven't seen one bad rejoin from them. Not like other teams.
Green
They're
flag,
being
turn
clean
8.
here, so
Green flag, turn 8.
if you have to take an inspiration, props to them. They know how to do a clean rejoin.
Well, considering that, they haven't picked up a penalty as far as I'm aware for unsafe rejoins, and yet their sister car has, show some inspiration. They should also be inspired that whatever happens, we should just keep trying, because, yes, despite the fact that, they're not doing quite well, if I'm going to put it quite frankly, they're still going, they're still trying, because, again, anything can happen in endurance racing, as we saw quite literally yesterday in the Spa 6 hours, where the whole timer reset.
I believe with that red flag, yes.
Yeah.
But now, obviously, eyes on this endurance race. This is a bit more important than what happened yesterday. It just shows us, as you said, with the unpredictableness of endurance racing altogether. IoT Turtle Beach was running great, but then disqualified. That's always a big hit. But then also a few position changes between the crashes between, for example, the OC Racing team at the beginning, but then also later on the big pileup. I can't stop saying that because that was a big incident which just set back a lot of cars, mainly saying the 61 car who got the biggest hit out of that crash. And just shows that they're 1 minute behind the Sim Racing Dream Team, who are in the pits right now. And also I saw that the team White Tigers are also in the pits. They're also for a great battle this race, and also the Great White Tigers are having a great race altogether, as I believe they're now out right behind their favorite rivals, the FNLR team Green Mercedes.
Ooh, that is lovely stuff. We do love rivals coming together. No, Green White Tigers have actually had quite a good race. They've been sort of in amongst battles all for a good chunk of the race. And they've been in that top 10 pretty consistently. Not very high in it, mind you, but still in that top 10 relatively consistently. So, if they can keep it up there, then that's definitely a result they, I reckon, can be proud of.
Yeah, the Great White Tigers has shown us that against the FNLRT team, they're not scared of them. Which it shows they're getting closer out of the pit lane. With cold tires, only lost about 1 second, and now out of turn 10, catch half a second. So once they get closer, I do tell you that these these two teams are not have been battling for around the whole race now. As between my stint and Reese's stint, we've been constantly talking about these two battling.
Yeah, no, and it has been very much similar. Since you guys left, it's been sort of on and off, but it has been relatively consistent. Both Apex Ones are now in the pits off of the lead, so the Cintian car will probably take second and maybe even first place, but I'm not sure on the gap between first and second. The 61 Apex One in last place in class, 14th overall. It's suspension damage, and now they're just trying to salvage whatever they can, I think, at this point. They're a lap down once they come into the pit lane, because they've just passed. Shigalka have just come into the pit lane recently, so that's why the gap's at around about 30 seconds. as Sintian works their way back up to the top, as it is OC Racing now in second place with PXN 12 seconds behind them here with 3 hours 47 to go.
Yeah, we're gonna see now that Patronus has jumped into the pit lane where OC Racing comes out of that as well. Ice on the Apex 1, I believe they're getting lapped by the Mystic Warhol team there, but now Ice as well on the Motor Reporter 24 car, as they had a battle with the Kisha to Mafia Lexus, the only 2 Lexus driving today, and it looks like today the victorious one right now is the 996 entry, while the 775 entry is just shy of 2 seconds from them. Now jumping to 3 seconds.
Well, speaking of actually small gaps, Cubic and Brawn Endurance aren't actually too far away. The gap's just dropped to 1.2 seconds. It was 2 seconds a mere moment ago, so I think it's just sort of flip-flopping around about somewhere in between those values. But that's certainly a battle that we're going to watch on and hopefully enjoy. Both teams have been doing quite well so far in this race. They're going to want to fight for the podium, most certainly. We're looking on with the 996, one of 2 Lexus in the field, Motor Reporter 24 per L. And then behind them, 3.8 seconds at the moment is the 775 Kitchener.
Yes, and now that the battle, still no battles quite on track yet. The only one, as you said, that goes right now for P4 right now off the GT3 pack between the Cubic System and the Brawn GP. As said, they are a replacement and running 4th right now. Really impressive from them. I'm shocked to see that. Sadly, they're only a replacement team, as if they've been running for the final past 2 races. Now on board on this battle, there they are. The blue, the yellow Brawn GP, the white yellow versus the red. The red Mercedes of the Cubic System. Sad to see that the Cubic System has lost out a bit of on strategy play. They were leading comfortably with a 20-second gap. Apex 1 was involved. Was involved in that big turn 2 pileup, but now being back in the lead, there was a yellow flag in turn 8, but it cleared out quick enough. But now Cubic System closest ever out down of turn 6 onto the straight turn 7. Is there going to be a move from Cubic Systems? They stay behind now, looking down the inside. Very brave on the brakes. Oh, what line is better? The outside line has more grip there. We saw the drivers that like to be on the outside, but now side by side into turn 8, there's also an LMDH threading the needle between them. That helps Cubic System with the outside line. Now they can have a switchback here at the exit. Avoiding contact between the 2. Oh, sliding now into turn 9. Oh, that is of turn 8 going off the track. That's the Brawn GP now to turn 9. That's not what you want to see, but still close together, getting a great run. Does the Cubic System team. Now side by side, the inside line is the line that you want to take through turn 11 with that high speed corner. Down the inside and you gain the position there, but still side by side, down to turn 12. Who has the straight line speed? It looks like Cubic System, but who will be braver on the brakes? Brawn GP is great with that car, but it looks like the Cubic System team is great past before the corner even starts, and that shows that they get the position. But behind, that's the AOT Turtle Beach car, I believe, right up behind them, and now jumping the pit lane. So now these 2 are still now alone on track out of the final corner onto the main straight. Cubic System is running away with that position.
That is brilliant racing overall. I thought he was going to be able to get the switch back through turn 8, but a little bit of contact prevented exactly that happening. Ooh, careful on exit there. For one of the other Mercedes cars. As now the gap's actually grown a bit to around about a second, as well as another car in the middle in the mix. So not quite ideal for the Brawn crew, but there's still 3 hours 43, so there's plenty of time to recalculate, recalibrate, and go again.
Yeah, we see that, as you said before, about a half an hour ago, you said that mental physique starts to play a role here. As now I believe this is a battle, not quite a battle, but the 2 PMO Endurance team cars, the red and the blue one, obviously nice liveries from them. It looks really great on camera, but also here, I believe this is now the car numbered A20, we're not often seen this race yet, the Team Delta Infinite, for P30, a quiet race from them, but there's the Team Red car, 1 lap ahead, so if they catch, it's not quite for position yet, they have to unlap themselves first and then have a chance. But looking at also for P23, the FNL RT car and the Grid Right Tigers are still in corner distance, not quite touching distance, but they are still, if we switch back to them, on the same frame of the camera.
Oh my word. Who are we looking on with? That is the 49. And then now, well, the 99 currently leading in Hypercar. I think it's the first time I've seen someone other than the 51 lead in this race since I started commentating about 2.5 hours ago. So that just shows the sort of advantage that Apex One really do have on this race. Again, like I said earlier, it is theirs to lose, but 71 is not having that advantage, and he's right on the back of the 665 Royal Racing car. He's closing up a little bit. He's going to get him on the brakes, and I don't think actually the 665 put up too much of a fight there.
That looked like they gave the position knowing that that's not their battle. They don't want to lose too much time, as Warhol Racing is already in a battle with the Mafia Kisha to Mafia Corleone car, so you don't want to lose too much on that one. It looked like giving the position back there, it's better that you can follow the faster car, maybe learn the lines a bit more, and maybe see where you lose out and take that slipstream effect. Obviously great with these cars. Sometimes it's better to just not engage and just stay behind and work together, which we saw the Warhol Racing Team car do as the second Warhol, the GT3, spins it round out of turn 6, I
Blue
believe that
flag
is.
exit turn 8.
Turn 8, close enough. There's cars going wide as well, trying to avoid whatever was on the track.
Green flag turn 8. Green flag turn 8.
But we are back under full green conditions. The Lamborghini's having a little bit of spin through turn 8. Is it a position here
Grid
now?
Racing car behind. Yeah, the car that went wide was the Grid Racing 794 entry. That's a Mercedes there. So that spin for the 666, the 666 entry, means that they lose a lot of time now. So they have to watch out for the battle here for 21st. Here the Grid Racing now on board with them, losing out a bit of into turn 8. You saw them go wide. If they haven't done that, they might have gotten a better chance for this position. But Mercedes versus Lamborghini, it's not the first time we see two different manufacturer fight. Obviously, it's always these two cars. We know that Mercedes is more stable but more understeer, while the Lamborghini is just more aggressive. Let's see if in this track the Mercedes has the upper hand, but I believe this time the Mercedes does have the upper hand. In the other races, we know that Lamborghini just has the upper hand, and that shows that there's a spin up ahead. I believe that is there's a Mercedes of the second grid. I think that's the White Tigers that spun there, if I'm not wrong, but
I don't know, I'll be honest. I don't think it is. Although I'm not 100% sure. I couldn't place who it was. But this battle is very much raging. It's getting very close up, close and personal. We'll see if the Royal car can actually get through this section of track without spinning for a second time in a row. Can he make it? He's made it through 3 of them using the curbs. That is fine. Remember, the track limit is the curb, not the line. And then through 4. So yes, he can. To be fair, he's managed to make it pretty much every single time as far as I'm aware, other than that one time. So fair play to the 666 Royal Racing car. In 21st, behind them is the Grid Racing car. For 22nd, the 794.
yeah, so now they are still going quite literally on pace with each other. Looking at the lap times here at P22, it shows that they are. Last lap was a 52, jumping around, but last lap was a 209 for the Warhol Racing team. The lap that they spun, and it was a 155 for the grid racing. But now across the line, what will it be now? 154 for Rohol and 154.5 for grid racing. Half a second slower is the grid racing car, so they have to pick up the pace a little if they want to keep with that Lamborghini. This time the Lamborghini just having the upper hand, and that is just interesting to see with different manufacturers set up. Reese has told us multiple times these two cars are the only two GT3s that have been gotten a performance there was a balance of performance, getting weight on the both of these manufacturers. The only car that didn't get a bob change, a balance of performance, was the Lexus. So these two have been gotten, I believe, 15 extra kilograms on the car, but it just shows that just with that extra fuel, that they're losing not too much time. And now through turn 8, just look how confident they are through there. As you said, they don't usually do mistakes there. Before was, I believe, the first time you saw them do a mistake there.
Yeah, no, that car does really look planted in that. A little bit of an extra for the 79. Their race isn't going too well. They've just picked up another penalty for ignoring blue flags, reported by the number 1 Apex 1, which I think is the second time they've been reported by Apex 1, and it's 2 penalty points and a 5-second penalty for ignoring the blue flags.
Someone's snitching in the Apex 1 garage, but yeah, obviously a bit of spiciness. Obviously, racing is just not on track, obviously off track as well, penalty wise, and pit lane battles also happening. I hope after this race we'll not see some beef, I must say, between these two teams, as obviously, careful there, careful with the LMDH. Sometimes I go too hot-headed into there. Now that loses the grid racing too much time to the Lamborghini. Not something you want to see there, and this battle is about basically over now with that mistake.
It's easy to lose time, but it's very, very difficult to gain time. That's the thing with racing. You make one mistake, you can lose seconds. But if you do really well, it might take you 20, 30, 45 even minutes to try and regain a small amount of time, because of the sort of that you're pretty much constantly at the limit, and to go beyond that, you're going into problems possibly with having a spin, having a crash, all of that plenty sort of stuff. In the meantime, we're looking at the 42 GLS PXN Racing. Yellow turn 8. That is one of the race spot cars, the Emeritus crew, 33rd place. The number 46, but he is back underway. Gone off a little bit again, just trying to make sure.
Careful.
Bit of lawn mowing there for a Mercedes. Not quite, I think, what that car was made for.
And this will be blue flag for car 46. Blue flag.
So he basically now has to get out of the way, whether he likes it or not.
So they have to get out of the Lamborghini's way. I believe that is the Lamborghini of that's difficult to say, but I believe it was the Interstellar one, if I'm not wrong, but it might have been a different one. Now up ahead with the Warhol LMDH team being right behind the sim racing.
Section, please.
It's now they're on board with the Warhol Racing 65 entry, catching the 16th entry of the sim racing green team, but being stuck behind that GT3, losing the rear a little. Now we're gonna be careful what they're gonna do into turn 7, as I see up ahead the sim racing dream team also having issues with traffic. We might still have a battle on our hand here, as our stint is slowly coming to an end here as well.
I was just about to mention, we are slowly coming towards the end of our time together. Oh, I know. But you'll have two brilliant commentators coming on in about 20 minutes. But there's still plenty of time before
20 minutes, anything can happen, like the world ending. But let's not focus
Well,
on that. Let's focus on the
let's-
racing here between the racing team and the sim racing dream team.
Yeah, let's not focus on the possibility of the world ending. The gap has increased to 3.5 seconds between 16 and the 665. That is for 12th place overall. But another battle that is brewing and developing very, very nicely is the battle for 21st overall. I think that's about 7th in class. The Midas has been involved in a spin and possibly with someone else there.
Was
As we just saw, we just saw another car come out. That was out into turn 1. You can see the pit exit there on the left. I'm not sure who that would have hit, to be fair.
It looked like one of the Mercedes team. I believe it was or the Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team, or the another one is I believe I believe there was the Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team. But eyes up ahead, or the Team Delta Infinite. That might have one of the twos. But this time there was an excuse for their spin. I believe there was an incident. I don't know who was at fault. But this time not alone. So props to them. But again, props to them for not having a dangerous rejoin. It was a nice and clean, happy rejoin from them. As on board with the SD1 Vision Esports team, going up the position. I must say, that race in the last few minutes has gone to the positives, as now we are to the car behind trying to get that position, the GLS PXN's 42 entry. We see, look how many GT3 cars are just up ahead and being so much traffic.
I'm still just trying to figure out who they made contact with, but I can't really see who it might have been on the timing screens. I don't know. Might have been. No, it was a GT. I don't know.
I believe it was a PMO Team Blue car there that was involved in the crash, as we just saw them getting past there. But again, for P6, the battle under a second between the two, so the slipstream is again in work. These cars are prone. Meant to fight for that. Look at the huge arrow on those cars. That causes so much dirty, but also if we get in that one bubble, the slipstream effect will be huge. And there we go. The gap is still on the 9/10 seconds, but let's see who gets better. It's the end of seconds for the first sector, going around turn 4. Now turn 5, and now 6 as well. Onto the backs, onto the first tiny back straight. I say, look how close they are together. Now it's not even half a second to these two cars. Turn 7, great corner from both of them. No mistakes there. Team PXN Racing takes it better, but they exit losing the rear a little. Now turn 8, the famous turn 8. We see so many mistakes, so many crashes. This time goes wide the SD1 Vision. As now they have the eyes up ahead as well for the GT3. Are they gonna leave the space? They are slowing down a little. So now into turn 9. The SD1 Vision keeping that position. So down the inside, maybe even gets a better run. Does the SD1 gets a better run? So they're down to turn 12. They have to use all of the slipstream for the 42 car into turn 11. The GT3 now into turn 12. You see how closer and closer and closer. Round the outside they go. Turn 12. Braking hard now. Later on the brakes. Missing the braking point. Oh, not something I want to see, but still close together into the final corners.
And that point of view really shows you what a driver has to consider, because you've got to obviously look at the track and make sure that you make your corner, but you've also, especially in a hypercar at this late stage in the race, you've got to be careful of the other GT cars and just other cars around you that could be a problem. You've got to look out for so many things as a driver, and that's why they are sort of, people could class them as high-performance athletes, but that's because they have to be always concentrating, always on it, don't drop the ball, because if they do, mistakes creep in, and all of that sort of stuff. So, you know, it's very much like a high-performance, I don't want to say high stress, but it's an incredibly stressful situation to be in.
Yeah, it's obviously also 9 hours. Even if they're not in the car, I've heard by the teams that they are still in a call together and concentrating on the timings and everything. So Obviously also stressing there a little. I might say they are in a high stress situation. I see the sim racers being with a heart rate of around 100 120, which is more on the elevated side. So I would say this is quite more of a high stress situation, and keeping it for 9 hours, I must say it's not maybe the healthiest, but you lose quite a bit of weight with the sweat that you drop throughout the race. But the battle here now, 4-6, still raging on, this time not close enough for the dive bomb, or maybe the outside move, but with that GT3 slowing them down, look how close they are, they're nearly touching with the front, that rear bumper now, getting a great run out of the final corner. I gotta reseat myself. Side by side onto the main straight into turn 1. What is the PXN gonna do? A bit of lag. Now turn 1 down the inside. Grenade on the brakes and does the move. Great move from them.
Nicely done down the inside into turn 1. It's a pretty... it's not one we've seen too many times today, but it's a pretty standard move just in general. So PXN now in 6th place and will definitely want to climb even higher, as the 175 is only 9 seconds away. Still very much catchable even in this stint here with 3 hours and 26 left to go. So looking on with the 820 Team Delta Infinite. Spin that is through turn 5 on the inside there, or is that turn 8? No, that's turn 5. Yeah. Unusual spot there to somehow end up on the inside, but probably would have been contact, I'd imagine.
Or contact, or just touching the up a little bit and to the inside. I wish might be the one opening, I don't know, but nice ahead. Just how I thought because I've seen those from them time. Eyes on F and Keith's mouth account. It's not Keith. Running so they
Yellow flag turn 8, yellow flag turn 8. Jezu, przykurwił w niego. Dwa stoją.
Bit of technical issues there on our side. We should be back all in good order. A little bit of an update. The 775 Kijita Mafia has also been given a 5-second penalty and 2 additional penalty points for not passing under blue flags. 3 hours 23 left to go in this race. OC Racing
Yellow
low pen
flag
lead.
Entry turn 8, yellow flag entry turn
This
8.
race by over a minute as we're seeing the 665 struggle to get back on track. Bit of a spin causing yellow flags, but we're all underway now. Apex 1 in second and third. Kitchita Mafia Corleone in fourth. And the Petronas Cintium car in fifth place. Apex 1 also leading in GT3, the 41 AOT Total Beach car, the only remaining AOT Total Beach car, the hypercar, who is leading the championship by 28 points, has been disqualified for not having served a drive-through penalty about 5 hours 15-ish left over in terms of time. Cubic System in third place, number 31, and then it's the 666 Royal Racing and the 794 Grid Racing, who's just popped into the pit lane. So the 222 FNLRT will inherit fifth place. My name's Casper Marfiki. Glad to have you all along with us here as we're rounding out Austin and then bringing you guys 2 brand new commentators to finish up. But that's not for another couple of minutes. I'm with Luca Centorbi, and this race has had pretty much everything so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with all the LMDA just fighting and the GT3s fighting, the most important thing, the one thing I really want to comment on is just turn 8. It's a complex of corners, all left-handers, but each one differently, and it just shows how many problems each driver has through there. I believe I hear every few minutes a race director saying there's a yellow flag through there. It just shows that even if the hit the setup is like you want it, there's still that one corner where you just can't get it down, and it just happens every time. And it's just interesting to see how many different teams have had mistakes through there. Even teams that have driven respectfully good this race, but then they should turn 8, and that's when everything goes bad for quite a few minutes, but then goes back to normal. But turn 8 is really a corner that my eyes are just glued on.
I mean, turn 8 is generally difficult. I mean, it is 4 high-speed apexes in the same direction, one after another, after another, after another. So it's a lot of stress that's put on the tyres, on the car, on the driver, because also you've got to bear in mind you have to put on a lot of steering lock to actually be able to make that corner. We was watching in qualifying yesterday, you probably would have seen at some point in the race as well, the drivers have to hold the steering wheel to the left for a long period of time, pretty heavily to that point as well. And don't forget, some of these drivers have full setups. They have stuff like force feedback, pedals, sitting properly like it was an actual racing car. So, you know, that just adds to, you know, the amount that you really need to turn and push.
I believe what you meant is not that they have pedals, because I hope they do have pedals, but I believe you meant force feedback direct drive setups where, let's say, a Fanatec, not sponsored by Fanatec or a Moza, those have more than 50 Newton meters of torque on them, and if you have to hold that wheel for about like 10 to 15 seconds straight each lap, about every 2 minutes holding your steering wheel there, that's quite of an arm workout. So afterwards, I believe sore arms will be across the board. So yeah, but I myself, I'm quite lucky that I'm not racing there. I'm just watching this, getting tired. My arms are starting to hurt just watching, and just interesting to see how these drivers. Interesting to see. Something I have to point out is in. We lost Casper there. I will keep going. Something I have to point out is that in the OC Racing team, there's only 2 drivers in there, so they would have to do 4.5 hours each if they split it respectfully, or maybe even do 5 hours and 4 hours respectfully. So that's just for one driver, quite a bit of time through this track, which takes a lot of a toll on your strength.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, 4 hours behind the wheel is not easy. I simply get tired after doing a full distance race in F1 on a controller. God forbid doing 4 hours with an actual wheel in an endurance car. That is going to be absolutely pounding your body. So genuinely, my my utmost respect to any pairing that do it in a 2. The 665, bit of a spin as well over the top of the hill. I think that's down into turn 3. As we're looking on with the Royal Racing crew currently in 13th, behind
blue flag, 775 blue flag.
775 blue flags, 775 for 23rd. Blue flags on the FNL RT car that is directly behind them.
Yeah, I believe they have been fighting together for quite a bit of time, but now getting lapped, that must take a hit on the self-esteem and the confidence, as thinking that, oh, a few hours ago I've been fighting this car and now they're lapping me. That's about a minute of difference, and that minute is quite a bit of time. It doesn't look like they're leading them past yet. They're gonna have to do it soon. They're also gonna get a penalty on their name, and we know that penalties are not rare in this race. A lot have been already given out, so gotta be careful there not to stay up ahead for too long. And also on their name, that might fall a penalty as well.
Yeah, we've had a lot of penalties and a lot of reports for blue flags and all of that sort of stuff. So there we go, nicely done. Without losing time, or at least too much time as well, which is always beneficial. But there's been a lot of penalties that have been dished out for blue flags, and I imagine there's going to be quite a few more. But at least for now, that was a good way of letting another car by. 42 GLS PXN in 6th place, 7.5 seconds down on the Petronas Sim Team car. Has been slowly trying to catch them and get closer to that 5th place to get a good top 5 result here in Istanbul. Anybody else? Mystic Royal's actually also really close to their sister car within 2 seconds. That's down for 13th place overall as well. So even, you know, all 5 hours, 45 minutes in, there's still plenty of battles going on.
Yes, as soon enough, now that we say it, our stint is getting to an end. We'll be joined. The next part of the stint will be done by Mateusz Marsch and Ethan Mills. Great guys as well. They've commentated quite a bit of here as well in the last few races. So can't wait to hear their part of the stint. But I've been Lukic and Torby, and I've been joined by Casper, and I believe our stint is getting to an end here. We'll wait till Ethan joins us in here and then switch it over to them.
Yeah, in the meantime, we're still looking on with the 665 and the 731 Mystic Royal team. They're really up close and personal through this M section at the top end of the circuit. And now they're going to go down the front straight to start another lap. Leader in the pits, OC Racing Lopen, the little dyno car that could. They're in the pit lane now, so Apex One will reclaim the lead shortly. And they've started, I believe, lap 199. So we might just about, within our stint even, be able to hit that 200 board.
Yeah, while that's happening here for last place in the LMDH class between the two sister teams, they've been fighting for every position overall. For starting from P5, they've been jumping around, and now going around this track, turn 7. Bit of traffic up ahead by the Team Blue car, the PMO. It's just interesting to see, as also I believe the sun is going down in race as well, so interesting to see there. We're looking out that the sun doesn't go in the eyes now of the drivers.
Yellow
now
flag
on board
turn 8.
with Apex One.
8.
Yellow flag, there we see it. Ooh, someone's gone off. That's a Team Blue and a PMO, as I was saying.
Flag turn 8.
Now let's go on board with the 51 car. Looking for them to complete the 200th lap, or starting more the 200th lap on this 9 hours of Istanbul, Turkey. So great, longest race of the season so far, I must say. The second longest was 8 hours of Shanghai, and now we're 9 hours here, only 1 hour longer. But this is not the longest of the full season, just right now. As now we're on board with Rojo Racing, still close there. Eyes also on the name of Apex One right there. It still says 199, not for long. It's gonna jump soon to the 200 mark. There we go, 200 laps. This is the 200th lap.
Woo.
Congratulations for all of the teams. I mean, just many laps. Thinking myself, I think the longest I have ever driven was 150 laps, and that completely
dues.
destroyed me. So,
Christ.
was on a shorter track as well, so a bit more.
Oh, wow.
It was about 3.5 hours of stint. But now here, 200th lap around Istanbul with these LMDH cars. Interesting. Just crazy to think of it, but interesting to see as well. Now back on board with Rojo racing the 665 entry, fighting the 731 entry.
Yeah, they're having a good battle, and I reckon this is going to continue on for a little while. The two Royals, they're going to be battling pretty close. Also, the A91 is closing in to the 71 Apex One as they're leading out in this race. Ethan has now joined the call. So, Luca, any last thoughts?
I must say, not many thoughts yet, but I just can't wait to see the end results. And now I've seen the race start, the middle phase. I can't wait to see at the end what happens then. And I can't wait to also hear the next two commentators, Mateusz Masz and Ethan Mills, commentate the end part of the race. I mean, when I joined in, I wasn't expecting much fighting, but it happened, and I'm quite happy that it happened. I hope they're gonna have a lot of fighting as well to commentate over. Talking about that for P6, that's already for P5. That's already something to look out for them between OC Racing and GLS PXN. So it was Austin. Thank you so much for listening, and now take over, guys.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you soon.
Yellow flag turn 8, yellow flag turn 8.
The exit pod. And green.
Hello and welcome to the final leg of Project Endurance. We have just over 3 hours left, and for this final leg you'll be joined by myself, Mateusz, and my co-commentator Ethan Mills. Ethan Mills, how are you doing today?
I'm not doing too bad. I've been trying to keep up a little bit with the race in the background, but it's been quite difficult. The one thing that I did pick up was the shock for the championship, that the leading car in the championship, the 91, was disqualified for missing a drive-through penalty, but otherwise this race has just sort of been a lot of close racing, it seems.
Indeed, it has seemed quite close racing from what we've been able to see and what we've been told by the previous commentators, and it seems like Istanbul Park is again a magnet for amazing racing. It seems like Project Endurance have done a fantastic job this time around picking the tracks, because every single one has been a great race so far.
Yeah, really good choice of a calendar. And after this, let me check what we have after this, actually. I've lost it.
After this, we have the 12 hours of Dakota, which should prove a
Thank you.
very interesting race. For sure, Kota is quite famous amongst especially the open wheel racing.
Coach
raced
is
on
a... You go.
Alright, yeah, I've raced on it quite a few times. It's great fun track, although I'm not quite keen on the wiggly third section, but I reckon with these cars, that is going to prove some fantastic side-by-side action through those very snaky sections.
Yeah, Kota is... It's a bit of just a mash together of lots of very famous tracks, and it works quite well together. That penultimate corner, I believe, or penultimate section, is actually a copy of this track, turn 8, with the four apexes.
Yeah, it feels like it, but it is just inverted to go the other way.
Mm-hmm.
So it's certainly interesting to see how that will come. And again,
Yellow
Kota
flag
is another.
exit turn 8. Yellow flag exit turn 8.
And again, Kota is just another one of Tilke's brainchilds. I mean, the guy is everywhere with these cars. But I am certainly looking forward to what the rest of Istanbul Park, and now bringing ourselves back to the present, what Istanbul Park can provide at the moment. Apex 1 leading the race, number 51. And that is boding extremely well for the number 51 to close themselves up to AOT Turtle Beach, especially after they have been disqualified from not serving the drive-through, and should put them almost level with points. In fact, if they finish P1, it will bring them level with points, pretty much.
The 51 leading, yes, because they'll both have a P1 and a P2.
Indeed, and the
standings.
Yeah, number 61 currently P14. Not looking like they're going to be making much inroads on the AOT. However, number 71 could bring themselves into contention as well. So there could be still 2 cars battling for the championship from Apex 1 Racing.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the championship, the gap between P2 and P6 is only 6 points, so it's quite a closely knit championship. And with AOT Turtle Beach missing out on a big haul of points today, that's definitely making it very tense as we go into the final half of this season.
Indeed. And likes of Kichata Mafia Carleone, they could potentially bring themselves up as another championship contender going into the second half of the season.
Definitely. And then if we look into the GT3 field, where you've got AOT Turtle Beach leading Cubic Systems and Apex 1 in third. You've got Apex 1, the number 1 car, are leading the championship at the moment, but they're only third place, and Cubic Systems are trading by less than 10 points behind, so them being ahead of them at this minute is definitely going to impact their championship run. Cubic Systems only having scored second places so far this season, so they'll be looking at Turtle Beach trying to get past them and get that first win.
And speaking of close action, we have OC Racing X Lopen battling for 5th with GLS PXN Racing. What is the situation on both of these cars? Both of these cars, GLS PXN is actually on much older tires, so OC Racing having done a pit stop not too long ago, so this could be a very spicy battle, as I am sure OC Racing will try to make their way by as quickly as possible by GLS PXN Racing car.
Yeah. So we can see they are catching a GT3, but they don't make too much of an impact in the battle. But traffic is definitely where you'll find teams. The Lopen was a little bit wide trying to get past the Mercedes.
Mercedes dives into the pits anyway. Oh, we have a spin from SD1 Vision Esports.
It's not a spin, it looks like maybe a fuel issue or car damage, because they are facing the right way. Yeah, they were. There we are. Back to the
that's
pit
not
lane.
go. Unfortunately, that's not going to go well. Very well for SD1 Vision Esports. If I'm not mistaken, they did pretty well in the previous race. They finished in P8, and if I'm not mistaken, the SD1 Vision Esports car, one of those had a little bit of an issue with their transponder, where it was showing them being 1 lap ahead of their actual position.
Is that another? I'm not sure, but I saw a car pull over to the side of the track earlier. Is that a similar issue to that, where it might have been fuel? I think the issue with those guys.
Yeah,
that's what I could hear them questioning.
Might be. I mean, when you see a car just pull off to the side in the realm of sim racing, there's only one real explanation. Either you had a crash and in a Assetto Corsa your wheels have gone sideways, which means you can't really continue, or you've just run out of fuel. Alternatively, there's a power cut and your car or driver has just needs to reconnect, but seeing as they return to pits, I'm not certain. I think it may be fuel related.
Yeah, a power cut would look that would be more of an in-game car related issue, the fact that they were rolling to the side of the track compared to just completely disappearing.
Indeed. Moving back into, well, that's going to throw a wrench into the spanner of SD1 Vision Esports race. They won't finish last by the virtue of Park Motorsport now having a little bit of a moment. Now Park Motorsport, a staple of this season, it seems. They have done quite well in a few of the previous rounds, and we usually see them fighting, or whenever I was commentating, I was usually used to seeing Park Motorsport in the top half of the grid. On track, at least.
Yeah, on track. So there we have all of the broadcasters' cars and commentators that are paying attention to the race, and race directors and such, all lined up at the end of the pit lane as we watch Snappy, I believe is the name of the OC Racing Lopen LMDH car, which is just amazing, the fact that they've gone for 2 animal related liveries and given them both names, Snappy and Jaws.
I love when teams
Snappy is trying to snap down the inside of the GLS PXN racing car. The 99 getting very close, and they've definitely closed the gap from the last time we saw this group, but they have got a few Mercedes and GT3s ahead of them to make their way past now.
The GLS might be struggling a little bit more for grip against the much fresher tires of OC Racing. About 16 laps fresher tires, so GLS might be due for a pit stop in the next, I'd say about 10 laps, 10-15 laps. The GLSX might think of just pulling in. But OC Racing definitely will want to get by what seems to be a slower than them car. And it will be costing them a lot of times just battling like this, as GLS in turn are looking to catch onto the Petronas Syntium SD team. Another a great performer in this series.
Yeah, they're definitely going to want to close. Ooh, as that GT3
a little bit of
is
traffic.
Held up the kicks in a little bit.
Could we be
Snappy,
looking at the
looking
inside
to snap
move?
down the
No.
inside, but not
quite
quite
alongside.
there.
Just not quite alongside, I don't think. But that was a great opportunity for OC Racing to use that lapping car and make their way past, or force their way by GLS PXN. We can see how much time they've lost to Petronas Syntium. That's down the inside. That's an opportunistic maneuver. Somehow they make the apex. GLSN is still side by side. Oh, just barely though. That was almost could have ended much badly for OC Racing X-Loped, but from 3 postcodes away, OC Racing makes a smashing move onto the inside of GLS PXN into the final complex of the corners. That was a brave, but well executed.
That was a very good move from them. And then going on to the second of that 3-corner chicane, they shut the door very aggressively to make sure the move was completed. Now P4 for Snappy, the number 99, looking to close that. Only 1.5 seconds to the 175 Petronas Syntium SD team. So this is definitely a possible gap to close. The tyre life is very different. There's about 20 more laps on the Petronas Syntium tyres than the OC Racing car. So this is definitely a move that could be on.
Yeah, and OC Racing, as it currently stands, are looking for the best ever finish. So far, the best finish for OC Racing is P8, and a possible podium here in Istanbul Park would be a huge boost to OC Racing's point tally.
Yeah, a P4 would definitely help them in the championship. Only 7 points scored so far.
I don't think they'd be satisfied with P4. I think with this pace, they could be fighting for the podium with Petronas Syntium SD team.
Definitely.
And it does look, considering Petronas have even older tires than GLS PXN. So I do reckon that OC Racing will be catching up onto the back of Petronas very, very shortly. I'll give it about 3 laps before they get onto the back of them.
Yeah, knowing a few of the drivers on that Lopen team, they're definitely not going to be satisfied with a P2 or a P4, P5. They're going to be drivers that are hunting for that win.
Oh, for sure. Just let me check on the standings of what Petronas was able. Their best ever finishing for Petronas was P6. However, given that, in fact, the every single team in top 3 is due for a pit stop, but with a gap of 1 minute between P1, P2, and P2, P3, they may be quite safe to do a few pit stops, provided they've already done all of their long stops.
Yeah, they have. I think all of the top 3 have 30 laps on their tyres as we look to the TV screens for the Lopen car. Going through all of the hypercars, going through there very nicely. But yeah.
Even if you bought grandstand tickets for the Project Endurance, you can still spectate all the action on track wherever you are.
Yeah, everyone in the top 3 have at least 30 laps on their tyres. Out of the top 5, Lopen do have the newest tyres with only 12 laps on them. So that could definitely come to their advantage later into this stint. For now, though,
either come to the advantage or it will come to the disadvantage, as OC Racing now only a half a second behind Petronas Syntium. But it could also bite them in the ass when everybody around them makes a pit stop for fresh tires, and they'll be the ones driving on old tires. And it will all come down to the timing in the end of the race, who has the fresher tires on that final stint.
yeah. I was gonna say, I was looking at the the sign up for this race. Now notice that the
Oh, it
local
looks
team
like
only.
sorry to interrupt you, but it looks like Kicha to Mafia Carleon has gotten by GLS PX7 Racing. Just behind here. Kicha to Mafia Carleon have pitted not too long ago, so they are currently holding the cars to the advantage, and we are having, well, in terms of endurance racing gaps, a four-way battle for the podium places.
Yes, there's four cars within only about 5. I mean, even for P4, P3 it is, yeah. We got 4 cars within about 4 or 5 seconds of each other, which is for a 9-hour race, it's very big compared to the sort of hour and a half, 2 hours you get in Formula 1.
Indeed, considering what we're going on for 9 hours and the different strategies that are being employed by the teams is quite phenomenal.
Yeah, I think just the GLS car, however they set up the car going on to this sort of 28th, 29th lap of the stint, the tyres are falling off more than other cars.
OC Racing with a slipstream into turn 1. No bueno here, not enough overspeed, but Petronas very wild on the exit. That is going to allow OC Racing to draw alongside before turn number 3. Around the outside, they will attempt using the superior group of the fresher tires to drive around the Petronas Cintium, take the Apex onto the next corner, complete the pass. Job done at this stage. OC Racing should be able to just drive away from Petronas Cintium SD team.
As they made quite an optimistic overtake on the BMW, not the BMW, the Mercedes there for blue flags. They are in the BMW. We're having quite a good race so far, and we've only been in commentating for about 15 minutes. But I noticed on the sign up that there's only 2 drivers in that OC Lopen car for the entirety of the 9 hours. So we'll have to see near the end of the stint if fatigue maybe comes in. But they are 2 drivers that I know very well and who are very high performing drivers, no matter how long they need to drive for there.
That's
They've got a lot of pace.
That's a very double two-edged sword. Yes, there is fatigue, but the knowledge of the track, you still retain that knowledge of the track. You've driven this track, well, presumably they split evenly 4.5 hours. So, do you go for somebody who had rest, or do you go for more players so they can have more rest? Well, I say players, drivers, they have more rest. Drivers are fresher.
8. Yellow flag, exit of
Less
turn 8.
Less fatigued. Oh, as PMO Endurance facing the wrong way onto the track. Not in the most comfortable of places. What turn is that? That is... So that is the long quadruple apex left-hander. Extremely fast corner, and definitely not where you want to be, considering the speed at which cars come towards you.
Yeah, definitely not somewhere you want to sit on the track. You don't want to sit anywhere stopped on a track.
775 with drive-through.
No, but I'd much rather sit on a much slower section.
Anywhere on Monaco then.
It was suspended, but now given back.
Going back to the point, like, do you go for someone with more drive time so they know the track more, or do you go with somebody who's less fatigued?
It all have to be on how it's like you could have 2 very differently skilled drivers. So you could have someone with a lot of drive time but doesn't quite have as much pace as the driver that's more fatigued. But the driver that's more fatigued could still have better pace in the car.
Petronas Cintium with Kichata Mafia. Kichata Mafia with, well, just freshly out of the pits, but Cintium just popping into the pits, trying to slow Kichata Mafia just a little bit with that little battle. Just to might give them a little bit more of an advantage later on in the stint, but it certainly does look like Kichata Mafia Carleon is on course for a very good finish.
Trying to gain themselves any competitive advantage they can by battling into the pit lane.
Indeed, and it does look like the pit stops for Petronas will put them almost on par with the tire life of Kichi to Mafia, albeit 5 laps younger. But it certainly does appear that Kichi to Mafia has more pace than OC Racing X Lopen, as both Apex 1 cars fall into the pit. And we will see how much can OC Racing and Kichi to Mafia get to the back of the 2 leading cars, or 2 leading Apex 1s.
Yeah, these teams seem to be going quite long on their stints, as Apex 1 went 36 laps on their tyres, and if I'm reading that right, the Warhol Racing team are 40 laps in and they're still driving those tyres.
They're really extending the... I think when you're... Was it P11? P11 for Royal?
They're P2 in class.
P2 in class. Oh, which
It looks
Royal
like
Racing? Because there's
the 666 car. There we are.
Oh, the 666 car.
The other car. Where is the other car?
So the 665 of the H class is currently P11.
Yeah, they're 30 laps into their tyres, and then the 666 car are 40 laps into their tyres. So the Warhol Racing team for both cars seems to have prioritised tyre life in their setup compared to a raw pace, maybe, because tyre life is definitely going to be more important for 9 hours of driving.
It's quite an excellent battle happening right in front of our screens between Park Motorsport and Team Delta. As now Kichi to Mafia, very aggressive, trying to get by OC Racing X Lopen. They've got on very quickly onto the back of this current second place sitter. And it does appear that Apex 1, or the number 71 Apex 1, still in the pits for over a minute. So they might be serving one of their long stops in this current moment. And I have a feeling number 51 might be serving another long stop.
Yeah, there's 2 minutes now on the current lap for Apex 1. So they could be doing...
down the inside goes Kichi to Mafia Leon onto AC Racing. The same move that they've done on Petronas Cintium SD, and in the exact same manner, Kichi to Mafia Leon takes second place from OC Racing X Lopen, and it might be the lead of the race. In fact, it will be the lead of the race, as Apex 1 are still in the pits. Kichi to Mafia Leon on the 217th lap take the lead of the race, with AC Racing X Lopen in second and GLS PXN down in third. Due for a pit stop, mind you.
Yeah, the GLS PXN Racing are 34 laps into this stint. They are driving the tyres off of this car, still trying to keep their positions.
Indeed, and I'm quite impressed with Kichi to Mafia Leon Racing. So far, the best finish is P4. But so far, they are having the race of their life, it seems. Well, according to these current standings, they are currently leading, well, over 2/3 of the race in, here in Istanbul Park, with only 2 hour 40 left. So it's definitely a good race for Kichi to Mafia, and a great race for OC Racing X Lopen, who are definitely looking to make as much inroad onto their competitors as possible in this round. And this will be halfway of the season now, with 9 Hours of Istanbul commending. So the standings after this race could be extremely interesting, with AOT and Pro Endurance teams out of the race. Going forward into 12 hours of Kota, 6 hours Portimao, and then finishing off with 24 hours of Daytona. I am definitely interested to see how this championship will end, because it doesn't appear But we have seen Apex 1 be extremely quick, and without the issues, technical issues that they had in Shanghai, they very well could have a commendable lead in the championship. But then again, AOT had their own issues in this round, so I guess the balance is still fairly even. AOT had issues in this race and Apex 1 had issues in Shanghai. So, definitely looking forward to the end of the results, and we still have over 2.5 hours of racing, and so far, just from our half an hour stint, there seems to be excellent actions even this far into the race. We have close racing, and the battle for first place is still not over. OC Racing, X-Lopin on 19-volt tires. GLSPXN will be coming into the pits very shortly. Apex 1 is back out. Both Apex 1 cars are back out on track with extremely fresh tires. Petronas Cintium SD team again with fresh tires as GLSPXN just makes their way into their pits after 36 lap stint. So that will most likely promote Petronas into podium place. Alternatively, it will give Petronas or put GLSPXN into the line of fire of Petronas Cintium. So let's quickly see. We focused quite a lot on the LMDH cars. Let's move on to what's happening in the GT3 category. And it seems like the gaps in the GT3 categories are definitely much more exaggerated than the gaps in LMDH. And once again, it appears like Apex 1, the class of the field. Like, you cannot deny the consistency that Apex 1 have, the previous year champions, in GT3 category. Making their way out of the pits just now. Just double check that. No. I believe. Oh, we have a battle happening. Oh, it's for P10 between Voyo Racing and Apex 1. Number 61 car of Apex 1 team. We haven't seen much from them in this race. So let's see what they can do. There's quite a lot of lapping cars, and it does appear to be that this little battle has been put to bed rather quickly. Let's see if Voyo Racer can actually fight back. Quickly check what's the state of both of the cars. Both of the cars, Voyo Racing, are due in for a pit stop, so I don't think this battle will resume anytime soon, as Mystic Voyo team are into the pits, and so is SD1 Vision Esports. Now, the number 61 Apex 1, usually the class of the field. In this race, for one reason or another, they just haven't been able to live up to the pace that they've set in Shanghai and in Hockenheim. Like I said, 2.5 hours still left. Anything can still happen in endurance racing. They are currently 2 laps behind the leaders, with the fastest lap of the race still, so they have the pace. It's mostly due to probable misfortune that they are not where the pace dictates they should be at. So, as the field settles themselves out, and my co-commentator takes a leave for just a few moments, what is there to fill in the gap? In fact, it is the Assetto Corsa simulator. Now, to be honest, what I'm most looking forward to is Project Endurance continual growth. And with RSS and Project Endurance mostly running RSS mods like the Bayer or the BMW Hypercar, I am very interested to see the next season of Project Endurance and whether they will include the latest offerings from RSS hypercars. Recently, the RSS have unveiled their Ferrari, or in what do they call the Ferrari usually? If I can just quickly fact check myself, but again, the RSS are expanding their hypercar selection very shortly. They've announced the Ferrari, they have the Peugeot 9X8, so definitely something that I would be looking forward to seeing in the next season with an expanded hypercar grid. And GTM themselves have been expanded quite substantially when it comes to the amount of cars available in the championship, with the addition of the Honda the car that is all complete. There's the BMW, the GTM Lazzo, which is the Lamborghini which you're seeing on the screen right now. There's the Evo 2, the GTM Bayer, the BMW, like I mentioned, the Mercedes, which we've seen here today, and Lexus, which has been a very only certain few selected for this race. And there's also the Acura, which is the Honda NSX, and the Audi, which I do believe that the Audi is available to choose for the teams, but I'm not sure whether any of the team have chosen the cars. Indeed, I am looking forward to the Porsche. I do think that we have a little bit of an off track for, which car was that? That one a little bit too far for me to catch the license plate and registration of that car. Need to tune in my radar next time. It seems that we're gonna have a battle for P4 between the number 51 of Apex One. Now they're going to be charging back up the field again, so most likely one of the leading cars that will provide us entertainment. 6 times faster than that previous lap, Apex One from GLS on relatively similar tires, so this will be down to driver skill level. Now GLSPXN are having a very good race here today, running P4, only 10 seconds behind podium, so anything on the table for them. Apex One only half a second. Let's see if the number 1 car in this race, or how fast, if even, they'll be able to get past the number 42. Ooh, late on the brakes from Apex One. Look how much they closed up in just that one corner on the brakes. It seems like the setup or the driver is just more confident on mashing the brake extremely late. However, GLSPXN got a much better drive than Apex One. Apex One, either through wheel spin or lack of battery, or through their own as I would say, through the way they deployed the battery, were able to close up the gap towards the end of the straight.
Hello.
Yep, hello Camille, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing well. I decided to help you out there, as Ethan has got a little break during the scene. He had to go for a moment, so I decided that I will help you out right now.
Much appreciated, Camille. You're joining us just as Apex One, number 51, is battling number 42 of GLSPXN. And from what it seems to me, like the hybrid delivery system, teams are using different strategies for it. It appears that number 51, Apex One, seems to use the hybrid system to give themselves more top speed rather than acceleration out of the corners, while GLS PXN seem to favor the acceleration coming out of the corners more than top end speed.
Yeah, the teams can of course take different strategies with that. Similar like in F1, for example, the drivers may decide to use their battery in different places, but here it is also possible, and I think it makes racing a bit more interesting, to be fair with you, as some drivers may prefer to do that on acceleration, some may prefer to do that in the middle of the straight, as you mentioned. So I think this creates a bit of a mix to the racing in a hypercar class. Today this class is a bit smaller. Only 17 crews started the race. A few of them also DNF'd already from the race. We had 157, 91 DNF from the race, also 117 and car number 17. Those teams DNF'd from the race, and we have only 13 hypercars running at the moment on the track. So this race is a bit smaller in terms of the field in hypercars, but on the other hand, GT3s were the biggest this season, as we took more reserves from GT3 class, and we had 24 cars in GT3. In normal rounds, in previous rounds, we had 22, which is the normal number we do during
very
races.
close. There was very close. There was almost an incident between the number 51 of Apex One and I'm not sure which.
AOT total
GT3.
page number 41. I'm on the server, so I can see that quite easily. So I think I will be also very helpful for you right now to spot what is going on the track. And yeah, that was a close call. Hypercars need to really be careful while lapping the GT3s. The pace difference can be huge in some parts of the circuit, so they need to really watch out. We've got a spin of 217, Stygalka 1 Vision Endurance in the closing section of the track. They were standing stationary in the apex, but they managed to get their car running, and they are back to racing speed again.
32nd overall, number 17 in class for Stygalka 1 Vision Endurance. About mid-back, you would say. And as I was speaking earlier, the RSS, which seems that most of Project Endurance is running, have announced quite a large number of new cars coming to this whole endurance racing pack, with the addition of the Ferrari, and I'm fairly certain the Peugeot is coming as well at some point. So is there a possibility that next season, if they release in time, we will see an expanded hypercar grid?
Porsche is something we will be really looking forward to, but of course it depends if it will be possible to balance that with BMW, because if the performance difference will be too big, then we will have to decide for one car. I don't think it's good to compromise one car because of the other too much. If the difference is not huge, then of course we will try to balance them and make them equal, so the field can be more diverse. But if they are close, of course we are looking forward to the release of Porsche, of Lamborghini by Racing Studio. In terms of VRC with Peugeot and Ferrari, it's unlikely that we will be mixing up the VRC and RSS because in season 1 we actually did mix up some different modding studios, and it didn't go well for us in GT3 back then. So we won't be doing that. But yeah, I'm more keen on going with Race Sim Studio cars, as we were originally meant to go with Peugeot for this season, but it just got too many bugs, and it was changed to BMW, which was used last season. And yeah, we are for now sticking with Race Sim Studio.
I do have a preference for Racing Studio. It might be my own bias, but I just think that the cars they produce are much nicer to drive overall.
Yeah, they also have F1 cars, the other series, not only the endurance, like WEC for example style cars like hypercars or GT3s, but they also have great quality Formula Hybrid modes. For a few years, I think they have been creating those modes, and they are doing quite a good job, I think. So yeah, just in general, that's a good studio. We used to go with URD, United Racing Design, that had GTE, the LMP2 car, Loira. That's what this car was called, and also two hypercars, the Toyota, or of course Toyota, and the Glickenhaus. By the way, they didn't release any new hypercars. We were waiting for that for so long, and they didn't do that. And yeah, we changed between season 3 and season 4 to Racing Studio, as they released a nice hypercar car. So
And it
we
looks like
changed to that.
We are currently having a battle on track within the GT3s as we're speaking, between 666 of Oil Racing and 222 of FNL. So the battle of triple digits, it seems.
Triple. There's a lot of those crews that have like their numbers. Voil now pretty wide. They get passed by FNL. Oh, and they go off the track. We will probably hear a yellow flag comment in a moment about turn 8, or maybe not. I'm not sure. Maybe guys fell asleep. I don't know. But Oil Racing lost a bit of time. Also, there is a fight between Team Delta Infinite and Interstar Midas in the further parts of the GT3 pack, but there was a contact in the closing chicane at the end of the circuit, and Midas number 79 has spun around, which makes the battle completely disappear. We also have in hypercars 42 closely approaching 175, which we can see on the screen right now. 8 turns between this duo, so we may have another battle out there. GLS was fighting with 51 earlier on, when we were discussing the energy deployment strategies, and now they catched up to 175 Petronas Cintium Sim Racing Dream Team, one of the longest team names on the circuit. Of course, it's shortened here on the live stream, so it doesn't exceed the overlaid leaderboard.
Oh, we have contact between GT3 and the Petronas Cintium car.
Lapping in this last sector is so difficult. It's so difficult, and we could see that easily. That's really dangerous place. One of the places actually that makes it quite difficult to lap. In terms of incidents, we had very few during this race. We have like 16-17 reports for now, so that's nothing compared to Hockenheim, where we had, to not lie to you, 85 incidents and 20 appeals, so around 100 things were
more contact between the Lamborghini.
Oh my goodness me, what's going on with these guys? They don't want to see those GT3s in their way. They
I don't think
want
GLS.
only-
I don't think GLS PXN wants to see the Petronas City run away from them when they are so close. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more contact as we see the Shark liveried Lambo just get out of the way. There's probably a little bit of a warning from the previous two GT3s that encountered GLS PXN. They've lost a little bit of time. But interestingly enough, the Apex number 51 of Apex 1 has not made too much of an inroad into the P4 and P3. They used to be half a second behind. They're now 1.62 seconds behind.
Yeah, they dropped back during that period behind OC Racing. Turn 8, really challenging corner, one of the most famous tracks in all of racing. When you think about Istanbul Park, the first thing that comes into mind is that so long, 4 apex, actually, 4 apexes of that turn 8, very famous corner, and it's very hard to follow another car in that section. That's why GLS lost a bit of time, but actually it may give us even a freeway battle, because GLS may catch up to 175, which they are doing really well right now. As you can see, the gap decreased to 0.7, 0.8 of a second now, 1 second gap, but this gap is decreasing, as we can see. And Apex 1, number 51, I think they picked up the pace a little bit, as now it's about 1.5 seconds, so I think we may even see a freeway battle here.
And as the top 3, everyone in top 3 is running in the current best spot. If the race finished now, they would be the best finishing spot so far. Back to the Istanbul and the last sector, where there's like so much incidents. That last sector is designed for specifically for side-by-side action, where you those allow the drivers to have a few attempts of attacking and defending, of driving side by side, obviously switching from inside to outside, back to the inside for the final corner. I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the reasons of why it attracts so many incidents, because it's just so inviting to go side by side.
Oh, that's so
and cover
close, and
gap.
GLS using their energy to catch up and pass 175. Now GLS promotes to the podium spot with 2 hours remaining. Now they jump to P3. By the way, I don't know if you still remember that, so we had a spin mentioned by me after the fight between Team Delta Infinite 820 and Interstellar Midas number 79. Midas was spun around. Now they are just 3 turns behind Team Delta Infinite, so we may have another fight, this time in GT3 for P29 overall in this race. We also have hypercar lapping. I'm looking on that on my screen. We don't see that on the stream.
Indeed, and the battle. I don't think the battle for third place is yet over. I think it's only just.
No, it's still open thing. But we now teleport to that battle, which is very, very close in that ending part of the circuit. Now Team Delta Infinite going down the inside, but they didn't have enough gap, and Interstellar Midas passing through to I don't know which position is that in GT3,
That'll
to be
be
honest,
number
but something
30,
like
I believe.
P15, P14, around those positions. I'm not sure 100%. It's not that easy to tell with GT3s that have already 13 other cars in front of them. Because of course it's
do a little bit
ridiculous.
of math to do that.
Yeah, and I'm not the best in math. I prefer Polish language for me, of course, as I'm Polish. English is not my primary, the main language. I'm not native speaker, but I think I'm doing quite well. I hope so.
English is not my native, but I would consider myself at the native proficient level. Sometimes more proficient than my native tongue of Polish. Considering I've lived outside of Poland longer than I have lived inside of Poland. It's been God, now almost 16 years since moved to the floating island of UK. Some say for what?
We've got a greetings on the chat from a person that this track is home place, the home track.
Turkey.
Greetings to Turkey. The Turkey, yeah, actually it's Turkey right now. So greetings, of course, cheers from the commentators from Kamil and Mateusz. If you have any questions about the league, you can ask now, because turns out I'm the CEO of this project and I know the most about it, so I don't think there's a better chance to ask about something.
I would certainly hope you would know, as the CEO of the project, of how the whole Project Endurance runs. So, going forward into the next round of Kota, there's a few similarities, especially the quadruple apex, although inverted in Kota. It's certainly going to be interesting to see how the next round will play out, and given it will be even longer than here in Istanbul.
I'm curious about Kota, to be honest, because in season 2 we had American season. 4 out of 6 rounds were in the United States of America, and there was Road Atlanta race, and some people didn't want to race on Road Atlanta because they think the track is too challenging, and they wanted to change to Kota particularly. So some people wanted to race there. Of course, the first sector is very challenging. The says this will be a pain for hypercars when they catch up to GT3 in that part of the circuit, but I think it can produce quite interesting racing. We have that turn 1, which has great elevation change, go really high up. This is this very steep run to first corner, so it will produce a lot of exciting moments, I think. And yeah, we will see how it turns out. I'm pretty excited about that. 12-hour race. We will also have a grid extension from 42 to 46 cars for that round. And yeah, I hope it turns out well.
Indeed, let's just hope there is the George Russells are not a play into turn 1, especially in the opening laps.
Yeah, of course, you win the 12-hour race in the first corner. Just remember that.
Everyone knows that. Everyone really driving endurance racing knows the first corner that counts. The finish line is just after T1.
Yep, we've got some pit stops actually in the front of the field. 891 Kicciata Mafia Corleone and Petronas Centium Sim Racing Team with number 75. They both pitted, so they will now drop back in the standings a little bit. So yeah, we'll see where they come out of the pit lane, if that's a long stop or just a quick refueling and tire change. I think it may be longer as they are sitting there.
Petronas are over there now, like almost 2 minutes in the pits.
Yeah, that is probably a long stop.
Indeed. I wonder how many long stops drivers have. There's only 2 hours left. I would think or presume that most of the drivers will be coming up to the final long stops of the race.
794, for example, I just got a notification on the screen of like race director. They've got 4 out of 5. 891 also got 4 out of 5 right now. We can see OC Racing X11 in the pit lane right now, dropping from the lead. GLS now will take the first spot with Apex 1 following them to second place. And yeah, that's driver swap for OC Racing. It was Audron Brady driving for them for a couple previous hours, and now it's Lasse Albrecht. I'm not good in German, so I hope I didn't mispronounce that too bad. And he will be finishing this race the last 2 hours. I think it could be actually their last long stop, as is the probably last driver swap, so they may be going to the end, but we will see. Also Apex 1, number 61, during the driver change, 175 got 4 out of 5 right now. So yeah, just some teams with one long stop to go.
Yeah, it is again number 61 of Apex 1 just doesn't seem to be in a place that reflects the pace that they've had throughout this race. Considering that Apex 1 are the holders of the fastest laps, and in the previous couple of rounds, they were class of the field and were stopped a lot of times by technical difficulties.
Okay, Ethan is back, so I will be leaving the commentary box. It was a pleasure to commentate in English with you, Mateusz, here. Actually, two Polish guys commentating in English, that's quite ironic, but
Quite
thank you very much. I hope those 5-6 people that are watching, I really appreciate that, and I hope you enjoyed my stay in the commentary box, and yeah, heading out to race direction, so see ya.
Absolute pleasure, Camille. Take care of yourself. Right, welcome back, Ethan.
Hello.
How was your dinner?
It was good. I had a burger and a hot dog because there are only small burgers and hot dogs.
You're making me extremely hungry now, as we see number 51 of Apex 1 lapping GT3, and it looks like Apex 1 very close to GLS PXN. Both of these two cars on very similar strategy, it seems. Apex 1 more or less lapping around the same lap, 17 and 19 laps respectively from P1, P2. Number 71 back up to P4 with OC Racing X Lopen, I believe finishing their final long stop, as is Ichata Mafia, Carleon, and Petronas Sim Team SD team as well. So we should be settling into the time of the race where the standings that you're seeing should reflect more or less the final standings coming towards the final stints of the race, where most of the, if not all of the teams, should have the long stops finished, and we will have a much clearer image to see what the possible finishing result could be. And it does appear that GLS PXN have put themselves in a very good position for another podium finish in Project Endurance.
Yeah, they're doing very well. Apex 1, the 51 car, are closing slightly, but like it's lap by lap. Some laps they'll close a lot, some laps they'll be next to nothing. But Team Delta in P3 shouldn't be too far off a pit stop because they're 30 laps into this stint now, and they are a lap down. Is that? I think.
It is. They are in fact a lap down, so I wouldn't be surprised if the number 42 and number 51 are due for another long stop, which could throw the final standings up into the air a little bit. We will most likely find out in about 10 laps time, or 15 laps time, when both of the cars dive into the pits. But for now, they are currently sitting P1, P2 with the car of with the car of Apex 1 lapping around 8 times faster than GLS PXN in both of the previous laps.
Yeah, definitely. And Apex 1 as a team are doing quite strong, with the 71 being in P4, nearing sort of the middle of their stint. Both Apex cars following the same strategy, so they're both on about, or very similar strategies. When they take the long stop seems to be slightly different. But yeah, following very similar strategies pit stop timing wise. So both cars have 20 laps in their tires. It's just one is a lap down from the other. And then the 61 down in 12th being very strong with its pace, having the fastest lap of this race for 1:38.8, while we're looking at the pace at the minute is sort of anywhere from 1 minute 140s to 142, maybe. I think any car going slower than that is a bit off the pace due to pit stops or any other reason. Lopin are fresh out after making a long stop. The 99 car in P6 in the standings, but net position, I have no clue because of how we're in the middle of a pit stop phase, so it's difficult to tell the positions.
I mean,
with everyone.
I think we are always in the middle of a pit stop phase. It's considering how many different strategies we have thrown out. We have a lot of cars just about to come into the pits. Like I think Team Delta Infinite will be in two laps. We have number 42, number 51, and number 71 in the middle of this stint. We have few cars just coming out of the pits, like Kisha Mafia, OC Racing, and Patronus. And we also have between we have strategies all the way from, say, the spectrum of the stint from ending from start to ending. So I reckon the strategy, as we see Apex One had a little bit of a too early turn, and you could see that the driver had to throw the lock in the opposite way, not to cut the corner a little bit too much.
I'm looking at the number 1 car quickly of Apex One leading the GT3 pack is are they just out? They are in pit lane at the minute, so it'll be interesting to see how many positions, if any, they lose during this pit stop. The gap is closing significantly to the car behind.
It may be that AOT, Turtle Beach, and Cubic System are still, I believe, halfway through their stint.
Yes.
And so is the number number 222 FNL RT. They are 2 laps behind, and it does appear that the battle for the podium places could be between the number 1 of Apex One, number 41 of AOT Turtle Beach, and number 31 of Cubic System. And I wouldn't be surprised if AOT. I wouldn't be surprised if number 31 of Cubic System, number 41 of AOT Turtle Beach, will be fighting a little bit extra hard to make up for the kerfuffle that has happened in the hypercar class.
Yeah, they'll definitely be fighting for overall teams championship points and just the respect for the team itself after.
Oh, that was extremely close. As we saw, I think it was that a lapping car almost careened into the back of Mystic Boyle team. That was very close. Sorry to cut you off there, Ethan.
That's perfectly fine. I sort of saw that dive and I thought they were just going deep into the corner, but they did actually make the position, which is a very...
Blue flag in a moment, please.
99 getting blue flags there, but that was a very impressive move.
That was number 71 lapping number 665 number 731 of Mystic Boyle team, who were recovering from a spin. See, I believe that's 99 OC Racing Lopin in amidst more blue flags, and it's very interesting endurance racing with, especially in the middle of the pit stop phase and long driver swaps. So you see so many blue flags of your similar class, but you're still technically racing them, especially if either you or them have not done the long stop. So you're technically still racing them, but you have blue flags. And with long stops being over a lap long.
Yeah. Long stops being, was it 2 minutes?
I believe it is 2 minutes.
An
or
extra
at least
2 minutes. Is it an extra 2 minutes or just 2 minute length minimum?
2 minutes stationary, I believe.
2 minute stops, okay, so an extra 2 minutes on whatever you would have to do in a normal pit stop usually.
And we see from the lead GLS PXN going into the pits, and that promotes number 51 of Apex One into, well, promoting back into the top spot. And now we should see whether the GLS PXN will omit
making a driver swap,
stop.
so that'll be a long stop because I've just seen them disappear from our timings.
Yes, so that will be a long stop. So GSPXN will be back in around number. I reckon they'll be around Kicha to Mafia and OC Racing. And I think that's where they will filter back in.
Yeah, we can always make our assumptions, but there's about 2 minutes between them. But then you've also got the pit in and pit out time, so they could end up sort of 5 or so seconds behind OC Racing, depending on how long that 1 minute between them and Apex actually is, because that could be 1 minute 30 or the 1 minute on the dot.
I do have a feeling that number 51 still has one long stop to do.
Definitely, it should at least, because I don't believe they fill out the long stops too often.
And also, if they don't, there would be 2 laps ahead of number 3, so number 71 of Apex 1.
Yeah, that'd be just impressive.
That's something I wouldn't put it past Apex 1, considering that the pace that they have shown throughout the racing or throughout the series is seriously
the fact
impressive.
that they were able to find enough drivers to qualify 3 teams into Hypercar and an extra team into GT3. That's just impressive that they were able to find enough drivers that wanted to console into under the same name.
Indeed, so that goes on to show the quality of drivers Apex 1 attracts and the size of the team.
Yeah, definitely a big team and a big quality in it.
I mean, they're not the only ones. Kitchen Mafia have 2 cars in the hypercars, and they have a GT3 car as well, so that's 3 cars that they fielded themselves.
12.
And then
12
OC Racing
flag.
joining with Lopen and Lifeless to create their 2 cars.
We have 2 PMO entries into GT3, so there's quite a lot of multi-car team entries.
Yeah.
With both cars, by the way. With both cars.
But I think that also shows the appeal of Project Endurance, the fact that there's enough drivers in each team that want to focus on this instead of any other series that there may be.
The biggest the statistic that impressed me the most is actually the fact that 92% of drivers are from Poland alone. I believe that Project Endurance have been now gaining more international recognition. But the fact that you found 130 drivers, including reserves, just from one country to participate in your league is just simply impressive.
Yeah, the fact that you do find this league was originally set up in Poland and as a Polish league, but they've definitely tried to expand and have done it very successfully with bringing in sort of us and quite a big team for English commentating to make sure the quality of the stream is as high quality as possible and just enabling as many people to interact with the community as possible. They're doing very well at expanding to a wider audience.
Indeed, and it does seem like the English audience appreciate quite a lot of the English commentators. I mean, there's quite a wide variety of English streamers and a high quality of English streamers. There's both you, myself, there's Luka Centerobi, Kacper Matyficki, Reese Gardner, that have commentated today alone. So definitely, I am definitely intrigued and looking forward to what more Project Endurance can do, and hopefully they can garner more international recognition for the racing, because the racing in Project Endurance is simply fantastic. It's certainly one of the best endurance racing leagues that I have seen hosted within the Assetto Corsa community and sim racing in general.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more professionally and confidently run. Because I think it's less about running it to how the drivers like it and more running it confidently so the driver's listening to you, because there are a couple of leagues that I've raced in where the people running aren't quite as confident, so they might sort of take back some decisions they make or give some decisions that might be light compared to here where they're just sort of, here's the penalty, take it or don't race it. Such as what they've done with what was it? Sunset Outrun, who hadn't had the highest quality of racing, and so they made sure we only had the highest quality of racing here.
Indeed, and you really have to stand out no matter how big or small you are as a team. Racing standards is definitely number one priority. Have great racing standards in your league will naturally grow because people will want to race in such a league where just the racing is just absolutely fantastic, as we see on the screen. Have a good stint from the Project Endurance team.
Yeah, as we've just gone under the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of good stints happening all around. I do. Kicha Tamafaka Leon are currently tying the best finishing position. Obviously, Racing X Open are doing fantastic this race. Can't discount the effort from GLSPXN or Petronas Syntium Sim Dream Team either. So there's a lot of standout performances. There's a lot of surprises. I'm surprised to see number 61 of Apex 1 in P12.
Driver penalty for car number 16, incident note number 60.
Ashtigauka Sim Racing Dream Team get another penalty. But that's endurance racing. I am certain that it's not due to the quality of drivers, because we've seen 61 being very fast in the first opening 2 rounds. But anything can happen in endurance racing. I mean, let's take the most recent World Endurance Championship race in Spa, where you had a 45-minute long safety car to repair barriers, and then you had a massive an hour-long red flag to fix the barriers again in the same race. So that 6 hours would have had 3 hours of racing, so they decided to extend the race by an hour and a half. So
yeah,
that's just a real-life example. And in the sim racing, it's no different.
Yeah, it's all about running it confidently to what both the drivers and the viewers want more than what the team principals want. So if you look at Formula One, they've limited their races to 3 hours to make the sponsors and stuff happy, because they don't want to overrun too far. While WEC, they were running, they went on for 7.5, 8 hours in the 6-hour race.
Yeah, they have run a little bit over the 6-hour mark, but in endurance, it's easy. You got headlights. Try doing that in F1. Well, you could try putting headlights into Formula 1, but I'm not sure whether people like Adrian Ryu would appreciate your decision.
No, they wouldn't appreciate that. The weight more so than the aerodynamic benefits.
Indeed, as we see number 6 of Petronas Syntium SD team having the number 42 in their sights, they can see themselves on the straights. What is the status of both the cars? And PLXN have much fresher tires, and not sure whether Petronas will be able to bring a fight to the GLS. The GLS, I certainly hope they will. A, because it will be a fantastic result for the team, and B, fantastic action on track. What is their lap times representatively? And well, to be honest, Petronas did catch up by 1 second onto the back of GLS, so
even with the tyre disadvantage of being 8 laps older.
About 8 laps, yes.
Yeah, 8 laps older, they're still definitely able to rein them in, but either GLS are trying to save fuel or tyres, so then they might not have to make maybe an extra stop near the end of the race, where they're doing all the calculations now and they're looking at it, and it's like, if we
fuel
keep
or
that...
tyres, it does appear that A, we have a battle for P10, and C, we have a battle for P5. It could also be traffic related. We have Petronas 2 tenths behind. We have number 61 of Apex going down the inside of Mystic Foil Team 731. The move will be completed way before the corner. Can number 731 fight back? I'm not too sure. We switch back to the Petronas SD team and GLS PXN, and it does appear that Petronas have been able to fight their way onto P5, but GLSX will not let it slide by easily. Around the outside, they were trying to attempt, most likely they probably would have tried a switchback maneuver, but Petronas a bit too wise to that maneuver, covers the inside very well, parks it on the apex and prevents a switchback opportunity for GLS PXN. And let's see if Petronas have the legs to extend the lead over the number 42. This will be very interesting to see. I don't think this battle is yet decided. Now, like you said, it could be due to a few miscalculations where GLSS is GLS PXN. As we see, maybe just a small tap between the GT3 and the hypercar. If not, it's very close. It could be due to a few issues, as we saw one car, I think it was SD Vision, have had to pull into the pits because they ran out of fuel. So I don't think GLS PXN want to take that risk.
No, definitely not. In such long of a race, you're not gonna. Well, I say you're not gonna want to be diving down the inside, risking your entire race for a big collision to make one place. But we've definitely seen that looked like a little scared to the inside. Oh no, they were taking blue flags. That's why they were on the inside of the track. But yeah, I was gonna say you don't usually see people diving to the inside of the track to make up one position in this kind of race, but we have definitely seen a couple of times people making lunges from meters and meters behind for a position, or even for a blue flags overtake at times. So yeah, no matter how long the race is, especially at this point, people seem to be pedaled to the metal a little bit.
And we have seen these moves before, and they have come from P3, P4, P5, P6. Those moves have come from those drivers. I believe it was the move 175 Petronas Cynthium or OC Racing onto one of the cars from 3 postcodes away, and they did manage to make that move stick, and my god, that was a good move as well. And it does look like the Petronas do have the legs to stretch out the lead. It seems that whoever's behind the that car at the moment does have the means to pull away from the GLS PXN. Now,
yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on their sector times, and just in that first sector, Petronas were able to pull away half a second, and another like 6/10 there in that middle sector too, so they're doing well to pull away.
Now, if you're running this early into the stints and you're running in 141s like PXN, when you have drivers such as Petronas in 140s on the older tires, you have to think to yourself, it's mostly, I would reckon it's mostly down due to possible underfueling. But
possibly the underfueled, or they've looked at their fuel burn or how long they need the tyres to go to get only one more stop done, instead of chancing not having enough tyres near the end, and they've gone, we're going to need to save a bit because we can't chance a splash and dash at the end compared to for our pace.
But there's still an hour and 45 to go, and given that teams usually pull into the pits around lap 34, 35 of the stint, there's a lot of times where you're losing half a second, and GXN only have been in the pits 6 laps ago. As we see a massive cargo of cars, a lot of cars lapping each other. GT3 and LMDHs going through that traffic, so it will play advantage to some cars and not so much to the others. Back onto the GLS PXN, at one point you have to think 29 laps, and you have to run at half a second to a second.
Blue flag.
Half a second to a second slower per lap just to save tires and fuel. That is a pit stop. Like,
Yeah.
I would, at that point, I would just say, okay, pedal to the metal. Let's at least make some laps. If we have to make another pit stop, at least we should be able to go a bit more on pace. And if we can just push a little bit more, maybe we'll
Yeah.
earn more than a pit stop in that time.
We are getting to the later stages of the race now, so that it could also be that the drive they have in is being affected by fatigue, or the drive they have in isn't quite as confident as other drivers they've had in the car. But yeah, there's lots of reasons to a pace deficit. Yeah, it could be them trying to save fuel or tires, but it could also be them not being confident with the track in that certain driver.
Could be very much is, as number 1 of Apex 1 takes the lead back from AOT Turtle Beach or 41 that is currently performing one of the long stops. So, race is currently settling in as the round of pit stops is ended, and it will start in quite a few laps. We have number 51 and number 71 both on 34 old tires, so I reckon they will jump into the pits very shortly. Park Motorsport number 97 will jump into the pits very shortly as well. Number one Apex 1 is currently just every single race so far where Apex 1 in GT3 have been, they've just been the class of the field. It's almost like they're in GT2 rather than GT3 cars.
Yeah, definitely. Always the car to beat.
Looking into GT3 in terms of pit stops, most of the drivers are very similar, either just starting pit stops or just halfway through the pit stops. Whereas this is the field, so yeah. Apex 1 9-lap old tires, just been in the pits 9 laps ago on the long stop. AOT currently still doing the long stops, so that might bring Voyo Racing onto the same lap, but they will be due for pit soon. So Cubic System number 31 having quite a good race in GT3s. What was the current run of P2s both in Shanghai and Hockenheim? Can Cubic Systems go one more for the consistency of beating AOT Turtle Beach to another P2 spot?
It could be good to see. I mean, if I have a look at the stints at the minute, they're quite early in their stint, and Wajol ahead of them are quite late, so they've only got maybe 5-10 laps in their stint.
And it does appear that Apex 1 now in going for the pits, as we see more traffic being lapped in and around, and almost appeared like the number, couldn't catch the number plate, but it was almost like the car that's 79 lapped or unlapped itself, tried to a little bit more aggressively unlap itself, or was looking for a dive bomb, at least that's the impression I got. But it does appear that Apex 1 now in the pits, and they are performing another one of the long stops, 1 minute in the pits, so they are serving the long stop, which might allow number 71 into the lead shortly, providing they don't go into the pits themselves. I have a feeling that after this lap, number 71 of Apex 1 will fall into the pits for the last long stop. Or possible last long stop.
Yeah, we don't quite have all that was close between the LMDH there and the Lamborghini.
Number 79 WRS. As you see, current third place sitter, Kisha Tamafia. Looking very good for yet another podium for this team, and they could be closing up onto the number 1 spot after this race. So it'll be very interesting to see how the standings after this race will land. And I am certainly looking forward to the standings going into final race at Daytona, the 24 hours, the big event.
Yeah, the big one.
I reckon, you know, I
24
reckon,
hours, Daytona.
I reckon considering the amount of tomfoolery that has been happening between the teams, with Apex One in the first race having technical issues, AOT not doing the drive-through in this race, I reckon that this season could go down to the wire in the final race at Daytona. Or this season even could go down to the
It
final
definitely
race.
could. Let me have a look at the GT3 standings quick.
As we see,
GT3 standings are close.
Number 71 of Apex One going into the pits themselves. And yeah, the GT3 is less close than the hypercars. Currently, Apex One have an 8-point gap lead over Cubic Systems, who have a run of 2 consecutive P2 finishes. 222 of FNL RT, P3 in standings, 13 points behind Cubic Systems, and FNL RT currently, what is that? That is, I believe, 9th in class. With a previous win at 6,000 Hockenheim. So a lot of things can happen. Cubic System going for a great run. AOT Turtle Beach, who have not had good luck in GT3s, currently are on for a very, very good finish here in Istanbul. The previous current best was P5 at Hockenheim. So with this trajectory, they should be winning 12 hours of quota if the trends continue. As we see, number 51 of Apex One coming out of the pits just behind Petronas Cintium SD, so very close. And I think Apex One almost immediately will be trying to fire up the tires, just get them into operating temperature and attack the Petronas Cintium as fast as possible, with the added motivator of GLSPXN just behind them.
Yeah, Apex One, looking in their mirrors, they'll be able to see the black and red closing up a little bit behind them, sort of pushing them forwards a little bit. Where is it on the timings? Here we are. Yeah, you see, they did lose quite a bit of time in that last lap. They did a 1 minute 42, which definitely isn't the pace you're after. That was possibly an out lap though, so
that was the previous lap was an in lap, so they would have lost some time.
In lap, yeah.
Into the pits, and that goes for 51 and number 71. Both had the in laps.
Yeah. So you lose about a second going into the pits, 2 seconds going into the pit lane.
So how close the start finish line is, but still standout performances from both OC Racing and Petronas Cintium. I'm very impressed by both of the teams here at Istanbul Park. Apex One immediately firing up those tires, 20 laps younger than Petronas. That should be there's contact
Apex
between One and
Turn 1 yellow
Petronas
flag,
Cintium.
turn 1 yellow flag.
Is that only just the 2 cars involved? It does look like there's only those 2 cars involved, and GLS EXN goes on into a podium place. Both of the cars will now carry quite a lot of damage. Very late on the brakes from Apex One, letting by the Petronas Cintium. That's going to hamper both of their progress quite substantially. Can somebody bring in the stamp? It was about 1 hour 36 in. Gonna put this, but that is not going quite to plan to Apex One of quickly making their way by this Petronas Cintium. They've lost another position to number 42.
I wonder if any other cars were involved in that, because that felt like 30 meters too late on the brakes, which it could have been they were put off by the car on the inside, the GT3 as they were passing, but they've been lapping for a while, so it's a rare mistake from them, but nobody is perfect, and that's proof of it. After
Nope.
being at the front and leading these races for so long, a slight lapse in concentration with an hour and a half to go leaves them with a lot of damage and possibly quite a long pit stop to go.
In fact, could lead to quite a lot of damage. It's very bad, especially for Apex One. They've only just started their stints, so they will have to carry that front wing damage for quite a long while before they can pull into the pits for possible repairs or just carry on to the rest of the race. But it really... yeah, Petronas City are quite the biggest affected, considering the great race that they've been having up until this point.
Yeah, definitely. It'll all be if the teams have any long stops left. If they have a long stop left, then they could probably use that to their advantage of taking a long stop when fixing this damage. If they don't have a long stop left, then they're definitely gonna lose out a lot more than they'd like if it's significant enough to need fixing. That Apex One car does look quite on edge now. You see steering wheel fighting the car a little bit more on corner exit.
It'd be very interesting to see how the affected the corner exit. I would have thought that it would be midway through corner with the front splitter. You have a bit less aero around the front, so I would expect more understeer. It's actually the Petronas Centium SD car that I would expect to be more on edge, given that they've just received an almighty whack into the diffuser and possible wing damage as well.
Yeah, I mean, at least offboard the... Ooh,
Oh, they get down the inside. Goes Apex One, but SD fights it on the exit. It's quite a ferocious battle happening between these two cars. It's almost like these two cars have just both of them seeing mists. And Lapigan down late on the brakes again. Apex One driver feeling like he has just that much more confidence on the brakes, but it could also be to the much displeasure of the SD1 team. Quite the aggressive style as he goes down the inside of Apex One again, and Apex One just nudging it by again. These guys are... This is gloves off stuff. This is
keep it clean.
as we see Race Director now mentioning to two cars.
279 off. Quite far off the track as well. They got all the way to the gravel, so wonder what's happened there, if it was a mistake or if it was maybe a tap at the rear from another car. But here we can see the Petronas Cynthium and the Apex One car still very close. Apex One is pulling away a little bit. But as I was going to say before these two started battling quite viciously, while the collision may have been a front to rear, with how these games physics work sometimes every single part of the car could receive a little bit of damage. Because I've had times where I've gotten a little tap and then my rear diffuser or my suspension's been damaged, which is always fun.
If it hasn't in the first contact, there's definitely damage on every single part of the car after the second part of the battle. And let's see if the Petronas Centium can get back onto the rear of number 51 and make some more interesting overtakes, as number 71 of Apex One and number 81 of Team Delta Infinite locked in for battle for P6, 3/10 between them. So another Apex One car. Oh, as we see, is that a second, third? It could be the third Apex One car of number 61. No, that is the number 51 Apex One car. I think attempting to lap the 61. Or it could be just the 71. Yeah, it's attempting to lap the 61 PMO Endurance team on a very... the worst possible place to have a car on the inside of the quadruple apex corner.
Yeah, that was an interesting rejoin there as the Lamborghini was coming through as well.
Yeah, but it does appear that there's no team orders between Apex One teammates. They are battling each other, gloves off. And it just seems like quite a contrast from the Apex One that we were spectating in the first bit of the race, or the first 9th, 8th, 12th of the race. What's an hour and a half of 9 hours? So third is a
Hour and a half of 9 hours.
a sixth.
Yeah,
sixth, I think.
Six sounds about right.
Yeah, the final sixth of this Istanbul race, it does look like Apex One have removed the gloves, removed the inhibitors, and just gone, screw it, send it. Just send it and see what happens.
Yeah, they're throwing
Time
the
for
rulebook,
caution is over.
the rulebook to the side a little bit and caution to the wind. They are going all out to try and get the win, I would think.
They're also throwing quite a few things to the wind, including Patronus into SD.
Yeah, definitely throwing Patronus to the gravel and themselves into the diffuser.
But it does look like number 71 has gone by number 81 of Team Delta Infinite. Due in, well, about halfway through the stint. But yeah, both number 51 and 71 fresh out the piss. Number 51 and carrying severe damage. Big winner out of that, GLS PXN back on the podium. Ooh, it was the shark finned livery Lamborghini recovering from a spin. The brake discs glowing quite substantially, and you can see quite a bit where the most of the braking force comes from. Look how much the front disc was glowing compared to the rear discs. Running quite the aggressive front bias. As OC Racing X Lopen now, was it out of track? So was that just a little bit of a, I think it was a little bit of a glitch from the timings. OC,
Yeah, possibly. I haven't seen. OC Racing and Lopen are apparently in P2.
Yeah, we just saw it in the pins for a moment, but they're having a wonderful race. Kichata Mafia Leon are having a wonderful race as well. They could be battling Apex One in the final stints. I do reckon there will be 1 or 2 more rounds of pit stops.
Yeah. Definitely. Looking at it, they've probably got about 5 to 10 laps. Let's call it 5 laps on their stint at the front there. And then...
So, I reckon Kicha have about 9 laps, and I think OC Racing 12, and PXN are only halfway through the lap, so they can go. I think PXN have only 1 more stint. I think Kichata Mafia, Kichata Mafia may have 2 stints more. They might need to do a little bit of splash and dance at the end of the race. Apex One?
Yeah.
Apex One, I think, have another stint, 1 more stint. I don't think they need 2 laps in the pits.
Yeah, but yeah, the 61's a bit on its own stint. So Apex One, I think the 61 could need two more stops because they're kind of coming sort of mid-end of their stint. But yeah, the 51, 71 should be perfectly fine to do this 1 more stop and then be on their way to the checkered flag, as the 71 they're having to aggressively go to the inside to get past those 2 GT3 cars that were trying to overtake each other.
I reckon if we stay on board with the with any of the Apex cars, we will see quite an interesting display of driving, as Team Delta Infinite are still on the back of Apex One car. Apex One a little bit slowed down by the traffic, but the battle is not yet over for the P6. I would have thought that Apex One would have just pulled away with fresh tires.
No, Team Delta are holding quite close. They're Team Delta are like 20 laps into their stint. They're about halfway through, and they're still catching. They're still being very close to the Apex 1 team, who are on reasonably fresh tires.
Relatively speaking, they just came out of the pits, you could say.
I'm seeing 6-lap-old tires on that 71.
Yeah, pretty much it's just out of the out of the pits.
They were a little bit slow on that last lap though, so maybe traffic or fighting with lapped cars could have
I wouldn't
slowed them a bit.
I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest.
The top 5 now are looking like they're all on the same lap, so that looks like the battle for the lead is the top 5. So Petronas up to Kishita Mafia.
Kichata
All
Mafia,
to Kishita. There we are.
Kichata Mafia.
Kishita. That's not something my British mouth wants to pronounce. Yeah.
Being bilingual has its advantages.
Definitely, yeah. 261 laps into this 9-hour race.
And we still have a 6th to go.
Yeah. So
Strap yourselves in. Well, I wouldn't say settling down. I think it's just spruing up as we see quite a... Even this far into the stint, there's still quite a lot of excitement still to happen. We have a quite the burger or Big Mac of Apex 1 with Petronas and Team Delta filling. Considering that Team Delta are looking to promote themselves or try to fight or fight with Apex 1 as much as they can. And it does look like the battle for podium could be back on the menu. Apex 1 have now pulled away from Petronas quite substantially. And Petronas losing quite a lot of time. It seems the standings could be traffic through an unfortunate section of the track.
Yeah, possibly. I was just looking, I'm thinking they've got to try and wrap this down to like 20 minutes, 15 minutes, a highlight for this race, and I'm struggling to think what they're going to need to cut out to make it down to that time, because there's always something going on here.
At this point, you might as well just upload the entire race and call it highlights.
Yeah, because there's never a dull moment today.
No, there hasn't been, and we're only halfway through our own stint. I cannot imagine what... Yeah, I just cannot imagine what kind of excitement has happened in the opening stints of the race.
Yeah. Just trying to keep an eye on the social medias to see what's going on there.
Team Delta Infinite still keeping in touch with number 71 of Apex 1. Is number 71 carrying any sort of damage? They don't appear to be. They are lapping within low 140s. But for one reason or another, they just are not able to pull away from Team Delta Infinite, who are lapping, considering the tire life, they're lapping within almost identical lap times. Tell you what, tell you who is actually the fastest car out on the track in the hypercars round is Kichita Mafia Capone, number 899 with a 39.6. Closely followed by number 42 GLS PXN, the only two hypercars currently lapping within 139s. So
yeah,
the two cars on the move.
Definitely. Kishita Mafia Capone closed their gap by a second on that last lap. They have got quite a bit to close, but they're doing it at a rapid rate.
And they have pulled in another 1 minute 39 lap time, and GLS PXN have pulled in another 1 minute 39 lap time. So a final, it could be last minute, relatively speaking, lunge from both of the cars to pull themselves up higher.
I mean, I'm looking at some of the teams in LMPH, and that 39.6 from Shooter Mafia is faster than their fastest laps overall in this entire race. So that 39 pace is very impressive from them.
Exactly, as we see 665 Voyo Racing in the pit, serving a long pit stop. And the battle in the previous lap, GLSPXN have slowed down quite a bit. Most likely due to traffic. But Petronas team have lost 2 seconds on their previous lap to number 51 Apex One. So we could be seeing Apex One very shortly trying to muscle their way by PXN Racing, and let's see if sparks fly once again for the number 51.
That 99 was not leaving any room for losing time when lapping the GT3 there. I was getting very close, but I was just looking at the timings, and again, the 666 Warhol Racing team have stretched their tyres out as far as they can take it. 41 laps into this stint, and they are still driving on those tyres.
That's quite a distance. That's over an hour stint. I do reckon that they will be trying as hard as possible to make up as much ground as possible and keep themselves within that podium space. I mean, look at the drivers behind them. We have Cubic System hoping to make another podium. 18 lap old tires. We have number 996 Motor Reporter 24 on 29 old lap tires. So if Motor Reporter somehow pull into the pits before Voyo Racing, I mean, even then Motor Reporter is 1 minute behind on lap 234. Yeah, 234 to Voyo's Racing 235. Meanwhile, Apex One on lap 237 in GT3 with AOT Turtle Beach on lap 235. So
yeah, I'll laugh in a bit if we just take into account where they are on track. There's about a lap and a half between them, which is a significant gap.
And we are spectating number 24 of Braun GP Endurance with the... Is that the Donut Media logo that I'm spotting on the side of the car?
It did look like Donut Media on the side of the car.
Fantastic.
Possibly.
I have not watched Donut Media in such a long time. And it does look like number 71 finally managed to pull away from Team Dota Infinite. 3.5 second gap between the two cars. And GLSPX now slowing down substantially on their pace. Most likely I wouldn't be surprised if they encountered even more traffic woes. But Kisha Tamafika Leon, for someone with tires that are almost expired, they're still lapping in mid 140s, so...
Yeah, they're still doing very well on that pace.
Yeah, it could be the very first win for number 891.
Yeah, and Warhol Racing finally bring their beaten and battered tyres into the pit lane. 43 laps later, they're back again.
Oh, they finally caved in the 666 of Voyo Racing after beating the tires as much as they could. Let's see what they come out after the pits, but that has promoted Cubic System back into third place. And I'm not too certain anyone will be able to dislodge Apex One going into the final stage. Speaking of this...
Looking at the Mystic Warhol team, they're 25 seconds behind the next driver, and where are they on their stint? They just started this stint. You were going to say, Mateus?
I was going to say, speaking of going by, it does look like Apex 1, number 51, almost within a second of GLS PXN Racing. They're currently,
Yes.
according to my live timings, merely 1.5 seconds behind the number 42.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the live timings now. The lap time difference is quite significant between those guys. Almost a second. Let's call that about 8/10 in the last lap, and they're coming up to the end of this lap, so we'll have to see the difference in times. That middle sector didn't help. Wait, there we are. That middle sector didn't help the PXM Racing.
Oh, we have a car off track. I'm not sure which car that was, as we're driving on board with Team Delta Infinite. In the turn 8, car facing the wrong way again. And it does seem like the GT3s love facing the wrong way through that turn 8. Is it that the drivers are pushing the cars way too much through that corner, which will put any GT3 car on the limit, and just going a little bit over the limit?
If the drivers are setting these cars up for pure pace, so putting a lot of oversteer in the car, that turn 8 where you've got all the weight.
Drive-through penalty for car 51, incident note number 22.
Oh, the 51 who is closing the gap right now just got a drive-through penalty. Let me have a look at that one quick.
That was probably the incident where 51 careened into the back of 175 Petronas into turn 1. I am not surprised at that outcome in the slightest.
Which number was that? Number 20?
That was number 50. That was number 51 Apex 1 car.
51. The instant note as well. I can...
Oh, I couldn't tell you the incidents. Apparently, there's been like
there's
at
a
least,
lot.
There's been a lot. Apparently, in Hockenheim there was a total of 85 incidents that they had to look over.
Okay, I think this is a different incident actually. 22. No. Let me open that up. No, it was a different incident. It was for an incident with the 24 Braun GP car for the Apex 1 multi-class collision on the straight.
So Apex 1 could be plummeting down the order due to penalties. I am interested to see if the top 3 drivers and if whether Petronas as well carry any penalties themselves. It looks like GLS PXN have answered the pace of Apex 1 and have put on an almost identical lap time to try and prevent Apex 1 from coming any closer, and have pulled away by half a second in that first sector.
Yeah, I was just looking at the incident from the onboard of the Petronas car, and it is just they've gone to overtake the GT3, hit the brakes, and the Apex 1 has not. Let me see the instant that caused the drive-through.
It does appear that Kisha to Mafia have just come out of the pit stop, so OC Racing X Lopen have regained the lead, and more what's the word I'm looking for? More importantly, Kisha to Mafia still 25 seconds ahead of GLS PXN and ahead of Apex 1. So Kisha to Mafia currently, providing they've done all of the long stops, in a very good position to win the race. They are only 2 seconds behind the current race leader, who has not pitted yet. So Oyster Racing has not pitted, as we see the car of Apex 1 lapping GT3 cars and going by the GLS PXN car. Used probably with the GT3 helping a little bit. Getting by GLS PXN car. I think this was matter of time rather than anything, as Apex 1 put in a 39.8 on that previous lap.
the Petronas Cynthium team making their long stop as they've just made a driver swap, I think, leaving the server and rejoining. So there'll be a different driver, and that'll be their last long stop, because you can see on the instant they had 4 of their 5 long stops completed.
Very interesting. So
Yeah, that should be it
this
for them now.
This could be the final stint if they can. The question is, can they stretch the tires? Can they stretch the fuel to last what will be about an hour 8 minutes after the long stop has finished?
Yeah, that will be the interesting thing. Obviously, we don't have anything telling us the exact amount of long stops each team has. So
See, the Mafia within the view of OC Racing Open. OC Racing will be pulling into the pits within a lap or two.
yeah, that's
And they are
35
on
laps on their tires.
79 blue flag. 79 blue flag.
79.
That's WRS Interstellar Midas team in GT3. But back on board, can Kichata Mafia complete an overtake before OC Racing dive into the pits? It might as well will be. I think Kisha will go for the dive. They do go for the dive. Pull the anchors, hit the apex of turn 9-10 and complete the path beautifully with OC Racing open clean. But now OC Racing have the slipstream on that extremely long straight. Will they fight back to try and maybe hamper the progress of Kichata Mafia? No, they can't. Kicha covers the inside, blocks the pass or any sort of attempt to undercut or dive under the Kichata Mafia Leon car. And in very simple manner, given the freshness of tires, I think this battle is done and dusted unless Kichata Mafia make a mistake. Oh, it seems like number 51 of Apex 1 had an issue. They have dropped back behind the GLS PXN Racing, quite substantially behind as well. They must have had a little bit of a contact or a incident in the first sector. They lost 11 seconds. So number 51 back down the order, and
and they still have that drive-through penalty to take for the collision with the 23, I believe it is, or 24. So
so that is
we'll have to see what
not
happens
going
with
to
that.
plan. Number 51 is just not having the end of the race that they probably hoped for.
No.
That actually gives the chance for, I think, the top 3 might remain as they are, because that is going to give a chance to OC Racing X Open and GLS PXN to dive into their pits, change the tires, and hopefully come out before Apex 1. Given that Apex 1 is now 10 seconds behind with potentially more damage and with a drive-through penalty. Let's just hope they don't forget about it like AOT Turtle Beach.
Yeah, that would not be beneficial. As we watch 2 GT3s going side by side, this is for position. The 794.
3
Who are we
Mercedes.
trying to
Looks
get
like,
across?
ooh, a little bit
90.
of rubbing between 275 Move Center and number 49 PMO Racing. I believe the Team Blue quite a few laps down, and the PMO Team Red, now we can see the PMO Team Blue letting the lapping cars by, often maybe being a little bit of a hindrance. But Team Red now pulling away from the Move Center Sim Racing Dream team. Sim Racing Dream Team have quite a few cars themselves as well, it seems.
Yeah.
So we got the Petronas Syntium SD team, the Ścigałka SD Sim Racing Dream Team.
Yeah, SD Sim Racing Dream.
Drive through penalty for 665, incident note number 24.
Well, Voyo
Let's
Racing
have a look at this.
665, Voyo Racing having a drive-through penalty, and well, it cannot get any worse for those guys, I don't think.
Nope. Yeah, 665. 6 penalty points and a drive-through reported by the number 1 car. What is this for? 5 car.
What do the standings currently reflect? We have Kichet Mafia currently leading, freshly out of the pits, poised now, well, the standings as we enter 1 hour here at Istanbul Park, which, well, just over 1 hour, 4 minutes, and we will go below that. What's the current standings? Kichet Mafia is currently leading the race, freshly out of the pits. 4 laps ago, they dived into the pits, followed by OC Racing Lopen, who are due for a pit stop very soon. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to extend this stint as far as possible so they don't have to go an extra stint later on. GLS PXM currently sitting P3, 8.5 seconds ahead of Apex One, who briefly passed them before having incidents themselves. Both the cars will most likely will be going into the pits again, with GLS X having 31 lap on tires, and Apex One 20 laps since they pit last time. Number 71 of Apex One only 30 seconds behind now, behind the... Is it? Am I correct? No, they are lap down on the Apex One team, so quite the way away. As we see number 8 in 6th position. In 6th position, 8 seconds behind 51. Number 71, sorry, Apex One. So that's currently the hypercar, and it does look like Apex One will try to unlap themselves. Apex One will try to unlap themselves. Number 61 of Apex One trying to unlap themselves as OC Racing Lopen pull into the pits themselves, plummeting down the order to number 4. And it does look like OC Racing X Lopen are taking the long stop. So we might be seeing OC Racing X Lopen most likely coming out, I would say, just ahead of number 71 of Apex One. That is my prediction. And the question, does GLSPXN have a long stop as well, or are they have they done all of the long stops?
Yeah, we just have to wait and see. We could.
Oh, as Kichet Mafia car Leon sets the fastest lap of the race with a 1:38.628, taking the fastest lap from the number 61 Apex One.
Yeah, by 0.2 of a second as well. Quite the gap.
Quite the gap indeed. So, speaking of Kichet Mafia, the GT3 entry of 775 comes into the pit from 4th position. As we see the sun now setting here at Istanbul Park, as we are entering the final hour of the race, the headlights are coming on, and I reckon that the night we will be racing quite a bit into the night, so we will be seeing some bit of night racing, which is always quite exciting to see.
Yeah, visibility does become more difficult, especially if teams have got their brightness quite low on their monitors. Once it gets to this time of the night, it becomes quite difficult to see. as we watch the Kashita Mafia 899 entry. Now we jump down to 24th position, which I'm not sure where that is in class.
I believe that will be 10th in class
14th.
for
10th, yeah.
10th in class for PMO Endurance Team Red. And it does appear that the night is coming closer. It was just quite bright not too long ago. Given that it is middle of May. And here on the other side of Europe, from my window, I can see the sun still quite high above the horizon. But here in Turkey, where it is local time 8:15, I believe, or 9:15.
No clue.
I will check that myself. It is now 9:15 in Turkey at the moment, so quite a few hours ahead of us. Not surprised that the time is, that the night is approaching so thick and fast, as we see the number 97 of Park Motorsport lapping a GT3 on the race. As we see, who is that? That's OC Racing X Lopen, finally out of the pits, coming out in 6th place. So I was about a minute wrong with where OC Racing X Lopen will come out. But hopefully this should be the very final stint that we'll ever have to do in this race. So let's see what they can do. On lap 273, and be very interesting to see if the top 3 cars will come in for a longer stop.
We would expect if they were able to pull sort of 2 or more lap distance. If I'm having a look at that GT3 lead where they're 33 laps into their tyres, so they've got, if they can take the tyres as long as the Warhol team, then they've probably got about 7-8 laps on their tyres. But that Cubic Systems will be hoping to get at least a third P2 in a row. Just see, they've probably got one more stop. They're 30 laps into this stint.
Yeah, GLS picks, and I think they'll be coming within 2 or 3 laps. I wouldn't be surprised if they themselves are just trying to extend the pit stops. Now, with the question, do these hypercars have any tires other than super hard tires?
They'd be soft hard tires, or soft hot tires. So there should be soft hot, soft cold, and then I guess hard. I think soft hot is the equivalent of a soft tire. Soft cold is the equivalent of a medium tire. I'm not sure what the other tire is they have.
Why does it put soft cold, soft hot?
Not sure. I believe in real life endurance, they only use 2 sets of tires. So on a hotter track, they'd use the soft and the other one, and on a colder track, they'd use.
Ooh. Patronic almost losing it.
Yeah, on edge there.
I don't think they need any more woes this race.
Yellow turnite,
Yellow turnite, and that is a
green.
GT3 car. I believe BLA, not sure which car that is.
If I just pull up my version of this.
Who's in the pit? GLS, PXZ and Team Delta Infinite both pull into the pits at the same time, and it might be that GLS is actually taking their long pit stops. So Apex 1 back into 2nd place. Still,
so remember to turn on your headlights so you see what's going on in front of you.
As we see Race Director telling people to turn on their headlights and most likely stop people of trying Takumi moves in this race. I have seen a video on Sim Racing Stewards where someone Kichita Mafia comes to lap 2 GT3 cars. Was racing Nordschleife at night. Turned off the headlights when they were following somebody. Ooh, that was very close for Kichita Mafia. I don't think they need this much stress in the final hour of the race, considering they have put themselves quite a substantial lead, and something must have happened to Kichita Mafia, because they have done a 154 last lap, so a little bit of an incident for Kichita Mafia Carleone. Not what they would want to see, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of a shaking and quivering happening in the cockpit of 891. The adrenaline and the pressure getting to the drivers. Oh, actually, it's Kichita Mafia Carleone into the pits after only 10 laps. And they're doing their driver swap right now, it appears. So Kichita Mafia Carleone committing to a drive. So very interesting indeed. So that will promote Apex 1 into the lead, but I am very surprised that it was so early into their stint. I would have thought that they would have gone a few more laps, used the tires a little bit more to try and make a little bit more headway. So as we walk down the pit road, we see 4 cars in the pits, 3 hypercars, and the leading car in GT3, Apex 1. And in the night, some liveries really do pop out, such as the Team Delta Infinite with the fluorescent yellow paint scheme, and it does look absolutely fantastic here under the night skies in Istanbul Park.
Yeah, I have found my version of this mod. So the 3 tires are soft low temp, soft high temp, and medium high temp.
I see. So that's a very interesting of the naming convention. But regardless, while the race is currently nullified and only a little bit of lapping is happening, we ride on board with the Team Delta Infinite lighting up the track around them. So I do wonder, have you ever come across, because I personally have not come across racing against somebody that has a fluorescent reflective paint on the car?
I would probably not want to race against someone with a fluorescent paint on their car, because it'd be quite off-putting personally. It'd be interesting for the first lap, but then it'd get slightly annoying or off-putting seeing a glowing car in front of me.
I'll probably mirror your thoughts. As AOT Turtle Beach now take the lead back in the GT3 class, they themselves are 26 laps from the last time that they were in the pits. As we see, the Midas Racing, I believe that car is, that is Midas Racing, going into the pits, as we see quite the collection of Project Endurance Porsche cars of commentators, Project Endurance Stewards Association cars, PESA for short. There's quite the conundrum is the right word?
Quite the group.
Yeah, quite the group.
Collection.
Quite the school of, what would you call a collection of stewards? A school, a flock?
The greatest people ever.
Yes. The greatest people ever.
It depending on what seat I'm in. If I'm in the commentator seat, they're the greatest ever. If I'm in the driver's seat, sometimes they can be a bit of a pain in the bottom, but that's personal opinion. I'm not in the driver's seat today, so they're amazing people.
Interestingly enough, while we were chatting away, number 61 of Apex 1 has matched, not beaten, matched the fastest lap of the race. So 138.628
They've matched it to the 1,000th.
They matched it to the 1,000th. 891, 138.628. Number 61, 138.628. So we have 2 fastest laps gone to both drivers. Now,
That's
if Project
amazing.
Endurance, yeah, indeed, it is quite amazing. It's almost as amazing as we can do in qualifying. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if the what do you call it? Project Endurance. Apologies to the organizers. If Project Endurance go by the Formula 1 of whoever gets it first gets the point. Oh, they could split it.
Yeah. Half
They could
point
split
each.
it. Yeah, half point
Yeah,
each. Everyone
we'll
gets a
have to
slice of
see.
cake.
I can have a hunt around to see if there's anything in the regulations about it.
Indeed. So we just need a few more people to put in the exact same fastest lap time, and then we can have a third of a point. Well, as we see a
To
little
the
bit of a
1,000th.
blinking, the cars are inside of one another between Braun GP and Endurance.
That Braun
I'm
GP
not
car
sure.
is... What's the ping
No.
on that Braun GP car?
It's a very good
12
question. Oh, that's 1,200. That's a lot of Braun GP, as we see. I think that is that the car of Voyo Racing. I'm not sure whether that's the car.
Unless that sorts itself out, that feels like it's going to be a black and orange flag.
Would be as Chicago One Vision Endurance going head to head with Racesport Academy number 246.
17, 820. You are both under blue flags regarding to Crew 20.
We see blue flags condition. We have a little bit of race on number 820 and 246 racing each other, and I think it is under blue flag condition. So basically means put your battle on hold and let the guys through. You might be battling, but the blue flags take priority.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision. But
Only inside goes Team Sport, not Team Sport, Race Sport, and on the offhand, got my head in 2 different places. The number 217 and 831, 820, 820, still battling head to head. But it seems like 217 currently has the advantage, the Shigeoka One Vision, in terms of pace. So let's see if the Team Delta Infinite is able to respond.
yeah, that Team Delta is glowing. I never quite noticed that. Because you've got some cars that are using the LED strips, but that car is interesting.
Some people have put LEDs all over their cars, it seems. You see GLS PXN now racing with Apex One, so the shoe is on the other foot, as it seems that PXN now with the tire advantage. And Kicheta Mafia back out on the track, coming out in 4th place, so they still have a good chance to score a good podium. With both Apex Ones in front of them, will need another pit stop. So AOT Turtle Beach in the pits, they go. Apex One promoted back into the lead of the race with Cubic in P2. And the battle for the 5th position is afoot. So let's see if GLS have provided the traffic does not interfere into the battle, have picked up any tips and tricks on how to pass the number 61 of Apex One. Because number 61 of Apex One has done pretty well to recover to where they are. And they've only been into their pits 11 laps ago. 11 laps ago. And we have seen the number 61 as far down as P11 at the beginning of our stint as in commentating duty.
Yeah. So they've found their way all the way up to 5th position. They've got just under 30 seconds to the next car. So we'll have to see if it's possible for them to close that gap.
So we could have a battle for 4th place very shortly with Kisha to Mafia, who have been one of the cars to beat, closing in on OC Racing X Loped for another podium finish for number 891. I am very curious to see where the both Apex 1 cars will filter out after their final pit stop. And how close will OC Racing and Kicha be to those spots? We do know that number 51 carried a penalty, and I'm not too sure whether they have taken that drive-through penalty. I assume they have.
Oh yeah, the fact that they haven't had what they had with the AOT presumes they probably still are driving, which means they have taken it. There we go.
So even with them taking the penalty, they're still 2 minutes ahead of number 71. I think it would indicate that they still have a long stop to do, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm just having a look through the thing now. Any crew function? Let me pull that up quick.
Have you found anything interesting?
The only thing I found interesting is that no matter where you finish in this series, you do always score at least 1 point, as long as you finish the race.
I see, so it kind of goes with IndyCar. IndyCar does that, and a lot of club level racing here in the UK go on the points that as long as you finish a race, you score points. Some races, some events, some series in the UK, Formula as they're called, go on the points that you start a race, you gain 1 point. If you finish a race, you gain another point.
I didn't know that. Yeah, the points I think for depending on the length of the race, the amount of points for the top 10 change. So for here, that's a lot of points. So here we're at the 9 hours of Istanbul. You get 38 points for the win.
I'm not surprised considering that Istanbul is the 3rd longest race on the calendar.
Yeah, it's 50 points for Daytona, so that would definitely be interesting to see if we do get there. And then half points, yeah. It's not half points.
Definitely, there's going to be quite a lot of upsets, quite a lot of screaming for joy after today's race, and the standings will definitely look interesting going into Kota.
Yeah, I'm having to see if there's anything about 2 crews setting the same thing.
So, Ethan, going into the last 3 quarters of the hour, who have been your standout performances in today's race, during the air race or throughout our commentating stint?
I'm gonna say my 5 timing is unfrozen. The way that the 666 car have been able to take their tyres further than anyone else has been quite interesting to see. Other teams going about 32-35 laps on a tyre. The Wajal 666 take it 43 before they even think of pitting. So that has been interesting to see how they're still on the pace as well when they do that. And probably the OC Racing Lopen. And let's say the Petronas Stint team before the collision were very, very strong.
Before the incident.
Before the incident of the race.
I would agree with you. I'm trying to send him have been doing very well. I would put in Kisheta Mafia Kalion that they have been having a absolutely stormer of a race and definitely deserving of the top spot. I think OC Racing X Lopen are definitely deserving of a podium at the very least. But those are
reminded that you have 30 minutes left to make your mandatory long stops. So yeah, just remember about that.
Yeah,
So
Apex
definitely-
1 that is leading at the minute, making
Long stop.
their stop. Yeah, presumably long stop. I wouldn't think any teams would
149 blue flag. 149 blue flag.
not make a long stop at this point in the race.
That's the PMO Endurance Racing Team Blue.
Hmm.
Yes, blue flags. And yeah, number 51, Apex 1 in the pits. I believe that will be a long stop. And it seem that way. As the 71 unlaps itself, puts itself, I believe, should be the lead lap, or it is still just one lap behind. Regardless, and it does look like it was not a long stop for Apex 1. Apex 1 are out of the pits already. And still one lap ahead of the number 71, so interesting to see. Was it Madonna or a stop go back? I don't think so. Yeah, only a minute and a half for Apex 1 for the stop. Well, for the first sector anyway. So it does look like number 51 quite a few kilometers ahead of the rest of the chasing pack.
They're out of pit lane. Oh, interesting. That was a quick stop. So presumably they've gotten all of their long stops done for today.
Indeed, we do know that number 71 is due in for a pit stop very soon.
Because they follow a very similar strategy.
Indeed, very similar in strategy. The number 61 of Apex 1, only 16 laps in the pit, so
The yellow
they
flag at the
may-
exit of turn 8.
I reckon they will
Yellow
have to pop
flag.
into the pits for one more
Green, green, green.
stint.
I wonder what car that was on exit of turn 8. They do
I
be
would
struggling with
assume-
turn 8 at the minute.
I would assume it's another GT3 car.
Yeah, it's quite a long corner. The tyres get quite warm as you're coming out of it, probably.
Yeah, as we see, number 15 cubic, in 15th, second in class, number 31 cubic system, 8.5 seconds behind Apex 1, and both of them now on same strategies pretty much. Cubic system on 8-lap old tires, and Apex 1 on 7-lap old tires. So
I think this will be it to the end for them, unless they haven't
will.
made their long stops, but that should all be done.
I think they'll have 7 more minutes to do their long stops, so I think all the long stops are done. Given the how recently they've
I think it's 10 minutes to the end, so they have about 25 minutes, because they said 30 minutes just now to make long stops.
okay, so regardless how recently they've been into the pits.
We are just
Wouldn't be
waiting
surprised
only
if-
15 minutes for your reports. All reports sent after that time will be investigated after the race.
So final call for reports, but how recently both Apex 1 and Cubic have been into the pits. See a little bit of a flickering lights. I think the battery may be running a little bit dry, running all of those LED strips that they put on the car. And how recently they've been to the pits, I think they have gotten all of their long stops out of the way. And the battle for P3 is brewing up as number 71 of Apex 1 flies into the pit, so we will be eagerly awaiting to see where they will filter out once they are coming out. I will be keeping an eye on the live timings, but it does seem that OC Racing might pass them before they come out of the pits. Is that slight movement from Apex 1 car? No, they have no movement yet. So, oh, they are moving. Apex 1 is now
There we are.
coming up to the pits, and down the main straight, I believe, is OC Racing X Lopen. Yes, it is. OC Racing X Lopen. Into turn 1 they go. And I think Apex
Just
1
come out
pulled this
ahead.
out just ahead of OC Racing and Kicheta Mafia. However, they do have fresh tires,
hmm
but they are only 2 seconds ahead.
And that's if they still need to get tyres up to temp at this point, so they've probably still got half a lap to a lap until their tyres are fully up to temp.
Indeed, and properly worn in as a fresh new set is not as good as slightly scrubbed, as people say. It still has that nice smooth sheen to them.
Yeah. It's definitely a personal preference or a per tyre thing, 'cause there are definitely times when a fresh set is better, but there are definitely going to be times where a scrubbed set will be a little bit nicer.
Especially, but we all know that the best tire is the one that's already on operational temperatures, and
Yes.
we will be keeping a close eye to see how this final half an hour goes. Just over half an hour for cars number 71 Apex 1, 99 OC Racing, and 891 Kichata Mafia. As I reckon, they will now all be pushing, and looks like there was a small lockup from Apex 1.
Yeah, I don't think the Apex 1 team are going to make it easy for Cubic to close that gap, as they've just set the two personal best in a row, which is second fastest in series in class, with only the Squadra Corsa Overcrest being faster than them. So it seems over one lap, Lambo might be a little bit better, but consistency-wise, the Mercedes is definitely there.
Indeed, although Squadra Corsa with Move Center Sim Racing Dream team just behind them. Currently the closest cars on the track that are battling for position. As we see a fast charging LMDH about to break the fun once again. So whenever there's a battle,
this will be a blue flag with cubic system. 24 blue flag.
so more blue flags, and whenever there's a battle in GT3, it always seems like the LMDH just come and ruin the fun by waving blue flags about.
Yeah, that was a blue flag on the 24 for P2 in class, so they are the same class, just being told to be aware that that's a blue flag behind, even though it's the same class.
So usually when there's a same class, the blue flags are a little bit more stringent from what I know.
Car 24 blue flag.
So
Friend is
bronze
not getting out of the way. Yeah. Donut Media car.
Donut Media car just not wanting to move, it seems. But we're back on board with Kichata Mafia Kalyonka, and a car that is definitely a one on the move on the last lap, half a second faster than OC Racing X Lopin. Number 71 of Apex 1 with a slightly lighter car now and a bit fresher tires. Given they don't have to go as much in this stint, have set their personal best lap time with a 1:39.417. 1.4 seconds faster than Racing Lopin and 1 second faster than Kichata Mafia. So if either of these two cars hope to catch onto the back of the number 71, they really need to get a move on right now.
Yeah, Apex 1 are looking at a 1-2 at the minute, especially if they can hold that pace.
Yeah, Apex 1 is still blisteringly quicker, a full lap ahead. Lap and a half even ahead of the next car.
Let's hope they've taken their pit stops.
Indeed.
That is
Have they been?
Some incredible pace if they've been able to get a lap and a bit ahead just through pace.
Indeed, they will be incredible. Have they been dutifully filling out their driver stint sheet?
I haven't got their driver's stint sheet. Let me get that up quick to see what's going on with it.
Yeah, let's see. As also Racing have closed up quite a bit onto the back of Apex. Look at the lap times. They are keeping within 4 seconds up. So Apex 1, which one was? Where was Apex? number 99.
Yellow turn 8, yellow turn 8.
Ooh, that's
the
a
exit.
PMO Endurance Team Blue. Again in turn 8, and again another GT3 car facing the wrong way.
You can't park there, sir.
It's last
No
20
saying.
minutes for mandatory long stops, please remember that.
So last 20 minutes. So, what was it? Ah, yes. So the GT3s. Do you think just some of the teams have taken too much liberty? Ooh, that is very close for Team Delta Infinite with a lapping GT3 car. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. Perhaps.
Maybe.
But where was it? Ah, yes. Do you think that some of the GT3 cars have been playing a little bit too much with fire when it comes to the rear wing downforce, especially considering how much straight and how much open throttle that this track represents, especially in the second sector of the race?
It'll be a per team basis. I'm gonna quickly scan through the Mercedes to see how different their top speeds are. But I can definitely see the top teams are running probably one or two clicks less rear wing, because the first, second sort of top. Any Mercedes in sort of the top 5 is hitting sort of 265 top speed, but then you go down and you've got 262 and then 263. So either they got slipstreams or they're just running a bit lower wing. The Mercedes itself is quite the beast in a straight line.
That massive V8 motor from the AMG factory definitely pulling along.
Mm-hmm.
So I was hoping
It's
for
last
a
5
battle
minutes
for...
for reports, which will be investigated during the race. Rest of them will be investigated after the race.
So we have last minutes for the reports, and I was actually hoping for battle for the second place in the hypercar class, and I was actually hoping for a battle for the first place. But it seems like in the GT3 class as well. But it seems like Apex 1 on screen currently is just able to pull, just pulling away from Cubic System. Just Cubic System not having the response for the number 1 car, and it seems like it's definitely carrying that number 1 for a reason. They're showing us here again, and Cubic System on course for another P2 finish. So Cubic System definitely
Keep it consistent.
Keep it consistent. If they can keep second place in all of the races, I reckon that even without a win, they could definitely clutch the championship.
Yeah.
Especially if, like in Hockenheim, Apex 1 finishes outside of the top spot.
Yeah, I was looking at the car numbers, and this is actually the 3rd separate car we've had win a race. We had the 91 win round 1, the 61 win round 2, and it's looking like the 51 at the moment's going to win round 3.
It definitely does appear to be, because I don't think... Well, 91 is out, definitely. And the 61, unless some intervention, like a human god intervention, shuts down the power in all of the top 6 cars, I don't think that will be happening.
No. Yeah, it'll be interesting. The top 2 should change. 222 car. Where's the 222 car? They are 4th. So that and the 775. Oh, that'll be close between 3rd and 4th in GT3.
So that is OC... No, that's not OC Racing. That is number 12 of Kirito Racing Esports in the latter half, going in for hopefully the very final pit stops. So when it comes to pit strategy, it does look like two Apex 1 cars have definitely won out in that regard. They only have a couple of laps on the tires. The cars behind them, also Racing X Lope and Kichata Mafia, 20, 15 laps respectively. GLS PXN 36 seconds behind, looking for a good top 5 finish. And Petronas, Syntium and Apex 1, maybe. There may still be a battle for P5, but highly doubt it. Apex 1 could be on the very final charge. They have only come out of the pits 2 laps ago. So we could see a final dash to the line from the number 61. But as it currently stands, I don't think anyone, unless the 51 has accrued so many penalties that it puts them way outside of the races.
Yeah. I mean, they need to have accrued 2 minutes of penalty, which I think even with that, let me have a look through. So that was a drive-through which they've taken. That was 15 seconds.
But yeah, I was certainly expecting a battle for the second place, but it looks like hopefully towards the end of the race we will have a battle for third place between OC Racing, X Lopen and Kichita Mafia, Kyle Yon, and I would really be sad if either of those cars finish outside of the podium. I was secretly hoping both of them would be able to finish on the podium. They've both had a fantastic race here today. But there's still 23 minutes to go, and this is endurance racing, so anything can still happen.
No matter how long's left in a race, whether it be 8 hours or 8 minutes, you can still never be truly certain on who's going to win.
Indeed, we can still have a last-minute safety car, which the first couple of hours have proven. With quite a few incidents, it's not. There's no 0% chance.
Nope.
There's always a chance, and considering looking at lifetime is there's every single moment of the race there has been a group of 5 cars within 100 meters of one another, just all within that one clump. So the chance is still there.
Yeah, definitely. Kishita Mafia only. Oh, was that a bit of lag, or did someone
blue flag coming up?
miss a gear? That looked close for comfort, and again another tap.
Another little tap, just parking it on the apex. Is that battle for position or blue flags? It does appear to be like it is merely blue flag action. And I think that's OC Racing X Lifeless. Just a little bit wide through the last sector.
246, there will be a blue flag for you. 246 blue flag.
So that's Race Sport Academy, currently sitting 25th, 11th in class. And in my view, if you can get anywhere near top 10 in any sort of race, especially with quite a stack crew like 21, 22 cars in GP3, it's always a good result.
Top 10's always a good result. Top 5's always the aim.
I think for quite a few people, always the top spot is the aim. But for some people, it's just racing for fun, I suppose. Oh,
Yeah,
very close from a race spot onto
666 blue flags.
onto the back of the Lexus, and we don't
Same
see
for
many
car number
Lexuses on
12
the,
with both cars behind.
we don't see many Lexuses out on track, do we? There's I believe only 2, which is the Motor Reporter, which I think was no, that's
Let
feature.
me check.
Is that Motor Reporter number
One Lux,
996?
Yeah, only 2 Lexuses. So you've
Feature.
got in order of popularity, you've got Mercedes, Lamborghini, and then Lexus, I believe, and then no other cars have been chosen for the series, sadly.
I believe every single any Audi that has been chosen was in the reserve list. So that is the 996 of Motor Reporter. So the other Lexus is of 775 Fiat Mafia.
9 minutes for a mandatory long stop, so just do them if you have any left.
So final warning for those long stops with only 20 minutes to go. And 775 Fiat Mafia for a only Lexus. Well, the only 2 Lexuses. They are running quite well. Third place in class. Merely a lap behind the Cubic systems. Both Cubic and Apex One running with the Mercer class. Oh, it does look like Kisha Mafia Carleone is coming up close, or closing in quickly onto the back of Ulster Racing. As me, that is WRS Interstellar Midas. Ooh,
Almost keeping it
spinning
out the
again.
wall.
Almost keeping it out of the wall, but
Those rear
gently on
tires
the throttle.
cooking.
Yeah, cooking. So they have definitely spun once and got on the throttle too much and spun again. So not what you want in the final stages of the race for WRS Midas Interstellar. Currently running P15th in class, so the lower half of the race of the of the GT3 field. So it does seem like OC Racing X Lopen. Was that a little bit of a mistake from Kisha to Mafia? The gap has suddenly gone from 2 seconds to 7.5 seconds. So there may have been a little bit of a incident for Kisha Mafia Carleone.
Yeah, we'll have to see this sector.
It does appear that this
Their
may
first
have
sector
been...
was fast.
Yeah,
they
3
lost about
seconds.
3 seconds.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit of a shuffling with lapped traffic.
Oh, I've just realised the 61 car at some point did beat the fastest lap.
Oh, so we have...
38.558.
So 138.558, and they are really chasing that Petronas Cintium SD team. Like I said earlier, we could have a final lap battle for that 6th spot from number 61. And given how many points Istanbul pays, those few points could prove crucial at the end of the season.
Any point's crucial, even just the point for finishing could decide a position.
It very much could, just like in the 2007 World Championship. There was single points
it was
between
very
3
close.
drivers.
I'm noticing that in the braking zones, if you look next to the tires, you can see the brake pads are creating so much light that there's little splashes of light next to the tires from the brakes.
Very advanced for the what is pretty much a emissive to produce quite a bit of light. So or an engine that's from, when is this of course, 2013, 2014?
Full release 2014, I believe. So 10-year-old game.
10-year-old game, but still it does still surprise
Yeah, still one of the
a lot of
best.
people. And look at the gap between Petronas and Apex One. It's only come down to just under 2.5 seconds for a brief moment. It's gone back up to 4 seconds now, but Apex One really are charging.
Have Petronas been in incident last lap, or were they? That would have been instant. Yeah, they did a 42.9, while Apex One did a 39.9, so they closed 3 seconds on that.
They have indeed, and the only car, no, actually, they're not the only car. Kichet Amafi Capone running in 139 as well, as we see car pulling into the pits as well. That's Race Sport Emeritos. And out of the pits from the final stop, 665 Voyo Racing for the last 15 minutes here in Istanbul Park, now under dark skies. And I believe it is almost 10 o'clock in Istanbul. Yep, it's almost 10 o'clock in Istanbul. 2 minutes until 10 o'clock. And the OC Racing X Open had an incident somewhere. They have lost quite a lot of time. What should have been quite an easy race from here on out, with Kicheta Mafia having a little bit of an incident. OC Racing with a little bit of an excursion, lost 4 seconds. And we are on course for what is going to be final 15 minutes of battle for P3, yeah. Oh, look how close late in the brakes was Kicheta Mafia, and how much closer they became on that one section. Low early on the throttle. OC Racing parks the car just in the right spot to prevent Kicha to sweep underneath and try and make a move or secure that inside line for the turn 1. Good defensive driving from OC Racing. Very fair. And a good reaction time from Kicha to Mafia to not, or restrain, should I say, not to careen into the back of OC Racing.
3 minutes for mandatory long stops, so if you haven't started yours yet, then it will be not good for you.
Yeah, you've got to be coming in nowish so that you can get it done before the 10 minutes is up, until you hit the 10-minute final.
Indeed, I was just looking over the YouTube chat, and it seems like it has quite picked up quite a bit since I've last checked on it. So I'll let you take over the battle and see if I find anything in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, so we've got the Kashita Mafia Corleone car is less than a second behind the 99 of the OC Racing. They could possibly be running with a bit of damage. Lockups from both cars there. That could just be our side. They could have not blocked up, but both running very close. Hopefully the traffic doesn't pay too much of a givens in this race. As all looking down the inside is the Kashita Mafia Corleone car, the OC Racing Lopen. They parked on the apex there, and now they've got a little bit more space. There you can see the lights from the brakes and the headlights and everything all flashing up. We've got GT3 squeezing us in a little bit there, losing a little bit of time.
That was definitely a brown pants moment for Kicheta Mafia as the GT3 comes across, but an even closer battle, if you can believe, is the one between Petronas Sintium and Apex One. Apex One diving down the inside of Petronas Sintium with a earlier on the throttle move. Can Sintium hanging around the outside? Ooh, oh, not enough. There's just barely. Apex One squeezes on by. Can Petronas Sintium fight that back? Apex One flashing lights on the well, GT3 cars ahead. Don't slow me down, I'm in the middle of a fight. There's only 10 minutes to go. I cannot afford any more incidents. And it seems like Kicheta Mafia Leon had a bit of an incident. They've now 13 seconds behind OC Racing. OC Racing with a sigh of relief most likely sigh of relief from the OC Racing Lopen. It does seem like OC Racing Lopen have woes of their own, but
Yeah, a lot of time in
Last
that
10
middle
minutes.
sector lost by the Kashita Mafia car.
yeah, a whole 8 seconds has been lost. They are now stabilized in about 10 seconds from one another. OC Racing will be breathing a sigh of relief, and Apex One will be trying still to close in onto the 5th place GLSPXN Racing. Not sure how possible that is. GLSPXN have been very rapid today. They are one of the only cars alongside Kichata Mafia, Apex One, and Kichata Mafia Capone to be able to dip their cars into 1 minute 38 and the number 51 of Apex One. So
Yeah, let's hope that everyone's gotten their long stops done now, because we are under 10 minutes to go. 9 minutes 15 of this race left, as a Lamborghini rejoins from quite far out at turn 1, and a couple of lapping LMDHs come past as Race Sport Academy are making a quick stop.
or
And
they
then
drive
coming-
through.
Or a drive-through, yeah. Wonder what they
Either
picked that
way,
up for.
Inventive used interpretation of track limits. But now with these final 10 minutes and final pit stops out of the way, or the long stops, this is basically your situation currently on the ground, and I don't expect any strategies to play part now. Well, except tire life, I suppose. No more pit stop, hopefully, unless your suspension gets bugged.
Yeah, OC Racing could be cutting it close, but they shouldn't be. There are 30 laps into this stint.
No, we have a little bit of a
And-
mistake from Apex One in the first sector in number 51. They lost 4
Deep.
seconds.
Ooh, that's no good. Yeah, the Petronas Synthium car are 34 laps on their current tyres.
Yeah,
That could
Petronas.
get dicey near the end.
I think it's already getting dicey. They still have 10 minutes left, and they've lost 4 seconds on that previous lap alone, with Team Delta Infinite falling into 1 minute 43 as well. And Apex 1 6 times faster than GLSPXN. Not quite enough to overcome that 10-second gap to the car ahead, unless GLSPXN make another mistake. Oh, apologies. On that previous lap, Apex 1 was 1.7 seconds faster than GLSPXN. So, as we see, a pit stop from Petronas Synthium. Very quick one to get rid of the tires, considering how much gap they have to Kichata Mafia Capone.
Yeah. Apex 1 seem to have had the, or found the hidden
Hang on.
gear in these cars.
Hang on, we have a battle GLSPXN with a mistake. 9 seconds time loss in the first sector, and it looks like Apex One may still be on course for a top 5 finish in the LMDH class with the number 61, just over a second behind the number 42. So what happened there, we don't know, but what we know is Apex One have a much fresher tires, they have a fast charging driver on course with the current fastest lap behind PXN Racing, so we could be on for final lap battle, or battle to the final lap for that top 5 spot.
Let me see if there's anything being said in the... Anything being said here.
Oh, PXN with a traffic in the most unfortunate time. That's going to close Apex One right down under. No, things are just not going to plan for GLSPXN. Apex One very quick on the flashing lights, flashing all the GT3s ahead. Makes their way by the traffic on the straight. A much better run of light than GLSS had with them. Let's see, can the lag swing back into the favor of GLSPXN Racing? But as it currently stands, everything seems to be coming up for the number 61, Apex One, in these final moments. They're able to just meander the way through traffic without much of an issue. They're just finding the ways They have the confidence, the grip to turn the car wherever they choose to meander the way. Oh, and now the lag swings back to PXN as Apex 1 has to make a move around the outside of turn 7. Going into turn 8, then now back over 1 second. Can they keep their foot in and can they regain that gap or close the gap onto the following straight?
Yeah, so we've got less than just under half a second between the 61 and the 42. The 42 are trying to hold position as best they can for a point tool to help them in the championship, and Apex 1 are trying to gain as many points as physically possible after picking up penalties and unlucky situations with a handful of their cars. Now going down to turn 1, can Apex 1 get a slipstream, maybe get to the inside? No, they're a little bit too far away, so they just have to follow and try and take a cleaner line and take a slightly higher minimum speed, possibly.
You say that, Apex 1.
A lot closer.
210s. Oh, they were thinking about a move down the inside. Not too close yet. That might compromise the line coming out of the corner. But it doesn't appear to be. There's still bumper to bumper. They will have a fantastic opportunity on the following short straight. Definitely attempt, maybe not so much here. They will have to most likely wait coming out of turn 8. But certainly I have a feeling going into sector 3, Apex 1 might have a battle on the brakes. Less than 4 times down, well within the slipstream range now. Let's see which one. Similar battery usage strategy, it seems. Apex 1 may have opted to just use less to save it for the following straight. 210s, both the cars pull out from the GT3 slipstream. And look how much closing speed the Apex 1 car has, the number 61. Down the inside they go on the battle. Can they get a stop? They can get a stop. They give each other enough space. Number 61 and number 42 side by side. They still go. Can 42 fight back around the outside? Dives back down the inside. Can he fight it back on the following straight with a much better exit? What about the battery usage? Who has it? Oh, down. A very aggressive 61 goes down the inside. Forces GLXPX and down the outside. Ooh, and just drives away from the 42 car. That was some very, very high action moments from both of these cars, which could have ended in disaster, but both of these drivers displayed a great control of the car, a great racecraft not to go into one another. Battle's not yet over, there's still 3 temps, but the tyre advantage may dictate this battle. Still 2 minutes left, so we still have 2 more laps remaining.
308 laps of racing completed. We still have 2 more to go.
We are on board with Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team as they are battling Grid Racing number 794 with a minute amount of LED strips across the car.
Yeah, compared to some teams, there's not many LED strips.
No. I wouldn't be surprised if you looked from above the track, it would look like a Christmas tree with some of these cars driving around.
Yeah, where are they? The Team Delta Infinite cars. Team Delta, they're showing their Delta in the lights. It's green or red.
Indeed, and we have 899 of Kicha Tamafi Capon with the final entry into the pits.
Pit stop of the
they
race.
will most likely for the tires. They just couldn't probably be able to get the tires as we now dip into the final minute. And Cubic System going slow. Mystic Voyo Racing off the
Is there
track.
been an instant between those two, possibly?
Could there have been an incident? A Mystic Voyo stopped back?
No. Nothing between those two, just a coincidence they are stopping at the same time.
as Mystic Void ran out of fuel, which means that technically they would not finish the race.
Is that it for them? They've
That might
miscalculated
be-
by a lap.
They could have miscalculated by a lap.
The fuel
The
counter
car-
on the HUD seems to always say 20 liters, so we won't know. We'll have to see if they return to pits or if
But the
there's
car-
anything said.
The car is off. I cannot hear the engine running in the slightest.
Leader
they're
is
only
on
at
final
one-
lap and they are
1
in
RPM.
turn 8.
Yeah, they are.
1 RPM.
This fuel 100% always
Fuel
short.
100%.
As we
The actual
drive
tank said otherwise.
on board with the leader, number 51, Apex 1, to close off the final lap of Istanbul Park after 9 hours of racing, after 9 hours of excellent action. Project Endurance will deliver another fantastic race. Coming to the final complex of Collins. Oh, very silent for Apex 1. Doesn't matter, they have a 2-minute advantage. They could turn around and drive backwards if the regulations permit in such a way. They could do the Max Verstappen in Austria of doing a burnout right on the start line.
Flag, 51 wins
And
the race,
number-
and everyone who passes the start-finish line right now will have the race finished.
Yep, Apex
That's a-
1.
Race director confirms
the line.
Apex 1, 51, no matter the penalties they have, they will come across as first. Completing 1-2, number 71 of Apex 1, and a fantastic finish for OC Racing X Lopen. They will come aboard to finish third with the first
E3.
podium in the series.
And then you've got the leading Apex 1 car.
As we see Apex 1 in GT3 coming across to take their class win. Another number 2 of the season to put themselves well in the control of the championship with Cubic System will come across with number for yet another podium place for Cubic System, another P2 in fact, maintaining their run of P2 in every race thus far. And to round off the podium of GT3, 775 Kichata Mafia will come across. So Cubic System first crosses the line, and following them will be 775 Kichata Mafia to round out your GT3 podium.
Yeah, there we are.
So here we have 9 hours of Istanbul Park, and what a final stint that was. My throat is going a little bit dry, no matter how much I lubricated it
Yeah, definitely.
with Schweppes and cider, it's still coming up dry.
Yeah, that was a lot of battling, a lot of rubbing his racing, and a lot of, let's say, close racing.
Okay,
Clean.
last crew finish the
There are
race
times where
first for
it
your
didn't
attendance.
quite do that, but yeah, as the race director
As
said,
mentioned, the race is now over. Thank you very much for participating in this round 3 of Project Endurance. I think that was quite a good race. Yeah, thank you for being there. Thank you for trusting in us. And see you in 1 month, in 3 weeks, something like that, during 12 hours of Circuit of the Americas. See ya.
So that was the final farewells from our race director, and I think that's a cue for us to also wrap up our
wrap up the
final words
stream.
of the race. So, 9 hours of Istanbul Park has delivered. I cannot wait for the highlights of the race. I will definitely be watching them back. It has been an absolute pleasure to commentate this series here with Ethan Mills on the final 3 hours of Istanbul Park.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to commentate with you, Mattez. But yeah, it's a lot of close, a lot of great racing. The fastest team won. Apex won in both GT3 and LMDH, winning out. And yeah, I'd say standout team just from how much pace every single one of their cars has. It's amazing they're able to find so many drivers to cooperate under one name.
It is absolutely fantastic, and I cannot wait to see every single one or as many of you viewers and all of the drivers in 4 weeks' time in Kota for the 12 hours. Thank you once again to every driver who has participated. Thank you to all the viewers, and most of all, thank you to the Project Endurance team who have asked us to commentate on the wonderful series. Thank you to every single other commentator that has commentated here today and over the whole weekend, including yesterday's qualifying. I have been Mateusz Mai, and with me was Ethan Mills.
Yeah, thank you everyone for coming out and watching. However many, 11, 5, however many we've had watching. Thank you all very much for joining us for this 9 hours of Istanbul, and we will see you out in Kota. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.